I'll request everyone to kindly take your seat.
Hello, hello, check, check.
We welcome all of you to this edition of GETS 2023. So good morning, everyone. Respected Director Operations, Shri Ramesh Babu sir, Director Projects, Shri Ujjwal Kanti Bhattacharya sir, eminent invitees,
Hello.
Shri Kirit Parekh sir, Chairman IRAD, Shri Anil Rajdan sir, former Secretary Power, Shri Alok Kumar sir, former Secretary Power, Shri Ghanshyam Prasad sir, Chairman CEA, Shri CP Jain sir, former CMD NTPC, Shri Rananjay Sharan sir, Director NPCIL, Shri A.K. Jha sir, former CMD NTPC, Shri S.L. Kapoor sir, former Director Technical, Shri A.K. Gautam sir, former Director Finance, Shri R.C. Srivastava sir, former Director HR, Shri K.B. Dubey sir, former Director Projects, Shri C.K. Mandal sir, former Director Commercial, students from prestigious institutes, seniors, colleagues, and my dear friends. A very warm good morning to all of you. Myself, Vivek, and my colleague Pushpanjali welcome you all on behalf of NTPC to Global Energy Technology Summit 2023. Before we begin, it is kindly requested to everyone to kindly pay attention on the screen. We have a small video depicting the safety exit plan of this Saraswati auditorium. In case of any exigency, kindly follow the instructions given in the video. Can we have the video, please?
NTPC, where safety comes first. At NTPC PMI, we leave no stone unturned for your safety in case of any eventuality. Let us know about the exit plan of Saraswati Auditorium.
Sorry for the technical glitch. Thank you for being patient, everyone.
Okay, there has been some issue with the power. We'll just move on with the program. So,
Moving on, I would like to thank our dignitaries for taking out time from their busy schedules and gracing this occasion. The United Nations have stipulated some sustainable development goals, popularly known as SDG, which are a blueprint of peace and prosperity for people and the planet. The SDG 7th goal is about ensuring access to clean and affordable energy for one and all. The world is progressing towards sustainable energy targets, but apparently not fast enough. 660 million people will still lack of access to electricity, and close to 2 billion people will still rely on burning fossil fuels for cooking purpose by 2030. Our everyday lives depend upon reliable and affordable energy. Yet this energy consumption is a major contributor to climate change and global warming, accounting for nearly 60% of greenhouse gas emissions. Ensuring access to electricity from clean energy sources like solar, wind, and also thermal, expanding power infrastructure, and upgrading technology is a crucial goal that can both help the environment and the economic growth. And on this note, may I introduce the theme of GETS 2023, Sustainable and Reliable Energy Mix, Challenges and the Way Forward.
India is the third largest energy consuming country in the world and stands fourth globally in renewable energy capacity addition. We have set a target of capacity addition of 500 gigawatt of non-fossil based energy at COP26 and target to reduce carbon intensity of our economy by 45% by the end of this decade and achieve net zero by 2070. This gigantic target can be achieved through right blend of energy sources and implementation of technologies like CCUS, green hydrogen, and FGD, which neutralize flue gases. This is the high time where gap between R&D and industry must be reduced.
The Global Energy Technology Summit is a prestigious event organized from time to time by NTPC on relevant topics in the power sector. This involves participation from various ministries, government authorities, policymakers, technology suppliers, OEMs, utilities, academia, startups, etc. This year's agenda on the summit is a technology roadmap for the energy transition in India, covering the gamut of energy transition technology such as flexibilization, nuclear power, biomass power, storage, green hydrogen, etc.
So we will now begin the conference formally, and we'll have this conference inaugurated by our directors and dignitaries. I would like to request our Director Operations Ramesh Babu sir and Director Projects Ujjwal Kanti Bhattacharya sir to kindly come up on the dais for lamp lighting. I would also request Shri Anil Razdan sir, Shri Alok Kumar sir, Kirit Parekh sir, Ghanshyam sir, Rananja Sharan sir, A.K. Jha sir, C.P. Jain sir, A.K. Gautam sir, R.C. Srivastava sir, S.L. Kapoor sir, and C.K. Mandal sir to kindly join us on the stage and grace the occasion.
शुभं कुरुतं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपो हरतु मे पापम् सन्ध्यादीपनमोऽस्तुते ओ दीपब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः ओ दीपब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः आरोग्यं देहि पुत्रांश पतिं स्वच्छामि मे सदा रवेरस्तं समायाम्य यावत् सूर्योदयो भवेत् रवेरस्तं समायाम्य यावत् सूर्योदयो भवेत् यस्य दृष्टे गृहे दीपः तस्य नास्ति दरिद्रता शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं
Request everyone to give a big round of applause for the inauguration ceremony of this year GETS 2023.
Welcome to NTPC, where safety comes
Thank you, sir.
We will now have our NTPC Geet played, and may I please request everyone to rise for the NTPC Geet.
आपकी घोर दिशा में ज्योति किरण बन कर हम छाए शक्ति निगम बन कर हम आए शक्ति निगम बन कर हम आए काल की घोर दिशा में नगर नगर में गांव में डगर डगर में भारत माता के घर घर में नित अभिनव प्रकाश पहुंचाए काल की घोर दिशा में शक्ति के पावन धारा धर दे सिंचित देश हमारा सदा यही संकल्प हमारा किरण किरण से कुंज बनाए आग की घोर दिशा में ज्योति किरण बनकर हम छाए, शक्ति निगम बनकर हम आए, शक्ति निगम बनकर हम आए। तारकी को निशा में ज्योति किरण बनकर हम छाए।
Thank you, everyone. We are fortunate. Just 1 second, and I'll just request everyone to be kindly on the stage. Thank you, everyone. We are fortunate enough to be joined by our former leaders and the present leaders. And this is a very rare moment. I would like to request our Director of Operations, sir, to welcome our guests. So first, I would like to request Ramesh Babu, sir, to welcome Shri Kirit Parekh, sir, with a token of love and respect. To Kirit Parekh, sir, from Director of Operations, sir, Ramesh Babu, sir. I'll request everyone to kindly clap and welcome our dignitaries on the stage.
A big round of applause.
Next, I would like to request UK Bhattacharya, sir, to kindly welcome Shri Anil Razdan, sir.
A round of applause, please.
Next, I would like to request Ramesh Babu, sir, to please welcome Ghanshyam Prasad, sir.
Round of applause, please. Please don't
The
stop.
claps. Yeah, the claps should be going on. I'll request Director Project, sir. Please welcome AK Jha, sir. Yeah, he's there, sir. I'll just. I'll request Ramesh Babu, sir,
Welcome.
to welcome Alok Kumar, sir. It's done. Okay, then AK Jha, sir. I'll request Operations, sir, to kindly felicitate AK Jha, sir.
Round of applause, everyone.
Next, I would like to request Bhattacharya, sir, to welcome. I'd like to request Bhattacharya, sir, to welcome CP Jain, sir. Mr. Saran, sir, he's Director of Projects NPCIL. A big round of applause for him. I'd like to request Director of Operations, sir, to please welcome AK Gautam, sir. Next, may I please request Director of Projects, sir, to kindly welcome SL Kapoor, sir. I'll request Ramesh Babu, sir, to please welcome Mandal, sir, CK Mandal, sir. Please welcome AK Gautam, sir, Director Finance, former Director Finance. Thank you, sir. Just this is a very rare event.
This is a rare occasion. We have our present and former leaders of the energy sector on the same stage. So may I request everyone to come close together for a group photograph.
We'll have just a group photograph of all the dignitaries on the dais. Before I request everyone to take seat on the desk, we have just one more event, sir. This event has attracted attention of a lot of all the stakeholders from power sector, be it government organization, educational institutions, and industry experts. To make this event productive and successful, all have contributed sharing and by sharing their experience, which we will be witnessing through the upcoming sessions throughout the day. An e-compendium has been prepared by collecting all their effort, and I would request Parik sir to kindly inaugurate this e-compendium. I'll request sir to give a mouse so that this can be inaugurated. So this is the e-compendium collection of all the work done by the participants. Kindly, sir, can you please press that? It's not working. So this is the inauguration of e-compendium. Now, may I please request everyone on the dais to kindly take this seat? Just 1 second. Yeah. Very rightly put in, sir. They are the leaders of the power sector, and they are shaping the future of the power sector. So this is what is India you see today. This is all because of these people effort. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. And I'll request everyone to kindly take your seat on the dais. And I'll request Bhattacharya, sir.
Welcome all the dignified guests to this year's guests.
I'd request our Director Projects, Sri UK Bhattacharya, sir, to kindly come up on the dais and welcome all our guests tonight for this year edition of Gets. UK Bhattacharya, sir, has always pioneered and encouraged us to take that extra step to get better results in whatever we do. We admire the way he deals with the obstacles thrown his way, and we are grateful to have him for all this encouragement. He has always been supportive, and he has supported us to give such kind of events, and he always encourages to support such events. So kindly welcome our Director Project, sir, Shri UK Bhattacharya, sir, for his welcome.
Namaskar. It's a great day for the organization NTPC and me personally to be present here and welcome you all, sir. The doyens of the power sector, the people who have shaped the sector, those who are shaping the sector, and many of you who are learning and rearing to go to shape in future. Respected Dr. Kirit Parikh, sir, Chairman, Integrated Research and Action for Development and former CEO of Planning Commission. Sri Anil Rajdan, sir, former Secretary Power. Sri Alok Kumar, sir, former Secretary Power. In fact, it very strange to say former sir till other day. You had I was working with you, sir, closely. Sri Ghanshyam Prasad, sir, the Chairperson CEA. CP Jain, sir, the former CMD of NTPC, with whom I have an association of long time. SL Kapoor, sir, who has been my direct reporting officer, then he was the director, and a long association, and we keep in touch as well as discussing on issues. He gives me continuous advice on the issues of relevance. Jha sahab, former CMD of NTPC, as Director Technical, as well as former CMD of NTPC. During his tenure, I was mostly in Bangladesh, and his advices had helped me shaping that project there, which is, in my opinion, one of the most difficult that I have ever worked with. Ranajay Sharan sir, he is the Director of Projects of NPCIL, and we have a joint venture with NPCIL now, Ashwini, and we together are trying to push it in a forward path. And if not the jet set, at least at Vande Bharat speed that we are moving now. We have identified 2 projects jointly. Mr. Gautam, my colleague on the board, erstwhile Director Finance, CK Mandal Sahab, the Director Commercial, who just retired few months ago. And I see a lot of industry experts, our EDs, our CEOs, and even people from across the border. I don't want to say one particular name, but Mr. Volgin is definitely smiling from there, from Rosatom, Russia. Welcome to this great gathering of minds, what is known as GETS, Global Energy Technology Summit. This is an event which NTPC started long ago with the thought that as the days change, the organization and its approach must also change. Mr. Naik, who is from BERC, distinguished scientist, and who is also now a very senior official in DAE, with whom we are working for the SMR development. He is sitting there. Naik Sahib, may I request you to please come forward? Somebody should take him. And a good round of applause for him, please. Mr. Raghuram has joined just now. He is a chairman DVC right now and handling a good organization. Sir, when we joined here, I can be a bit emotional today because this is also the last month of my career of 40 years here. I'll correlate that my thoughts with this GETS, and that's why I was pushing so hard to have the appropriate gathering, to have another round of GETS, which is the 5th in the series. When we joined in NTPC, I joined in 1984. The company was born in 1975. It was a startup organization, so to say, if I may say so, in terms of its size. As compared to the global stature, if I add the Bangladesh latest unit 2, it is 74485 megawatt. We are just touching 75,000, which is a great number for any organization of global stature. And maybe by touch of luck, we are pushing all guns. If the unit 2 of North Karanpura is through trial operation, then we'll become 75,000 megawatt within 30th November itself. This was one unfulfilled promise I gave to Alok Kumar Sahab when he was secretary. He went to North Karanpura. He asked me, and I have tried my best, sir. Now, when we joined in 84, we were looking at things where the situation of power sector was what is known as subnormal. We were driven by the commitment to improve the power station, power sector, and go for more PLF. So this PLF, lower cycle time for project development, more availability, more efficiency. These were the starting points of NTPC in a subnormal situation. This went all the way up to 90s. Come 2000, we were faced with a new paradigm. When PLF was getting less relevant, availability, CERC, regulation, and many new things came. The IPPs were in a big way, and competition was hotting up. I'm not talking of the commercial parts of it. So we were accustomed to, or trying to accustom to, what is known as new normal. So from subnormal, we came to new normal. In the second decade of 23, the globe was already looking at it. We were getting the feedback, but we are now facing in a big way what we call as an abnormal normal. Here, everything is abnormal. There is no subnormal here. There is no new normal here. The world order, the pressure, the industry, the sustainability, the environment, and the performance. While the power should be made available in increasing quantity and definitely with equity, accessibility, and definitely cost optimization, energy security is taking prime spot very rightly for every country. What we are facing is balancing all these things, which makes it an abnormal situation. So from subnormal to new normal to abnormal, this one forum has helped us looking at it effectively, scientifically, chart our path ahead, and take actions. So I welcome all of you formally again to this 5th edition of these gates, whereby we again will take our new engineering challenges and try to find solutions to implement them for our organization, our country, and definitely for the humanity as a whole. This is an esteemed platform for fostering collaboration and innovation in the dynamic realm of energy, that is GATES. As I said, we stand at a pivotal juncture in the evolution of the energy landscape, where the need for reliable and sustainable power has become prime. NTPC, as the leading energy conglomerate, is spearheading the transition towards a greener and more resilient energy future. All of us present here are aware that this profound transformation the global energy landscape is undergoing and the impact of this on the country. This is confluenced with the factors like skyrocketing energy demands all over the globe, and this is only going to go up. Now, not only India, every country are striving very hard to improve their GDP and grow. And if we see the world average electricity consumption and the benchmark for a developed country, we can only be scared to imagine how much of extra energy generation is required worldwide, and definitely for India in particular. And that's very scary. I am sure Chairman CA is here. He'll touch upon this during his address. The relevance of the theme of this conference, sustainable and reliable energy mix, challenges and way forward, I don't think it can be anything but overstated, particularly for us, India. This resonates deeply with the core values and mission of NTPC. In the wake of global challenges posed by climate change, it is imperative for us to deliberate, collaborate, and innovate towards a future where energy is not only reliable, but also sustainable. This summit serves as a platform for the exchange of ideas, and we are looking for that. We all know when we consider Indian energy scenario, I don't want to carry coal to Newcastle. Everybody knows it. I'll just touch upon the factor that in the recent days, the demand in the grid has touched more than 242 gigawatt. And as per CE estimate and as per Ministry of Power's assessment, the next year come April, we will be facing it even more. In fact, there is a term coined now, crunch period. And the crunch period is assessed to be April to start with in 2024. And the power demand is only going to go up and up. In 2031-32, the demand as per the CA is likely to be more than 350 gigawatt, around 366 if the estimate is rightly known by me. Such an unprecedented surge in demand is surely to put immense pressure on our existing energy infrastructure, be it generation, transmission or distribution, as well as the resources, coal, gas, oil, even the solar, hydro, wind, everything. However, such a situation opens up the opportunities as well, and we should be looking at that brighter side also. Renewable energy sources such as solar, wind, geothermal, ocean energy, wave energy, only to name a few, offer sustainable and environmentally friendly alternative to fossil fuels. Technological advancements have made renewable energy more cost competitive and accessible, opening up a vast potential for large-scale deployment. Embracing energy efficiency is another area, that is the demand side management, particularly also at the generation level, where we can make a big mark and help shaping and handling our system in a better way. The reduction in energy wastage and consumption without any need. This is the call of the day. And if we remember, the Honorable Prime Minister has already proclaimed all of us to go for a new paradigm of life, what is known as LIFE, Lifestyle for Environment. Technological advancements such as artificial intelligence, big data analysis have the potential to revolutionize the energy sector by enabling more efficient energy production, transmission, and distribution. And this is one forum where we have papers and discussions on those aspects also. But if we look at the renewable energy integration with the existing power generation of India in particular, we are primarily thermal power generation based country, integrating inform as well as variable power from renewables, be it solar or wind. It brings the planners as well as the generators to a headache situation. For the generator side, it's a flexibility, which is very difficult. For the renewable generators, it's the forecasting, which is not so easy. And for the transmission and the grid operators, it's a headache to keep the system going without blackout. In NTPC, we have started looking at the possibility of continuing with the more and more renewable integration while keeping our generation from the coal, gas, and in future nuclear in the forefront. The concept of dispatchable power is prime in our mind. If the power is not dispatchable, then it's very difficult to control the grid and supply when it is required most. We have been used to the system of coal and fossil fuel based generation as well as nuclear, where the power is dispatchable. Now the problem of coal is in terms of dust, SOx, NOx, which have been taken care of by this time, at least in NTPC power stations. The last frontier remains is the CO2. The latest power stations that we are awarding, starting from thermal, starting from Talche Thermal 1320 to Lara, and almost 10,000 that we are lined up, we are going for a 20% biomass co-firing, whereby you are going to reduce the carbon footprint of these ultra supercritical power projects further. And our target is to bring down the carbon footprint from these power stations to the level of combined cycle gas turbine of the order of 500 gram per unit, because gas turbines have been declared as green by the European Union, right or wrong, but that's the starting point to continue. If we can bring parity with the gas turbine power stations by going for innovative systems in our thermal power stations, I think the dispatchable power solution is with us. Second front where Netra of NTPC is working jointly with other institutions is to clean the flue gas by capturing CO2. We have already done a demonstration project in Vindhyachal, where we are actually capturing 20 tons per day of carbon dioxide from the flue gas. It's a small step, but it is taking us for a big leap forward. Now this CO2 we are now going to synthesize with green hydrogen and generate methanol. The project is at the very final stage of its shape, And if we are within our lucks, then by this year itself, it will start producing 10 tons per day of methanol. And once this methanol is produced from such CO2 with green hydrogen, then we can not only reduce the carbon dioxide footprint of our power stations, we can also create a new business chain for the organization, which is the chemical products, because methanol and its derivatives going forward to carbon black can create a new vista for NTPC for a new business paradigm. I think we are waiting to listen to dignitaries here, and I don't want to prolong my opening speech. I'll only say that I expect that many more organizations in the energy sector come up. I have been working in this sector in the business development area also for quite some time. I have seen the power of collaboration and doing things together, either in consortium or in joint ventures. So worldwide, if the power companies come forward and do it together, things will be not only easier, faster, and more sustainable. So I urge upon especially my friends from India as well as cross-border that we have opened a platform for collaborative approach in Netra as well as in engineering. Please come and join efforts. These are the days where I say the IPR should not be restricted to one organization. If we develop together, it can be seen as a co-development, like we are talking to some organizations that come and develop SMR with us. VRC is there as the base knowledge provider. If we develop SMR with somebody, we can be the co-developer, and then we can take it forward and even spread it all over the globe. Let us work on a shared goal of fostering a technical framework that boosts the ongoing efforts of tiding over the current abnormal normal paradigm of energy transition. I once again welcome all the dignitaries and participants and wish this conference a great success. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring words and kind wishes. The insights given into carbon sequestration and reduction of carbon footprint through a new fuel, methanol, is really inspiring and thought-provoking. We are really inspired by your curiosity to learn and a strong determination to find a solution. We have achieved a lot under your strong and able leadership. Now we have among us Sri Raghuram Sir, Chairman DVC. Respected Sri Raghuram Sir, we welcome you to this GETS 2023. Thank you for the applause. In our endeavor to continuously evolve and adapt new technologies, NTPC always tries to outreach its suppliers and associates and various external bodies for the feedback and suggestions from past, share experiences, and provide insights for future. This forum provides a platform for such interactions also.
We had our curtain raiser of this year edition's GETS yesterday by Principal Scientific Advisor Shri A.K. Sood sir, Founder Chairman D.V. Kapoor sir, Ghanshyam Prasad sir, Chairman CA, NTPC CMD Gurdeep Singh sir, and U.K. Bhattacharya sir, along with all other dignitaries present. So it was a great honor for us to be graced by their presence. We have prepared a small video to capture the event, and we would like to play here before we start the event.
उपहर्तु मे पापम संध्या दीप नमोस्तुते, अर्थात जो शुभ करता है, कल्याण करता है, आरोग्य रखता है, धन संपदा देता है और शत्रु बुद्धि का विनाश करता है, ऐसे दीप की रोशनी को हम नमन करते हैं।
We must agree that the challenges that lie in front of us are huge and can be overcome only through a collective, sustained action. Let this summit be a catalyst for transformative action as we forge ahead on the path of a more sustainable and resilient energy mix. Let us work on a shared goal of fostering a technical framework that boosts the ongoing efforts of tiding over current abnormal normal paradigm of energy transition. I once again welcome all the dignitaries and participants and wish this conference a great success. Thank you.
That we must have in our mind every time that safety and environment is never compromised, and it should be reliable, efficient, still flexible, and last but not the least, it should be sustainable. I think around these things we will have to go on innovating ourselves. I wish that this conference will be involving many of the stakeholders, and we will listen to them very carefully and try to apply whichever is going to benefit not only the power generation but the power sector as a whole. So with this, let me wish this summit all the best,
And I'm sure the deliberations in the summit will bring a lot of more either confusions or solutions. I really don't know at this stage, but definitely we'll be more enlightened at the end of the day. The summit gets over. I'll be more than delighted to solve those issues, whatever is highlighted in those summits. With that note, thank you so much.
The proficiency of this division obviously is reflected in the international type conference which we are going to have for the 6th time GETS, where you interact with most knowledgeable people on the subject, learn something and give them something. The standards, I'm sure, are improving from year to year.
For all these are challenges, but challenges are the one which will drive us. And I'm sure as we go in the Amritkal, all of you will really rise to the occasion and we will all contribute. Thank you once again and congratulations on this great meeting.
So it was the moment of the
That was the curtain raiser event video. Moving forward, we have prepared a few more videos for all of you to set the tone of GETS 2023 and showcase few of the many initiatives taken by NTPC.
NTPC is pioneer in adopting new technologies and best practices in power sector. As per recent development, the projection has been made for considerable thermal capacity addition in near future. Accordingly, NTPC is also envisaging many new projects. The biggest puzzle in current times is the optimal mix of all such solutions without compromising energy security or affordability of power for all. The Global Energy Technology Summit 2023 is a platform where all major stakeholders will deliberate together to propose a technology roadmap for a sustainable and reliable energy mix for India. This brings to our first video reflecting the theme of this year GETS. Can we have the theme video for this GETS 2023?
Today, the world is facing a major challenge: global warming. The pathway to a 1.5 degrees Celsius limit on global warming is very tough. But it remains open if we take the right measures at the right time. Power sector contributes nearly 40% of the world's carbon dioxide emissions. Fossil fuels generated 61% of the electricity in 2022. By 2050, renewables share will be 70%. Energy transition opens the path to sustainable, reliable, and clean energy. Countries have pledged actions that can get the world on a more sustainable and low carbon path. The Indian Odyssey is distinct compared to other nations. Aside from time and cost considerations, the social aspect is of paramount importance. It's crucial to prioritize food, energy, habitat, and water security in our pursuit. India is set for a spectacular advancement in the decade and has committed to reach net zero by 2070. The electricity mix will make a substantial shift with a massive increase in renewables. Age-old challenges in the power sector have undergone a paradigm shift as we fully embrace the energy transition. With vast coal reserves in the country, coal is only sundown and not sunset for India. NTPC, one of the biggest power utilities in the world, is spearheading the energy transition for powering New India. NTPC is working on all fronts for energy transition, such as the development of renewable energy, carbon capture, energy storage, nuclear power, and green hydrogen. NTPC is actively pursuing the reduction of CO2 emissions to be at par with that of a CCGT plant. The initial step in this blue coal pathway involves enhancing efficiency through technological upgradation. Biomass co-firing further reduces the CO2 emissions. NTPC has fired 53% biomass of the total country. NTPC has made significant strides in the realm of carbon capture and is actively exploring multiple avenues, including physical, chemical, and biological methods through collaborative efforts. In the green ecosystem development, NTPC is actively driving various domains, including green hydrogen, green chemicals and fuels, and hydrogen hub. NTPC has made a recent foray into nuclear power by establishing a joint venture company named Ashwini alongside NPCIL. NTPC envisions a future with 130 gigawatt total capacity by 2032. Of 60 gigawatt will come from renewables, while coal retains a 65% share. Navigating through fluctuating geopolitical conditions, emerging energy technologies, and escalating fossil fuel prices. Balancing a reliable and sustainable energy mix is an unprecedented challenge at this juncture. To tackle this, NTPC Engineering is bringing together the brightest minds from government, policy makers, academia, industry, technology providers, startups, and think tanks across the globe to foster collaborative innovation. In the Global Energy Technology Summit, the theme for GETS 2023 is set as Sustainable and Reliable Energy Mix, Challenges and Way Forward. NTPC extends a warm welcome to all stakeholders. Let's join hands for a sustainable future together.
Committed and all geared up to combat climate change. In this line, GETS 2023 is being organized as a carbon neutral event. A carbon neutral event is the one where the organizers have taken measures to offset the emissions resulting from the event. Infinite Solutions is an international environment and sustainability consulting company and the carbon neutral partner for GETS 2023. Can we have the video on screen, please?
That was the carbon neutral event video by Infinite Solution. Coming next is our final video, which is on thermal energy storage. Before we begin, and hear from people from best in the field. Sustainable operation of thermal power plant is crucial for meeting the energy demands of our nation. Considering the fact that around 3/4 of our energy demand is met by thermal plants, thermal energy storage technology, a groundbreaking development, enables stable operation of thermal units, particularly during high renewable energy periods. NTPC has conducted a thorough analysis on feasibility of integrating thermal energy storage with thermal power plants and is in advanced stage of discussion to install a pilot project. Will further be enlightened with this video.
Power plants have been the backbone of electricity generation of India. However, climate change concerns have led to a large-scale penetration of various renewable energy sources into our grid. But the inherent disadvantages of the RE have resulted in frequent cyclic operation of thermal units. This adversely affected thermal plants in many ways, like reduced thermal efficiency, increased force outages due to creep and fatigue of components, thereby affecting its reliability, availability, and ultimately reducing the useful life of the units. Since we cannot do away with thermal power plants in the near future, due to rising energy demands, we need to find out an innovative solution for operating the thermal units efficiently and economically. A profound innovation has been the integration of thermal energy storage technology with the thermal plants. Thermal energy storage technology is a method of capturing and storing heat energy for later use in various applications. TESS, integrated with thermal power plant, allows the boiler to always run above technical minimum, while turbine load can go as low as 40%. The differential amount of steam energy remains stored in TESS and shall be discharged during peak demand hours. NTPC, the largest electricity generator in India, is exploring the possibilities for integrating TESS into its thermal power facilities. During charging cycle, when demand is below 50%, surplus energy in the form of superheated steam, either from the MS or the HRH, will be routed through TESS module and stored as heat energy. Subsequently, the condensate at the outlet of the TESS is connected to the feed water cycle. Similarly, during discharge, part of feed water from feed water line is directed through the TESS module, where it's converted to superheated steam using stored heat energy. This resulting steam can either be discharged to the CRH or routed to the MS line with an added electric heater to raise its parameters. Such an integration offers several advantages like avoiding boiler operation below technical minimum, smoother ramp control, and efficiency improvement. TESS integration will also avert the issues of frequent cyclic operations like heavy creep fatigue interaction, stress impact, and forced outages, thereby ensuring the sustainability of thermal power plants. NTPC has been at the forefront of guiding our nation towards energy security and, in turn, economic prosperity. At this critical junction, as our country seeks a new leader to navigate the path of sustainable energy transition, NTPC has demonstrated its adeptness by delving into innovative strategies, reaffirming its capacity to lead the energy sector in India. Thermal power plants have been the backbone of
all for showing your interest in the videos. We hope they provided valuable information into the all topics covered for the GETS 2023. Your engagement is crucial to the success of our conference, and we appreciate your attention. As we move close to our sessions, it is always nice to hear from our leaders regarding their views set on goals set by our government and ways to achieve the goals. Our next session is Leaders' Perspective and Exchange of Thoughts on Roadmap to Achieve Net Zero Target.
Climate change looms as defining crisis of our era, an urgent challenge that demands a unified global response. In this pivotal movement, countries across the world have pledged to curb their greenhouse gas emissions, setting ambitious targets for sustainable future. Among them, India has made a significant commitment to achieve a net zero by 2070. However, journey towards net zero will not be a cakewalk for India. India's journey towards this goal is marked by its unique considerations, encompassing energy security, sustainability, habitat protection, and energy affordability.
NTPC, the largest power conglomerate in the nation, is leading this transformative energy transition for a thriving new India. NTPC's comprehensive approach involves a range of innovative initiatives for thermal sector decarbonization, including technology upgrades to enhance efficiency, reduction of carbon dioxide, biomass co-firing, the adoption of CCUS technologies, as well as the extensive integration of renewable energy sources, ventures into green hydrogen and green chemicals, and even a strategic entry into the realm of nuclear energy. These bold steps are poised to shape the future of our great nation while ensuring that our commitments to a cleaner, greener India are met.
So, without any further ado, I would like to first call upon Dr. Kirit Parekh, sir. Dr. Kirit Parekh is the chairman of Integrated Research and Action for Development (IRADE), a non-profit think tank that works on policies in the areas of energy, climate change, urban issues, agriculture, and poverty. He was honored with Padma Bhushan in March 2009 and shared the Nobel Prize in 2007 given to IPCC. He was the member of the Economic Advisor Council of 5 Prime Minister of India. He was member of Prime Minister Manmohan Singh's Planning Commission in charge of energy, water, and perspective planning. He was the principal architect of India's official integrated energy policy and also expert group report on low carbon strategy for inclusive growth. His accolades and contributions to nation is endless. So may I please request to take him the seat. Thank you, sir.
With this, we move to our next eminent speaker, Shri Anil Rajdan. Anil Rajdan, sir, was Secretary Power and Additional Secretary Petroleum and Natural Gas to the Government of India. He has worked as Joint Secretary Power, Director Energy Management Center, and Director Joint Secretary Atomic Energy, Government of India. He was also Principal Secretary to the Government of Haryana in the Irrigation Power and Public Works Departments. He was Director Town and Country Planning, Director School Education, Director Public Relations and Tourism, and Press Secretary to Chief Minister Haryana. He has been Chairman cum Managing Director of NEEPCO and a board member of ONGC, GAIL, Indian Oil Power Grid, NHPC, REC, PFC, HPCL, and various other corporations. He is currently the elected president of the India Energy Forum, Chairman Energy and Environment Foundation, Chairman National Expert Committee. Shri Rajdan sir is an influential international energy expert, writer, and consultant actively contributing to the sector. Our pleasure to have him here.
Moving on, we have our next speaker, Shri Alok Kumar, sir. Shri Alok Kumar is a 1988 batch IAS officer of UP cadre. He completed his BTech from IIT Roorkee and has an MBA in financing. During his career of 30 years as an IAS officer, he has held various administrative positions in revenue, transport, power, housing, urban planning, and handicraft sectors. Prior to taking over as Secretary MOP, he was serving as Principal Secretary Power of the Government of UP. He also served the Development Commissioner of Handlooms in the Ministry of Textiles. He also had a Chairman of State Public Sector Undertakings under Energy of Department, Government of UP. He has acquired widely recognized expertise in policy and regulatory affairs of India's electricity sector while working for more than 7 years at national level and about 3 years at the state level. He has been the CEO of various public enterprises in transport and electricity sectors. Kindly welcome him.
We have our next guest speaker, Shri Ghanshyam Prasad. Ghanshyam Prasad sir is the chairperson and ex officio secretary to the Government of India, CEA, Ministry of Power. He is also the member ex officio of CERC. He belongs to the Central Power Engineering Services batch of 1989. He is also the first executive director of the BIMSTEC Energy Center, BEC. Prior to his current role, he held the position of Joint Secretary in the MOP. He has a cumulative experience of around 9 years in various capacities within the ministry, including that of the director and chief engineer. With 32 years in the power sector, he made significant contributions to generation, transmission, distribution, and power market development, energy efficiency, regulatory commissions, disaster management, and data analytics. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Our next guest speaker has joined us through online. So he's Mr. Professor Surya Prakash. Professor Surya Prakash was born in Bangalore, India, and holds a BSc Honours in Chemistry from Bangalore University, an MSc from IIT Madras, and a PhD from University of Southern California. Currently a professor at University of Southern California, he also serves as the director holding the George A. and Judith A. Ola Nobel Laureate Chair in Hydrocarbon Chemistry at the Loker Hydrocarbon Research Institute. He is highly accomplished author with over 845 peer-reviewed publications, 120 plus patents, and 14 books. Recognized with numerous awards, including those from American Chemical Society, his influential co-authored book, Beyond Oil and Gas, The Methanol Economy, has been translated into several languages and is widely acclaimed. We welcome you, sir. He has joined us online. I'll request everyone to give a big round of applause for him. So to begin the session, I would request Kirit Parekh, sir, to kindly enlighten us with his thoughts.
Distinguished dignitaries on the dais and also many others in the audience. I'm honored and delighted to be here and say a few words on what India is supposed to be doing or would like to do in the whole question of just transition to 2027.
Sorry to interrupt you, sir. Sir, may I request you to switch on your camera, please?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Is this better? Yeah. Okay. Dignitaries on dais and many others in the audience, I'm delighted to be here. And I think we need to really think about the theme of the subject, theme of this conference, which is how do we do just transition to net zero, which we have a target for 2070. What I will do is also to give you some results from our studies at the RADE that we have done for net zero in the power sector by 2060. Because I think if you want to be economy-wide net zero by 2070, you first need to get a net zero in the power sector because you will be using electricity to substitute many other kinds of things like electric vehicles and so on. But I want to emphasize one thing, that we need to have a just transition. And a just transition would mean that it's not just, it would take care of human beings and people in the country and so on. And there, India faces a huge challenge because coal is our only major fuel source in the country, fossil fuel source at I see, and that we are extremely dependent on it. It will be difficult for India to completely phase out coal, but we could certainly phase down coal as we talked at Glasgow. And I think here, what is critical, in my opinion, is to see that not all the millions who are employed in the coal ecosystem in the country, in minings, in towns surrounding it, transport, and so on, suddenly become unemployed and worried
about their livelihoods. So it is really important that we think about how to do coal in a clean way. And I'm glad that NTPC is working on CCU and CCUS, coal bath, carbon capture use and carbon capture storage. Both are extremely critical for India. And I think we also to recognize the Indian railways carry something like 170 million tons of coal every year. And if that coal just disappears, then the finances of the Indian railways would also be in trouble, and so would the finances of the government. So I think from a just point of view, I would consider carbon capture and storage or carbon capture and use is one of the most important development that we should carry out. The scenarios that we have made, first we said what would be the demand, what is the projected demand for electricity in the country in 2060. And in a various ways we have looked at it. If you look at it just the normal way, you would get some idea. Then you say, but we are pushing all kinds of energy efficiency in the system, in appliances, in equipment, in generation, and all over. And this should certainly reduce energy demand by some 20%. On the other hand, we are also thinking in a net zero sense that we will be using electric vehicles. So electric vehicles charging would really take back the 20%, and your electricity demand would be quite significant. And taking all this into account, we have projected electricity demand for the year 2060 to be something like 6,300 megawatts of installed capacity and some almost 9,300 terawatt hours of power generation of electricity. And I think then the question comes, what kind of capacities can be a least cost solution to this? We have in our modeling study, we have looked at all various technical options which are available and their hourly availability across months and years. And taking that into account, we have also said what will be the hourly demand for under different assumptions. And we balanced for every hour for, say, from 2020 to 2070 or 2060, the supply and demand for electricity. And out of that, we gave some results on this. And I will just, I wish I had got the PowerPoint, but somehow I didn't manage to get it ready. So what is that by 2030, we will need something like 510 non-fossil capacity, which is roughly what we have promised. That we would have 335 gigawatt of fossil fuel capacity, and storage would be something like 35 gigawatts, totally amounting to 880 gigawatts. That's our projection for 2030. But if you look at 2060, we'll net 275 gigawatt of fossil fuel capacity, largely coal, 4,500 gigawatt of non-fossil, and storage something that would be around 1,500 gigawatt. So storage will play a very important role in this. Now, again, if you say in the coal, you will need really only 63 was coal would be normal in a sense, and 170 gigawatt would be with CCS or CCUS. And that is very, very critical that we develop this. And there may be some gas also we might need for this. That is our projections for 2060. So I think what I wanted to emphasize is that we need to think about that we cannot completely do away with coal. We need to use it in a way that really leads it to net zero kind of a solution. And net zero in power sectors to be had to be obtained earlier than the economic for the whole economy. So I think with these general things, let me stop here. But one other last very important point one should recognize is that this kind of a transition will cost us money, and the additional investment that we'll need for the power sector alone, additional investment for the power sector, which consists of investment, transmission and distribution, operating cost, and fuel charges. And we look at all of these over 1930 to 2060, over that 30 years, we will need something like 1.4 trillion US dollars of additional investment. So I think this is not going to come easy, and that, in my opinion, requires low interest climate finance from around the world. And I think this has to be really somehow raised. And I think then in the COP28, the main theme is going to be various things, but the chairman of the COP28 had recently said that we need a new paradigm for raising climate finance. And in sometimes next week, you will see in Indian Business Standard an article that my wife and I have written on a new paradigm of climate finance. With that commercial, let me stop.
I would like to thank you, sir, for inspiring and enlightening speech. Your expertise in the area and your ability to engage audience captivated everyone in the hall. Your inputs on supply and demand analysis was very useful and extremely relevant in deciding the energy mix. And we need to have storage solutions to bridge the gap between the demand and supply. The investments required to achieve this energy transition is also huge and needs to be taken care.
Next on the panel, I will request Professor Surya Prakash. He has some other engagements, so he has requested to speak first. So, sir, I'll request you to kindly give your thoughts on the occasion.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You are very much audible, sir.
Okay, it's a great pleasure to participate in this conference. And we have been working for past 35 years on a concept called the methanol economy. Making carbon neutral methanol, we can get rid of this so-called the CO2 conundrum. You know, carbon dioxide is considered a big problem. But as a chemist, carbon dioxide is a feedstock. And if you really think about what fossil fuels are nothing but fossilized sunshine, where carbon got converted to all these fuels, CO2 got converted to all these kinds of fuels by decaying plant and animal matter over eons. And so we proposed a concept called methanol economy. Can I have my first slide, please? If you don't have it, I can still, it's okay, it's fine. So this methanol is a very interesting molecule. It's called the wood alcohol. It can be made by destructive distillation of wood. And methanol is a fantastic feedstock, and also a fuel. In fact, methanol you can run in your internal combustion engine. It can be a diesel substitute. It can be converted to dimethyl ether, which is also a natural gas substitute and also a diesel substitute. And methanol can also be used directly in a fuel cell to make electricity called direct methanol fuel cell, which we invented at the University of Southern California in 1990s. And methanol can also be converted to ethylene and propylene, two petrochemical feedstocks from which you can make all chemicals. So the idea is, why don't we take this CO2? And we are all, even NTPC talks about green electricity, for example, non-carbon based electricity based on solar and wind. And solar and wind are intermittent. So even sun is shining, wind is blowing, you can do electrolysis of water, make hydrogen. And CO2 and hydrogen can be combined to make this simple molecule called methanol. And this methanol, you can do everything you currently do with oil and gas. In fact, methanol has already been adopted as a fuel and feedstock in mainland China. 9% of transportation fuel is already methanol. They're running 100% methanol vehicles. And they're also making 30 million tons of ethylene and propylene through methanol. And the way China is making methanol is through coal gasification. So intermittently, for example, India also has, similar to China, very high ash content coal. So the coal can be gasified and converted to methanol. In fact, India is looking into it. And also NTPC is already looking into CO2 and hydrogen to methanol, this green methanol. So you can have anywhere from brown methanol to green methanol, various degradations, various stages are, classifications of methanol. In fact, methanol can also be made from biomass. India has a lot of bamboo, from bagasse gasification, you can make green methanol. Ultimately, storing electricity with CO2 and water, I call it the electromethanol. Electromethanol would be a great solution for India. So what I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, is carbon dioxide is considered a one carbon problem. Methanol is a one carbon liquid solution. In fact, my hometown, Bangalore, the Transportation Authority, they're already blending 15% methanol with diesel. And methanol is one of the cleanest burning fuel known to mankind. It does not make any NOx. It's high octane fuel. And also it has high flame speed. And it also does not make any particulate emissions. So it's one of the cleanest fuel. It could also be used in diesel engines. You get very high torque using methanol in diesel engines. Methanol air could be compressed to 20:1 ratio. Whereas diesel, you could do anywhere from 12 to 15 is the fuel air ratio. So you get high torque with methanol. In fact, a 2-liter diesel engine can be substituted with 1.2-liter methanol engine, giving the same torque. And currently, methanol is also being considered the fuel for marine fuels. So methanol could solve a lot of India's problem as a bridge fuel, also as a green fuel in the long run. So methanol economy can be practiced for mankind. If CO2 is a problem, if carbon is the problem, carbon has to be the solution, I tell them. You know why? Because you and I, all living things on Earth, are made of carbon. Carbon has to be managed. Nature manages carbon through photosynthesis by recycling carbon. We all know that. And through chemistry, we can also recycle carbon. This is what we call the methanol economy. We have written a book called Beyond Oil and Gas, the Methanol Economy, with my colleague, late Nobel laureate George Ola. And this is being adopted not only in China, but India is also considering it. Sweden, Israel, and other countries are already thinking about adopting this simple idea. So CO2, one carbon problem, methanol, one carbon solution. We call it the KISS principle. Keep it simple, stupid, or keep it simple, silly principle. So I believe that India can benefit quite a bit with this methanol economy concept. I'm very happy this NTPC is already considering methanol, to make 10 tons a day a demonstration plant. In fact, there's already plants in Iceland where geothermal electricity is used to convert CO2 to methanol. In Anyang, China, there started a plant, 110,000 ton, green methanol production is happening in China as we speak. The plant has started. So these kind of ideas could also be adopted in India. These are mechanisms to store, energy into a liquid fuel. This is what we call methanol economy. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I wish your conference a great success. It is nice talking to you from Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That was Professor Surya Prakash from University of Southern California. His work in methanol generation from CO2 and other sources which he mentioned in his talk is commendable. And India, as he suggested, India should also take a step forward to convert this carbon dioxide to methanol and some green methanol generation also. So we thank you, sir, from the core of our heart for sharing your insightful thoughts. Our audience had a lot of takeaways from your talk, and we hope to see your association with NTPC and such events. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
In fact, a small announcement for this August gathering that we requested Mr. Surya Prakash to be part of our research initiative, and he has agreed to become the part of the Research Advisory Commission NETRA. And through this, we hope through this will take the company to another diversification to chemical chain and value chain and make the business maybe bigger than what we do today in power. Thank you.
I would now request our next speaker, Anil Razdan sir, to kindly share your thoughts.
Thank you very much for inviting me here. This hall is today witnessing a discussion on, I would say, the new energy paradigm that awaits us. And not too long ago, only 20 years back, this hall witnessed another momentous occasion, and that was preparation of the entire country's power sector for the new Electricity Act. We had prepared the act, the consultants did that, but ultimately you have to convince the users, the electricity producers in the country, the distributors, generators, that you need the new system. And we thought that we shouldn't engage outside experts to do it, but our own experts in the central sector. And it is here that the workshops were held, and they were dispersed all over the country to hold 3 meetings in every district at the field level. And it was happening right here. The control room was here guiding everybody. So I'm so happy that you're hosting this event here, because we are at the cusp of another cataclysmic change, I would say, in the energy sector. And India also has to change, being and producers of electricity and gradually, hopefully, of energy. Now, as far as the electricity sector is concerned, today, you're all aware, I don't have to give you those statistics. But in my view, for the purpose of today's discussion, I think there are 2 aspects. One is baseload power and the other is peaking power. There are 2 areas that our power system has to handle. And I'd say that we need clean energy in both sources. Now, coal is being called a villain, but there is no way out that we can abandon coal. I'm very clear about it. And the per capita emissions in India, I think that has to be the basis of any future discussion. That if we are a global entity, a global village, then per capita emissions equalization and same treatment has to be the basis of any future movement. And when we talk of per capita emissions, we are only about, as you all know, 1/3 of the global average. The West is moving fast, the developed countries, that is. We are also moving, but we have yet to peak. What to talk of reduction of emissions? Our energy demand is going to surge both in rural and urban areas. And in urban areas, particularly, you are witnessing, because of global warming and climate change, the need for air conditioning, along with the multi-storied buildings that are coming up in the Delhi metropolitan area, so to say. you're witnessing. Everybody needs lifts. You can't do without ACs. And now air purifiers are also added to that shopping list or the energy consuming list. So there is no escape from energy use as far as I see it. But the time today is short for a panel discussion. I would only urge that I think we break it into 2 or 3 components. One is base load. And what you in the NTPC need to, I think, look to is partners. And for base load power, I would say that enter into JVs with Coal India Limited. Our energy, I think, of the thermal variety is underpriced. We need to convince our regulators that the tariff must not only include the cost of production of electricity, but also the added cost of transition to the new paradigm. And for that new transition, whatever new areas that you're working on, and you're being asked to abandon your present format, move to the next, all that should be built into the system. So I would say that for baseload power, we need to do JVs, if possible, with CIL, as I said, but CIL I would keep for another area. I would say nuclear power corporation, an area where I had also worked in, is the ideal partner. We have not yet peaked. China has been moving far ahead of us in setting up nuclear power as baseload power. NPCIL needs financial muscle. Their generating base is low for various reasons. But I do not see any other cleaner power other than nuclear power right now. The other is peaking power. Now in peaking power, you might be surprised. I look at a partnership again with Coal India Limited. And that is for pumped storage projects. Because their abandoned surface coal mines provide enough land and landscape for pumped storage intelligently engineered. They need to also move into a new energy paradigm for the future. And I think that is where NTPC, which now has a large hydro portfolio, it's a very interesting matter that the first hydro plant of NTPC was also coal dam. So the word coal was there in Himachal Pradesh. But I would say today you have to be partners there. The other, I think, moving to the general side, you need to continue investing and be conscious through public debate on energy efficiency and energy management. Any wasteful use of electricity has to be warned in every home, establishment, factory, everywhere. That you switch off, you switch off. Air conditioning temperatures have to be strictly controlled. I've seen that in Japan. When the Fukushima incident happened and the nuclear plants were shut down, they were 50% dependent on nuclear power at that point of time. They themselves raised the air conditioning temperatures voluntarily. And if the temperature limit was, say, set at about 18 degrees, voluntarily the population and business establishments put it at 20. So that kind of public participation and discipline has to be needed. And it begins right here with people who are at the helm of affairs, that they must do it. Our expenditure on research and development in the country is woefully low. including the NTPC. I have no qualms in saying that. I think if you look at countries where we started when we attained independence, we may have entered Amrit Kal. We all enter these Kals. I've entered a Kal where I've lost my hair, not only turned gray or white. Time is going to take us into those Kals. But our expenditure on R&D, this is the future, the growth areas, the futures of economic domination of the future is still very low. How much does an organization like NTPC spend on R&D? I don't think you would like to disclose that. So we need to be futuristic. We must move up. That is where countries like Israel, Japan, Germany, who began after the Second World War at the same level, they moved far ahead. And the only point was this, even Korea. Industry must spend there, and we are part of that. The oil sector is rich. We've got to look in the public sector for collaborations. After all, who is the owner? It's the President of India. If the owner is the same, I do not see any reason why we cannot collaborate. I remember as Power Secretary, we used to have constant letters being exchanged by very competent joint secretaries like Alok. And of course, he was not the villain of the strongest English language being exchanged between each other. So I rang up my counterpart in coal, Harish Gupta, a very distinguished officer. And I told him, Harish, the owners of both companies is the President of India. Why do our joint secretaries have to exchange such strong letters with each other? Why can't two of us meet once a month over lunch with all our officers, across the table, decide what the issues are? And we met twice in Shram Shakti Bhavan. And after that, there was no need for any further meeting. In fact, we managed to improve the satisfaction level also. So these companies are owned by the same person, by the same taxpayer of the country, through the President of India. And I think we need to collaborate. Now, this, as has been rightly pointed out by Professor Surya Prakash, is in my view going to be the age of the chemical engineer. And a lot of engineering has to be done. And organizations like NTPC also, I think, need to include that part of technology in your system and as part of your organization. You're no longer going to be a thermal company. You must diversify and look forward. I would say that I've said, I think, more than enough to not only set the ball rolling, but hopefully not out of the ground. And we have a very dynamic ministry at the moment, a hot pace set by Alok and taken up by his predecessor, and a very knowledgeable minister, and a CA which is, after a long time, very active. And I think it's the right paradigm. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for showing the roadmap to achieve net zero target. You rightly addressed the issue of global warming and how climate change will lead to a surge in demand of electricity for both rural and urban areas. Sir emphasized the need of pumped storage and requirement of nuclear power in future.
I'll now request our next speaker, Shri Alok Kumar sir, to kindly share his thoughts. Sir, please.
Very good morning. I feel privileged to speaking at this summit, and also a special privilege to be sharing this with Dr. Kirit Parekh ji. He is a very distinguished personality in energy sector in India, and my senior Shri Anil Rajdan ji. Friends, they have mentioned most of the things I wanted to speak, but certain perspectives which I think that I should share with you this morning. India's energy transition, in my view, would be shaped by three aspects, key aspects: affordability, the energy security in terms of import dependency, and green jobs. You know, we have one statistics data point that in India, in around 2022, an Indian household was spending more than 6% on energy expenditure, whereas in Canada it was only 3%. Affordability is an issue. We are a country of low-income households. So our pace and our technology, it will have to see that its affordability remains the key aspect. Import dependency is very important because energy security, we are already facing huge import dependency of oil and gas. There are some projections by Niti Aayog which say even with all the efforts which we have projected to take, India will have an oil import dependency of around 79% and of gas 63%. So this is the biggest challenge for India, and we can't end up doing an energy transition in which we import all our manufacturing and jobs to China and other countries. This I've been saying in several. So we have to see that we manufacture in India and we create jobs in India. Otherwise, this democracy will not accept any transition. But we are all oldies. I think Dr. Kirit Parak is most senior and we are all oldies. But the future of energy transition in India will be decided by the technologists. People sitting on the other side, the young people. You will be the torch bearer and the source of all innovation and R&D. We are here to share, at least me, to share my wisdom and what I think about the policy perspective, so that when you go for R&D, you have keep in mind these circumstances in which India is trying to achieve energy transition. In the context of our contribution to historical emissions and our demand aspirations, India is doing more than what it ought to do in terms of its reduction of emission intensity and also the share of the electricity generation capacity based on non-fossil fuels. And India is taking a leadership position. But as Dr. Parik was saying and Mr. Razdan was saying, India is yet to develop. So we have to give priority to our development aspirations. That is the basic for our energy transition. IEA has got certain projections for a net zero scenario. Even in that scenario, our per capita energy would be only 51% of the world average in 2040. And our per capita emissions would be only 2.4 tons as compared to the world average of 4 tons at that 2040. So India has and need to have a lot of headroom to develop and choose the technology for its affordability requirement. Friends, in the India's circumstance of very limited domestic availability of oil and gas, the two key drivers for our energy transition will be energy efficiency and electrification. We have done wonderfully well in energy efficiency. We don't talk of much. We talk of only supply side. But half of the emission intensity reduction in India has come from energy efficiency side. We need to recognize it, and it's a very low cost initiative. We should pay more attention. When we talk of energy efficiency, we talk of only consumption. No. Even the less consumption of coal in a power plant is also energy efficiency. All power plants are bad candidates. So we need to continuously improve our generation efficiency also. And in that context, there's technology of ultra advanced supercritical plant, which Niti Aayog is pushing, is very important. We should, because coal is going to be our main support, we should have more efficient generation from coal, along with carbon capture whenever it gets commercialized. I have one view which I differ, sir. Dr. Parik, sir, pardon me. Carbon capture has a very big challenge of storage in a populated country like India. We are not US when we have all deserts and all. So carbon capture, even if it becomes affordable, this storage will become a challenge. Only time will tell. India's energy transition pathway, we keep on speaking, but in my view, pathway is clear to 2030. Beyond 30, it is only directional. Because technology will decide which pathway India will adopt to reach 2070. 2070 is an aspirational target. No country in the world has a clear pathway even up to 2035. We have declared 2070, but our pathway will be decided by the technological advancements. Second thing about electrification, I'll give you one data point. The current share of electricity and energy supply is around 20%. It is going to be around 40% by 2047. So electrification is going to be key because we can use our renewable energy in the most efficient manner through electricity. It's no other way. So renewable energy will get even 4 times because, let me tell you, the share of electricity in energy will get doubled and energy requirement itself will get doubled because we will consume 2.1 times of energy what we are consuming today. So we'll have 4 times of renewable energy by when we turn 2047. The renewable energy integration is a very well discussed. Storage is the key. PSP is a solution which is there in front of us. But in long term, I think battery has to come because PSP will have some limitation. Chairman CA is sitting here. I am also very enthusiastic. We issued this policy of PSP, but ultimately battery storage in the current scenario will going to be the major thing beyond 2030. But we are not paying adequate attention to the supply chains for these important items like batteries and electrolyzers. If you see China's story, what we see them as the PV module supplied to the whole world, it is a hard work of last 20 years. Supply chains don't come in 2, 3, 4 years. They take long. Opening a mine of lithium and then mine processing, I'm told, takes more than a decade. So we have to work as whole of the government. Energy transition can't be taken only by Ministry of Power, Ministry of Renewable Energy or Ministry of Coal. It has to be whole of the government approach because industrial policy of government is going to play a very important role for development of supply chains. We have 2 technologies on horizon which we are depending upon beyond 2030 in large way. The battery storage and electrolyzers. But we are still not prepared on that scale in terms of developing supply chains. So in my view, we should have more resources, commitment for R&D, for our incentives, and for building supply chains. It takes a lot of diplomacy, a lot of international collaboration. One more point, the DISCOMs, the villain. We normally discuss they're the villain, but no, they're ultimately the people who are working on the ground. DISCOM's role will get more critical when you think that electricity demand is going to be 4 times, its share in energy services is going to be 4 times what we have today. And most of the electricity will be handled by DISCOMs. So DISCOMs reforms are going to be critical and role of states is very important in reforming DISCOMs. Central government is doing a bit, but whatever state governments they do or they don't do will depend on that will decide the condition of DISCOMs and that will decide our electrification and that will decide our energy transition. Friends, there are 2 more data points. The industrial share in energy will increase from 43% to 51%. So we want to become manufacturing giant. And we have to produce steel and cement for our infrastructure building, for our cities building. Buildings will consume, today they consume 6% energy, they will consume 12.6% in 2047. So we have to see that where the energy consumption will be and we have to deploy technology which is there to save energy and to turn it greener in those uses in buildings and industries. In that context, I feel industrial energy, the green hydrogen is with the path we have chosen is very important, but I have one different viewpoint. The government is thinking of scaling up green hydrogen through exports. export competitiveness is going to be a difficult area. My view is that we will have to create domestic demand first, scale up, be competitive, have your supply chains, and then enter the world with big bang. Only then you will have the ground for green hydrogen push for India and outside India. There's one aspect which we have not taken seriously, the seriousness it deserves is the involvement of states. So all these targets and all these plans are being done at international and national level. But states are going to be the key player. They hold the key to the energy transition in terms of pushing charging infrastructure for electric vehicles, providing land, providing right of way, providing the budget space to reform the tariff of power consumers and all. We have to work more closely with states and have their energy transition plans and work with them that, okay, this will benefit you also in terms of more green jobs, more taxes, more manufacturing jobs. So our work with states has to take a higher scale. Before I close, there are two technologies which we need to pay more attention. Electric cooking is one which has not caught the attention. We are building the city gas distribution networks based on the prospect of huge imports of LNG. That will not work. Government doesn't have the money to give subsidy to households. We must work more intensively for electric cooking. And one more, I was talking in the morning when we were waiting for this session to begin, is the concentrated solar power. I believe CSP can be one substitute for battery storage. It can give us peaking power. It is homegrown. All of the CSP can be manufactured and set up in India, and it can compete with gas as a peaker. It can compete with battery also as a peaker. Our technology should work more for CSP. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That was Alok Kumar, sir. He touched all the aspects of the power generation, like efficiency, storage, consumption scenario, and RE integration. He also called us the torchbearer of this power sector. So we assure you, sir, that we'll live up to your expectation. And as he mentioned, that the power industrial share is going to increase in future, and power is required for all the sectors like oil and gas also. So we deeply appreciate the time and effort you dedicated for preparing, for collecting all those data and letting us know and delivering such a compelling talk on the topic. Your commitment to policy and regulatory affairs and your passion for making India a clean and green country evident throughout. And it has resonated strongly with our audience. Next we have Ghanshyam Prasad, sir, Chairman CEA. I'll request you to kindly share your thoughts, sir. Please welcome Ghanshyam Prasad, sir.
A very, very warm good morning to everyone. Dr. Krit S. Parekh, sir. Sri Anil Rajdan, sir. Sri Alok Kumar ji. All the senior dignitaries which are sitting in front of me today. Shri Suri Prakash, professor who joined from University of Southern California and gave and shared his thought today. So after hearing to 4 stalwarts in the field, not much to add, but then it takes me back to my early days, which I often get nostalgic on such events as when we start the career. I think the time when I entered my college, NTPC was just born. When I passed out from the college, PowerGrid was born. And so on and so forth, as I progressed in my career, other organizations kept on
getting into the power sector. But Acharya did mention about coming from normal to subnormal and then coming to abnormal. I think the task that is left to us and to the youngsters who is sitting ahead of me is how to again bring the abnormal back to normal. I think that's going to be a big challenge. I think all of us pointed out towards all the challenges that will be required for sustainable development of the power sector. If we see right from the supply side, we talked about, then we talked about the transmission side, distribution side, supply chains, manufacturing, so on and so forth. And the most important, which was touched by Alok Kumar ji, is taking states along with us and not to forget the aspirations of the consumers that we have in the country. I think in this endeavor, ministry as well as the planners have been working together with the states. And since the supply side is going to be a constraint in view of the demand that was being highlighted by the speakers today. Demand, I take it in two manners. One is the normal growth that we presume, which is supposed to happen as we go along. But at times, we also experience the unplanned demand. And that unplanned demand in some days, some months, is definitely throws bigger challenge to us. Either we call it as a seasonal type of variations or crunch period, what was a new word which is being coined now. And these unplanned demand, which has this time also we experienced in the range of around 20%, 22% and all. And those were the days where we spent sleepless night thinking how to meet this kind of a challenge. But with the support of all the stakeholders, I think we were able to succeed and try to do it. Why I say that the things are shifting is depending on the situation, we need to take different actions. So just to quote one is when we studied earlier, we used to always concentrate on the evening peaks. It is no longer valid now. And we wanted, because the type of generation, the generation mix had changed, and we wanted our demand to shift towards the solar hours, and that we somehow succeeded, but a lot more is required to be done. So that if we are trying to integrate more and more solar into the system, we need to also shift the demand towards the solar side so that we don't face the challenges in that aspect. We have succeeded, and last 2 years, we have been getting our peaks during the solar hours. Even 240 gigawatt also occurred during the solar hours. It was around 2:30 to 3 p.m. and that's like. So similar things we'll have to identify areas wherein the demands can be shifted towards this so that least amount of effort is made towards the non-solar hours, which again becomes a big challenge for us. Even though the demand during the evening peak is lesser than the day peak, but still we are facing huge amount of issues to cater to these demands. Now, who again makes this demand realize is again, we will have to take states along with us. And in that endeavor, we have tried to see that all these states plan their resource adequacy. And this has become one of the very key challenging activity which we need to take them along. And all the states need to participate, not only the states, even we have to drill down to the DISCOM level. Each DISCOM must plan their resource adequacy and try to see that they have enough resources to meet the aspirations of the consumer. Consumer will not leave us, or will not be spared by the consumers if we are not able to give them 24/7 reliable, quality, affordable power, and all the adjectives that you want to add to this. But that's the kind of aspiration that each consumers have now, and we have no option to this. Now, if we see in that kitty, if we start planning for the resource adequacy, we have to be very, very careful. Careful, why I say is because we had seen an era of deficit wherein anything and everything that we kept on adding into the system that was getting absorbed, generators were happy, absolutely no issues. We accelerated the pace of capacity addition, and 5 to 6 years we added at a pace of around 12%, 13% in the coal sector itself. Where we ended up into having a stress assets into the system, and making surplus or managing surplus became another issues with all the planners, all the developers, all the stakeholders, and even the sentiments to the investors itself got hurt because we did had some stress assets into our system. We did take some measures. It took 3, 4, 5 years to really get into that stress assets, so that again we are supposed to bring the confidence of the investors back in the generation sector. And until we do this, the things will not happen. And the kind of targets that is being projected, whether it is coal, gas, will not be there definitely, but coal, hydro PSP, renewables, all these segments require a lot of investment, and the investors' confidence has to be brought back into the system. So managing deficit was easier. Managing surplus became further difficult. But again, we are now at a juncture where we are almost touching the deficit. We are tending towards deficit, and until we take measures, we need to again bring it back to an optimal mix wherein we neither stress the assets, but at the same time, we are able to meet the demand of the system. Now, when we talk about this, we have limited kitty that is available to us, and starting from coal. Earlier, we were definitely thinking 4 or 5 years back, if I recall my own days in ministry, we were thinking that we need to slightly retire some of the coal-based power plants. Now the thinking has changed because of the capacity crunch, and we say that we will not retire any of these plants. And again, the focus has shifted towards R&M. But if I talk to these segments of more capacity in the coal, and anywhere we are talking somewhere, we started talking first around 25 gigawatt, then we shifted to 50 gigawatt, and now we are even thinking about 70 to 80 gigawatts of coal getting added into the system for the next 10 years. And if that's the kind of requirement that the country is thinking in that space, we also need to see the vendors' availability into the space. Probably there's a challenge that is going to be there with the vendors itself. And right now, if I'm not mistaken, we just have 2 vendors into the place. Either it is BHEL or L&T who are taking the EPC contracts. BOP again has a challenge. And if we have to see all these spaces, probably we'll have to relook at everything, and probably NTPC having the most experienced company in the coal segment, probably you have to come up to this challenge and try to see how do we resolve these aspects of it. Gas definitely is not a good solution for Indian condition, as we don't have gas. But whatever capacity of gas that we have, that is around 24 gigawatt, out of which roughly 20 can be harnessed. We are hardly getting, even during the peak time, with all best efforts, we have been able to get around 10 gigawatts. The remaining 10 gigawatts can be utilized as early as possible. We are trying to see how to really get to that. Sir, coming towards the transmission side, definitely we have shifted our focus from the normal capacity-based planning to the potential-based planning, and that is how we have been able to we'll be able to cater to the needs of RE integrations. As CA, we had also come out with 500 gigawatt of transmission plant, which has given a very good visibility. And now the next challenge, since it is going to be of hydrogen, so we are working on the transmission network for the green hydrogen plants as well, so that we have already got a demand for around 78 gigawatt of hydrogen capacity, which is coming into this system as of now. And the transmission line for some of them have been at a very advanced stage. We'll be completing this exercise and releasing the report. And these are coming in a time frame of somewhere around 26, 27 onwards, going up to 31, 32. The importance of PSP definitely has been highlighted. And sir, I think you also mentioned about the having some collaborations with Coal India, who does have abandoned mines, and we are working with Coal India as well, so that we see that these abandoned mines can become natural reservoirs, so that we are able to harness the PSPs. And in that space, I think a good signal that has started coming is because all the major industry in the country, whether it is steel or any other that you can think of, they want to go green as early as possible. So they have taken a number of initiatives to harness PSPs. And as of now, even Ministry of Environment and Forest has cleared, given that TORs, issued the TORs for roughly around 52 gigawatt of capacity. And these all are coming in the private sector, which is a very good sign for the country because we need PSP at a much larger pace. And if I may say, as of now, the picture that emerges as of now is with just an installed capacity of only 4.7 gigawatt as of now. We'll be adding 2,700 megawatt next year, 24-25, and then around 8,000 megawatt by 26-27. That will be the year when we'll start getting the fruits of the new capacity that is being targeted to. And from 26-27 onwards, we are likely to touch around 30 to 40 gigawatt by 31-32. So that's our aim. That means even if we have 50 gigawatt in the pipeline, but on the even conservative scenario, we can have that kind of a capacity. Coming towards the reform side, sir, I think a number of reforms, Alokji has been my mentor in that reform process. And I think along with you, sir, I think we have been able to resolve a number of issues in the power sector. But as I always used to think that probably I have done or we have done a good thing and probably the next will not be there. But every day we keep on getting new issues, new challenges, and that's probably the theme of the summit today as well. That we need to have, how do we really resolve these challenges, and move forward as we go along in the power sector. Energy efficiency definitely has been talked about. I'll just touch upon one more area, sir, because we have been talking more on the one sun, one world, one grid aspect of it. And India is pushing in this area. Though we have interconnections with Bhutan, Nepal, Bangladesh, and to some extent with Myanmar, we would definitely like to push it towards Sri Lanka, which is now at an advanced stage. DPR is getting prepared, sir. And Singapore and Saudi Arabia, just we have a recent MOU, which Honorable Minister, in the presence of Honorable Minister, it was signed, and we are trying to push it. BIMSTEC Energy Center is being established at Bangalore, and India has taken a lead in the BIMSTEC now, and we'll be trying to see that this goes through. Slightly touching upon the R&D aspect of it, because Honorable Minister is very, very keen on this, and the Apex committee has been formed on this space. And the idea now is whatever we take up as a research and development project that has to see the light of the day, and it has got to go up to the manufacturing stage as well. So we will be working on this. And the technical committee on the R&D is under the chairmanship of Chairman CA only. And we had a number of discussions. We are almost going to finalize few projects that can be taken up. And the idea is to take it up to the manufacturing stage as well. I've just come to know about one project of geothermal, sir, which has been now being undertaken in Uttarakhand. That is going to be of 10 megawatt. This is new area of entry where the country is leading to. Since Director NPCIL is also here, I can't take the chance of not mentioning about the importance of nuclear. But the nuclear, even though the pace has accelerated with a capacity of around 7,000 megawatt as of now, I think we are going to add another 8,000 megawatt by 29-30 in that space, and roughly 7,000 megawatt is further on the pipeline in the nuclear side. But what will be more required is probably how we have some kind of flexibility and some kind of flexible operation, at least in the new nuclear power plants, that will be more challenging and probably that will be required. Other areas probably definitely is the market development, because the things are changing, the procurement is changing, the buy and sell behaviors are changing, and since the buyer and the sellers behaviors are changing, probably more and more shift will have to happen towards the market development, power market development, and we have started seeing this shift in the power market development, and probably that will be another areas where the people will have to concentrate. Regulatory challenges will definitely be there. I just want to touch upon one more, because we keep on talking about net zero by 2070, and probably we had been concentrating on that as well. But as mentioned by the previous speakers, that we have been able to meet the challenges of the NDC much ahead of the time. We have set the higher targets, and probably the target of 2030 will also be surpassed, because by then probably the RE capacity, which was targeted to be around 50%, will be reaching around 65% as of now. So maybe 2070 target itself can be advanced. That's one part. And in that endeavor, what I feel is we are targeting greening of the states ahead of 2070. Say, for example, greening of the island, Andaman Nicobar Island, we are already on the job, and we have already prepared that report, sir. And even we are thinking, as CA, we have recommended that why not we connect Andaman Nicobar Island with a subsea cable, so that the reliability of that island can be maintained. And we do have some further plans in the Andaman Nicobar Island as per the strategic regions as well. There are certain other states which have potential to go green much earlier, and these states are, for example, Goa. We have Uttarakhand, we have Himachal Pradesh, and with whom the CA is working to make these states green much earlier to 2070 as such. So these are some of the thoughts I thought I'll just share with you. And of course, the changes, challenges, solutions, all these are part of the power sector. And since the power sector being dynamic, I think we all need to gear up and try to accept the challenges and the changes that is going to happen. And the new generation will definitely need to cope up and need to come up to the expectations of the consumers. With that note, I wish the summit to be a grand success, and at the end of the day, definitely we will be more than happy to receive whatever the suggestions that has come into the summit. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your experiences and reminding us that remembering consumer aspirations and be always ready for unplanned demands.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the time to share your insight and experience. Your dedication and excellence and willingness to share your expertise have greatly enriched our event. Your expertise in the field was evident, and your constant effort and ability to make big changes left lasting impression to everyone present here. I would like to thank everyone, and I'll just 1 second. So I'd like to request our ED to CMD, Sri Shanmuga sir, to kindly come up on the stage and felicitate our speakers with a token of love from NTPC. I would first like to request Shanmuga sir to kindly felicitate Sri Alok Kumar sir. Please give a big round of applause for all our speakers. They have been role and inspiration to the whole country. Next, may I please request him to felicitate Sri Anil Razdan sir. The clap should go on. Next, I would like to request him to felicitate Mr. Ghanshyam Prasad sir, Chairman CA. And finally, and last but not never the least, Sri Parik sir. I request Shanmuga sir to kindly felicitate him. A big round of applause for all the speakers. They are the ones who are shaping the future of power sector in India, and we are all very grateful and thankful to them. We have been, Shanmuga sir, just one moment. We have been joined by Shri KB Dubey sir and Abhay Bakre sir, Director General, Bureau of Energy Efficiency. So I would request KB Dubey sir and Bakri sir to please come up on the dais. We would like to welcome them on in this gets. KB Dubey sir, please give a big round of applause. KB Dubey sir is the former Director Projects of NTPC. He has been inspirational to all of us. Please come, sir. Please give up for KB Dubey, sir. Sorry, Abhay Bakre, sir. Sorry. Abhay Bakre, sir. Okay. Director General, Bureau of Energy Efficiency. So, yeah, I think Dubey sir has left. Okay. So thank you, sir. Thank you, all the speakers. We are very grateful.
Before leaving, let's have a photo together. All the speakers and our CMD to ED to CMD, sir.
Sir, please join. Thank you so much, sir. So I'll request you to take your seat downstairs, sir. Thank you. So next we have exhibition stalls. Sorry, just 1 second. Sir, 1 second. You may leave, sir. Sir, I'll request you may leave. Sir, I'll request ED to CMD, sir, to kindly felicitate our session developers for this session. They have done a lot of effort, put in a lot of effort to make this a successful event. So I'll request Pankaj Gupta, sir, to please come up on the dais to take receive the memento from our ED to CMD, sir.
Next, I request Shri Dipankar Haldar sir to come up on stage and receive a memento, a token of love and respect from Shamugam sir.
A lot of effort has been put in to bring all those great speakers on the dais. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Shanmuga, sir. So next we have the exhibition stalls which are outside this hall, and I'll request all the guests to please
for high tea.
Please go and see the commendable job done by all the participants there from NTPC, engineering, Netra, and all our participants. And we have also tea and snacks arranged outside. So we'll assemble back in 20 minutes. We are already running short of time. So I'll request everyone to come back in 20 minutes and we'll start with our next session. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Engineering Calculator app, an initiative of NTPC Engineering and Corporate IT Department, was launched on the last raising day. After significant appreciation of Engineering Calculator app from various stakeholders, version 2.0 of the app has been prepared with additional modules for engineering thumb rule calculations and understanding dynamic energy market scenarios. Modules added in version 2.0 of the app include biomass co-firing module, hydrogen generation emission calculator module, imported coal and RLNG generation cost and CO2 emission comparison. Biomass co-firing module. This module will help to determine biomass quantity required for plants based on its co-firing ratio and PLF. It will also calculate NTPC plant-wise biomass requirement, which will help to plan for procurement of biomass. The interactive module will also help to find out state-wise availability of surplus biomass and availability of biomass crop-wise. Hydrogen generation emission calculator module. The module has been designed to calculate the CO2 emissions from hydrogen generation. The interactive module allows the users to select type of electrolyzer, power source, PLF, etc., and calculates the CO2 emissions from the hydrogen generation. Imported coal and RLNG generation cost and CO2 emission comparison module. This module provides sensitivity analysis for the generation cost, total import, and CO2 emissions for the required generation. The module can help stakeholders in deciding the type of fuel to be imported for meeting the peak generation requirements based on the market fuel prices and million units to be generated.
सब आ गया सर, कुछ लगाने की सीक्वेंस है क्योंकि हम बुलाने कहाँ चला गया ये जो बोले सॉरी आपको हाथ में दे दिया तो ये और मेरा हाथ है इसको रहने दो ना ठीक है दिक्कत नहीं होती हाँ हाँ इसके साथ मेरे पास दो लोग हैं
कहाँ से मिले हिंदी से? सर आप लोगों की टीम है बिल दे दिए, बिल दे दिए, नहीं जब सही है। पांच छह लोग बोलना, छह नहीं अभी नहीं बैठेंगे। अभी आगे फिर तो स्लाइड जो सबको चेंज करते हैं, डिलीट करते हैं। आ जाओ यहाँ पे ना तुम्हारा एक मैडम आगे गौरव मोड़ी ना कौन कौन है नाम बताओ ये जल्दी। सेशन डेवलपर कौन है? सेशन डेवलपर मैडम मॉडरेटर है। मॉडरेटर है सेक्शन हाँ उनको रिक्वायरमेंट कुछ बताएंगे हमको ठीक है। आए थे कौन नंबर दो नंबर सिक्स वाला नंबर है क्या? 6232 509 6322 6232 एक्चुअली 6 वाला 9163 ये मैं मुझे याद आ रहा था ना ये ना मैं कल ड्यूटी में फोन है 91638 05 655 655 कॉलेज कॉल लॉगिंग मॉडरेटर मिला के 4 है ना 3 मॉडरेटर मिला के सर आप ये जो आपके पैनल डिस्कशन में स्टेज पे कितने लोग बैठेंगे अभी 3 लोग तो ये चेयर का तो जैसा है उसी तरह रहेगा ना पैनल एक 3 ही लोग बैठेंगे नेम प्लेट उसका नहीं लगवाना है सर तीनों लोग का नेम प्लेट मेरे पास नहीं है
नहीं अभी प्रेजेंटेशन थोड़ी नहीं करेंगे हाँ नाम तो डिस्कशन प्रेजेंटेशन नेक्स्ट में है नेक्स्ट के बाद होगा नहीं प्रेजेंटेशन मेरे पास ये देते कि कहाँ क्या तो प्रेजेंटेशन करेंगे
मैं उधर से दिख नहीं रही थी क्या सर कौन कह रही है मैं दिख नहीं रही छिप जा रही
मैं वहाँ गया ही
वो उस तरफ बैठी हुई थी
ठीक है डॉक्टर विजय प्रकाश का नेम प्लेट बना और इसमें लगा उनको विजय प्रकाश को बुला
डॉक्टर विजय प्रकाश एनटीपीसी उनका ये स्लाइड
का जरूरत नहीं है उसको तुम बोल कितना टाइम देंगे हाँ तुम सर एक चेयर भी बढ़ाना है एक चेयर 4 चेयर एक चेयर सर ये विजय प्रकाश का नेम प्लेट चलते हैं अपने उसमें तो पता ही होगा आपको
एनटीपीसी के नहीं पता
स्ट्रीम लेफ्ट में रहेंगे विजय के साथ किधर रहेंगे अभी ऐसा तो नहीं विजय सर एकदम स्ट्रीम लेफ्ट में रहेंगे या चेयर एक लगा देना
तुम्हारा
सॉरी ना ये उधर लास्ट ना मंगवा दिया प्रिंट रूम में। नहीं नहीं, वो मैं आपको आपके लिए लगा दूँ। सर
Prakash sir, head of new projects and
No, it's not new. It is engineering services.
head of engineering services.
Engineering services.
Fresh लिखने के इधर।
नहीं, खाली engineering services with more than 34 years of experience in NTPC, in environment, climate change,
Energy transition.
qualification लिखना तो he is having PhD in engineering and 2 masters degree.
Still in engineering.
हाँ,
Environmental.
and 2 masters. One in environment engineering and in social work. बहुत कुछ है।
पहले विनोद काल आएंगे, फिर गौरव मोर आएंगे, फिर अपने विजय प्रकाश गौरव जो है सबसे फर्स्ट, सबसे पहले तो उनका इधर आया। और ये बोल दूंगी कि अगर बागले डायरेक्टर जनरल VEE and Raghuram sir, chairman DVC had come but had to leave due to sudden engagement with exigency. Rajnath Ram, advisor energy and natural resources. बोलने की जरूरत नहीं।
आप विजय प्रकाश जी लेंगे सेशन डेवलपमेंट ये NSP का
सेशन डेवलपर वो तो मोमेंटो के टाइम सेशन डेवलपर को इंट्रोड्यूस करेंगे
नहीं इंट्रोड्यूस नहीं
बाद में देने के लिए।
हाँ बोलो सब चलेगा NSP से AG आगे वही चलो ठीक है काफी मार्केट
ATNPR
दोबारा सेटिंग पेन भी है
Engineering Calculator app, an initiative of NTPC Engineering and Corporate IT Department, was launched on the last raising day. After significant appreciation of Engineering Calculator app from various stakeholders, version 2.0 of the app has been prepared with additional modules for engineering thumb rule calculations and understanding dynamic energy market scenarios. Modules added in version
I would request everyone to kindly take your seat. We'll begin just our session. We are a little bit late on schedule, but we'll try to cover this up in the time frame. Everybody is kindly requested to take your seat. We welcome you all back to the conference, and we hope that you enjoyed your tea and snacks. So, as per schedule, we'll now begin with our first panel discussion, Prospective of Carbon Market in India to Achieve Net Zero. I am truly honored to stand before you today as we delve into the topic of great significance and relevance in power sector. The subject we are about to explore embodies the cutting edge of environment and power and holds the potential to shape the future in profound ways. The importance of our chosen topic cannot be overstated. Carbon trading and carbon markets have become vital tools for encouraging business and organizations to invest in low carbon technologies. Numerous countries have already established their own carbon markets, and many others are in process of developing their systems. India is also in process of creating its own carbon market. Before we introduce our esteemed panel of guests, let's watch a brief video on the history of carbon trading.
In recent years, with a growing consensus on the impact of various greenhouse gases on global warming and climate change, The international community has recognized the pressing need to address this issue. Carbon markets have become a crucial tool in the effort to incentivize organizations and businesses to reduce greenhouse gas emission by establishing a price on carbon. Carbon credit is a tradable permit that represents a specific amount of greenhouse gas emissions an entity is allowed to emit. Annually, organizations with substantial carbon footprints receive allowances based on their historic emissions, which can be traded in a secondary market. If a company surpasses its allowance, it must acquire additional carbon units from the market. Conversely, by implementing emission reduction measures, they can sell surplus units in the market. Carbon markets helps emission reduction by putting a price for carbon reduction through a market-based approach, promoting economic efficiency and providing flexibility, allowing business to reduce emissions where it is cost-effective, thereby incentivizing emission reductions. The Kyoto Protocol laid the foundation for the establishment of carbon markets and introduced the concept of emissions trading. In 2015, the groundbreaking Paris Agreement further established a framework for global collaboration for emissions trading. Compliance carbon market is a regulatory system where companies are required to purchase and surrender emissions allowances to meet government-mandated emission reduction targets. Voluntary carbon market is a system where organizations, individuals, or companies can purchase carbon offsets voluntarily to compensate for their emissions, even in the absence of regulatory requirements. Numerous regions and countries have initiated their carbon trading mechanisms. The EU emission trading system has grown to become one of the largest carbon markets, with other nations, including China, Japan, the United States, establishing their own carbon market. To mitigate the effects of carbon leakage, EU ETS have come up with an instrument called Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanisms. In this, the imports need to pay a carbon tax corresponding to the price they would have paid if the goods had been produced under the EU's carbon pricing rules. In line with the global trends, India have made significant efforts to combat climate change. We have set ambitious targets of RE capacity addition and consumption, along with significant reduction in carbon emissions, with NTPC spearheading the energy transition of the nation. India initiated its first carbon offset program in 2008, followed by a series of measures to reduce CO2 emissions. After years of diligent efforts and meticulous planning, India announced the carbon credit trading scheme on June 28, 2023, marking a significant step towards establishing a national carbon market, which is currently in the process of implementation. In recent years, with the
So let's start the panel discussion. I would first like to invite our moderator, Ms. Gauri Johar, ED S&P Global. Madam serves as Executive Director in Transition and Clean Tech Global Consulting Team, having a wide experience of 24 plus years in energy consulting systems. Prior to joining S&P Global, she has also worked as Commercial Advisor, Policy and Regulatory Affairs at BP in India, Senior Consultant at PFC Energy, leading PFC Energy's integrated energy business. She has additional certifications in ESG and climate bonds, climate change mitigation in developing countries. Now I would like to say that Mr. Abhay Bhakre, Director General, Head of BEE, and Sri Raghuram Sir, Chairman DVC, had come for the panel discussion but had to leave due to some sudden engagements.
So we have few panelists whom I would like to call upon. I take the honor and pleasure to introduce our panelists, and I would request them to come up on dais as I introduce them. I make a brief introduction of them. First, I would like to request Mr. Vinod Kala to come up on the dais. Shri Kala founded an Emergent Ventures International EVI, one of the leading developers of carbon credits in the world. He introduced variety of financing structures using carbon credits. EVI has delivered its work in sustainability, climate change mitigation and adaptation, renewable energy development, and clean finance across 28 countries, 800 plus assignments, catalyzing 250 plus million tons of GHG reduction and trade of 50 million plus carbon credits. Vinod Kala was amongst the pioneers to bring private equity into renewable energy aggregation business in India. Vinod has MBA from Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad, India, after his degree in mechanical engineering. We welcome you, sir, on the panel. Our next panelist is Shri Gaurav Muda. Shri Gaurav is head of energy sector, EY in India. He has led several growth strategy, large-scale business transformation and digital transformation initiatives with clients including globally with BP, Shell, ExxonMobil, Rosneft, and many others in India. He led the growth of strategy with NTPC, REC, Power Grid, and the list goes on. He has overseen several new projects across energy sector, specifically for new energies including solar, wind, hydrogen for energy clients on large scale energy transition programs leveraging new age technologies. Gaurav is an alumnus of IIM Calcutta and Sri Ram College of Commerce. We welcome you, sir. I'll kindly request everyone to give a round of applause for a panelist and Madam Gauri. We have one more.
Our next panelist is Dr. Vijay Prakash, sir, Head of Engineering Services. He has more than 34 years of experience in NTPC, energy transition, climate change, and carbon sequestration. He is PhD in environmental engineering and has 2 masters in environmental engineering and 1 in social work. Please welcome Dr. Vijay Prakash, sir.
We welcome you all in this edition of GETS, and it's now my pleasure to hand over the reins of this session to our esteemed moderator, Srimati Gauri Johar. As we move forward, I am confident that she will guide us through the remaining segments with her expertise. Throughout the session, we encourage active participation from the audience and will take few questions towards the end of the session. I would request you to write it down in your chit and hand it over to our usherers as they come along. If you raise your hand, they'll come to you. Over to you, madam.
Thank you so much, Pushpanjali and Vivek, for laying the foundation of this program. And thank you for all of you to be here and for the Power Management Institute to organize this and call S&P Global to be part of this. We really appreciate it. And for our fabulous panelists here. So since this is the panel between you and lunch, we will keep this interesting, swift, and fast moving with great insights. So this is a panel which it's rare to have 3 fellow consultants on the panel, and I'm glad to be here with you all, Vinod and Gaurav, and to have the guidance of Vijay, who really, I think, prepared a lot with your team, the knowledge inputs for this panel. So thanks for coming in and stepping in last minute as well. I think I'll start with you, Vinod. I think you've had a very illustrious career, more than 30 years in the field of sustainable finance, which is fascinating because I think there are not too many people who have that credential around. So it's really great to have you on this panel. So when we look at this world of sustainable finance, and I think Dr. Kirit Parekh also talked about having this new paradigm for climate finance to come. And I think this with COP28, that is one of the main ingredients of the conversations. What do you think is the role of carbon markets? Where do you see this going from this, this long lens that you've developed?
Briefly, am I audible? So to briefly, state this fact that fundamentally most clean technologies, whether renewable energy, whether energies, whether EVs, benefits, they all are very transformative technologies, and they are transforming very rapidly as well. So they're changing very rapidly. Their cost performance is improving very rapidly. And therefore, the 3 objectives that I think our earlier illustrious experts highlighted, which was 1, affordability, the second, jobs, and The third is the climate impact that, of course, it should have, and the energy security that it should provide, right? So all these clean technologies actually can serve all the three angles. So this is one very important issue. And how this serve, of course, will be driven by carbon market that I'll explain. But fundamentally, the technologies are actually at a point where they are already very affordable, in the sense that if you look at just the cost of production of solar and wind, they are much cheaper than than the thermal power plants, thermal power essentially. And if you look at the fundamental change in their cost performance further, which is likely to happen, then their cost is likely to fall below the variable cost of production of thermal power. So they are actually going to make energy far more affordable than it is today, right? So that is one point. The second point is that the number of jobs that the green economy or the green path, kind of system will require or will need will be far more than the people who are employed in the current energy sector. So the number of jobs are actually increasing. Right? And the third is, of course, energy security, because you are actually producing this energy inside India. So therefore, obviously, it is far more secure. So from India's perspective, and from, I think, global perspective, this meets all the three criteria. That is one point, and the second is becoming more and more effective. Now, how carbon markets help? The carbon markets help by making a market evolve for clean technology investments. So clean technology investments can be supported when there is a price to carbon. And initially, of course, this actually fills the price gap. But later on, it just puts the cost on emissions, which are actually being still made by the industry or by various players. And because the cost exists, they have an incentive either to use clean technologies inside their systems or to procure them from outside. And this therefore makes it very efficient investment. So I think Dr. Kirit Parikh said, for example, $1.4 trillion will be needed for Indian power system by 2060 to actually to make this green transition. How will this $1.4 trillion come? Obviously, the government will not be able to provide it and will not provide it, will not need to provide it. If there is a strong carbon market, the investment will flow driven by the carbon price, driven by carbon, right? And the carbon market therefore provides two elements. One, it puts a cost. So you actually have an internal reason to reduce emissions or to use more clean products. And the second is it encourages widespread activities to reduce carbon, right? So it can involve farmers, for example, to set up trees so that carbon actually can be absorbed. It can actually, invite IPPs to set up renewable energy plants, because this also, has a carbon angle. Although currently there are a lot of complexities around IPPs or the renewable energy getting carbon. But I'm saying if there was a pure, simple system of carbon price, this would encourage activities at a very wide scale across the economy. And therefore, economy-wide participation can happen. And my sense is that if carbon schemes were not hindered by a lot of policy measures, carbon scheme was pure play carbon market, I think the target of 2060 becoming net zero for power sector could be achieved possibly by 2040 or even earlier. So I think this is one important point we must bear in mind, that we must allow markets to play their role, right? You can tighten them, you can make them stricter, you can make them more robust, you can make them, in different ways powerful and widely spread. But carbon markets can be a very important means of getting to net zero much, much faster than otherwise would be possible, because then you'll be still struggling. How will I make that investment? Where will the investment come from? Whether people will invest or not, whether I need to provide subsidies or not. All these questions can really be answered. I think it's very
great. So I think that's very interesting, because you said, like this $1.4 trillion, this is that market mechanism. If it is allowed to work, it can accelerate the financing. And I think Mr. Ghanshyam Prasad also talked about, questioning whether 2070 can be brought forward as well. So I think what you're saying is that this is the way to actually make this happen, make clean technologies flow in, and by putting that cost on emissions and allowing the markets to work. So I think, Gaurav, you work with a host of clients, both national, international, regional players as well. What are you seeing in terms of the international best practices when you're working in this area, which now that we are setting up our carbon market, we should definitely keep in mind?
So I think Vinod spoke extensively about what carbon markets and the need for carbon markets. There are some clear learnings from international success on this in terms of the how of carbon markets. And that how essentially in a way translates into broadly three agenda. In a way, it's the triangle of sustainability for the carbon markets. There are three aspects. Aspect one is, as Vinod also alluded, we should not make it bureaucratic. But at the end of the day, carbon markets, we've seen how commodity markets can become extremely volatile and sometimes lose the intent in just taking the form and hurting the industry. So the intent of carbon markets, which is to ensure that carbon is exchanged, and yet it's helping reduce overall emissions. It's important that the first part of the triangle is robustness of the carbon markets. When I say robustness, it includes aspects like not just looking at the intensity for carbon credits, which is percentage reduction, but also looking at the absolute targets. Because sometimes what can happen is your absolute emissions may keep on increasing, but the percentage is reducing. So, the form versus substance becomes a challenge. Similarly, the European Union has witnessed several situations where carbon credits were being taken by the bigger companies, but largely they were leaking emissions or part of their production process to third parties, which were not under the overall scheme. So such leakages also happen. So these kind of things need to be taken into account to make sure that the intent is taken care of, and therefore the first part of the triangle, which is robustness of the carbon market. The second part of the triangle is, at the end of the day, any market, whether it's a commodity market, currency market, or exchange market, it works when it is global. And for it to be global, the second part of the triangle is it should be in sync with the other global markets. How European Union, ETS, or how UNGCC, GCCC are planning their carbon market mechanisms, it should be in sync so that our credits are seamlessly able to trade in other exchanges. And we're not, India is planning something and then they're planning something different. And then we just get stuck in the process of getting our carbon credits registered with other markets. So synchronization is the second most important for this to sustain. The third part is inclusiveness. And this is where it's not just the carbon credit trading scheme, but also the voluntary carbon mechanism has to be built up in parallel. Even in the voluntary carbon exchange, even in the past, there were many suggestions on how MSMEs could be included, how some fees could be attached to the trading, to the trades that take place to fund all the procedural aspects for MSMEs, and several other suggestions were made. None of them really moved to the next level. How do we make this more inclusive? Because in India has more entrepreneurs than businessmen. We need to make the entrepreneurial spirit of India count. And to make that count, the more entrepreneurs, which is more in the MSME segment than the large business segment, the more we can include them, the more likely we are to succeed and sustain this. So robustness, synchronization, and inclusiveness is the triangle that I would suggest for us to consider.
Very good. That's a great framework you've given that, based on what you've seen internationally, what will work and what will work in future, given COP28 and the Article 6 developments, which we are looking forward to. I also found your comment on entrepreneurs being more than businesses in India, and including the MSMEs, to take up these mechanisms that brings that inclusiveness. I think building a little bit more on the inclusiveness, I'd like to ask Vijay that, we're talking about one more market here being set up, right? Which obviously will bring about a price. And the moment you talk about a price, someone has to pay it, right? Whether it's a business, it's a consumer, or there's a pass through to a consumer. And one of the things which always boggles my mind is that we are in a country which is very sensitive to the oil price. And now I'm going to pay a new carbon price as we go along. So, what comes up is this whole angle of the just energy transition, right? How much does one pay? How much does a consumer in a country like India pay? And so how do you see the whole just energy transition argument flow into a carbon market development?
Okay. Before I answer this question, can I focus just few minutes on just word?
Yeah.
So the entire world wants us to make a just transition, like just do it. But this is not our definition of just. What we think of word just is from the justice.
Right.
Justice in terms of equity.
Yes.
Isn't it? Sharing the natural resources, sharing the carbon space, sharing our rights of development, certain reasonable level, not to the level of USA or Germany, certain reasonable level, and how this climate crisis is being dealt by the entire world, isn't it? So we are not behind. We have already made our promises, commitments. We are on the track. But again, the just word is very important. As far as NTPC is concerned, and not only NTPC, the entire power sector is in transition for the last more than a decade. And the NTPC adopted its vision statement on this transition way back in 2012. And that was going higher on generation, reducing GHG intensity. Since they started thinking of renewables, hydro, reducing on coal, so many things. And you won't believe, just 2-3 years back, in our internal discussions, we always discussed thermal power as a sunset industry. We used to take a pride in saying that in last 5 years, 6 years, we have not awarded any thermal power project. But all of a sudden, there is a reversal. So, although we are transitioning into renewables, low carbon economy, but again, the most important factor is energy security and economy. Now we have a list of thermal power projects to install, to commission, which is bigger than any time in the past in NTPC. Plus, we are providing consultancy to almost every state for thermal power projects. So this is the bloom in thermal power sector. So anything which is not just from the point of view of economy or point of view of natural justice, that is not going to sustain. That is number one. Carbon markets are very good. They will inculcate a sense of competitiveness, visibility, and how I can encash opportunities. And our PAT market was successful, though not economically, financially, but people have done very good work under PAT. And this carbon market is coming on the same lines, in the same platform. So definitely it has a future. But again, I will say, as long as it is not supporting our economy, it is not going to sustain. Second thing is that during that opening session, one of our speakers said, I think Alok Kumar sir said, everybody has a plan up to 2030-32 only, not after that. It's only direction, isn't it? Because we don't know what is going to happen after that, which technology is coming up. And I'll give a very classical example how it could happen in future. I'll just give one example. I have a camera, and this is a green camera. It does not require any film because production of film creates a lot of ecological footprints, carbon footprints. It does not require any processing, no chemicals required, no printing. But how many conferences we are held to make transition from the old camera to this camera? None. The moment it entered into economy, everything else is gone. So what I'm saying, the transition is already happening and at every place. In NTPC, it is happening in the research institutions, in the technology developers, everywhere it is happening. And the day breakthrough is achieved, that will be Kodak moment for thermal power. Then nobody has to come and tell us you have to transition into clean energy. This is why.
Great. I think you raised some great points, and I think adding to Gaurav's triangle framework, that it has to sustain the economy. It has to bring energy security, and but at the same time, you acknowledge that it brings the element of competitiveness and visibility, and of obviously putting a cost. And the fact is that we still don't know what's beyond 2030. I think the technologies are in the process of getting proven, and that is where carbon markets, as you had said earlier, bring that a great element of finance through a market mechanism. I mean, how does it come? Right?
No, but if
you can't rely only on multilateral institutions.
But what I'm saying, if the technological breakthrough is there, it will not wait or it will not come through carbon market. It will come directly.
Yes.
It will come directly into my pocket. If I have some option today for clean energy, why should I go for that?
Right. Yeah. I thought that green camera example was great, actually, and so great. I think I was wondering that we've had a very quiet and patient audience. So maybe turn it over to the audience for a few questions and then we'll wrap up. Would you like to add something?
Make one point.
Yeah.
Please.
That the users, if they are convinced that this particular technology works and it's easier for me, it makes it less costly for me. Like, for example, EVs.
Right.
They're taking off because it makes sense.
Yeah.
So precisely this camera example, if technology works and this happens. Right. The carbon market, to that extent, only facilitate that initial phase when this transition has taken place. For example, if green hydrogen actually becomes easier to use, but the green hydrogen requires some support. Either the government can provide a subsidy or the users can bear it.
Yes. Yeah.
The aspect of carbon market is unlikely to add cost all the time. For example, if you look at current renewable energy markets, and if you actually, let's say, take RTC, kind of bids, or you take any other kind of bid, that now CNI segments are actually commercial industry customers are buying. The carbon price, if it is supported, the bids that you get are to that extent low.
Right.
So they actually not resulting in additional cost.
Right.
It is only becoming a means of finance. Like, for example, currently there are a lot of bids out where large MNCs are in fact saying, I want 1,000 gigawatt power. You sell the power on the exchange, just give me the environmental attribute at this particular price. Right. When the price is fixed, the bid actually fall in price. Right. So I don't think carbon markets really, in a sense, add cost, except that it actually becomes a good way to finance. So my sense is it is
I fully agree.
Better method of financing than for.
Right. I think the cost element comes in where, carbon taxes are viewed as part of that. Some countries are going in that direction. And you can argue in some ways that is also market mechanism, right? That it's more, in some ways, very easy to
efficient and, there are a lot of debates on it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So, Gaurav, would you like to add anything based on the comments which, that Vijay have shared? Right? Especially when you look at the international investments and partnerships which are needed for this facilitation to happen. And then we'll turn it over to you.
Sure. So if you think of the carbon market mechanism, and clearly we will definitely be waiting for the Kodak moment. Maybe EV it is or something else, hydrogen.
But we are scared of that moment.
No, I mean, we don't need to be scared.
He said there's more jobs which will come because of clean tech.
No, so we don't need to be scared. I mean, just to take a small diversion for a minute. A Kodak moment in case of transportation fuel, for example, not generation, but transportation fuel can be when the fuel cell technology becomes relevant to fuel trucks across the country. If you look at the total transportation fuel in the country, almost 55% to 60% is diesel. And most of that goes on trucks that fly on highways. And trucks On EV is difficult. Trucks on LNG is being tried in a small way. But when fuel cell technology develops with hydrogen, 55% of the country's fuel can shift. That, I think, will be a Kodak moment whenever that happens. It's being tested. But just to come back to that, while we wait for that moment, if you look at the international examples on what ensures carbon markets work, is clearly most important is the demand. And demand has to come from relevant regulations, taxes, needs from markets which are trying to push for this. I mean, the European mechanism of CBTM is one. At some point, the Americas will also look at it. So that if the demand doesn't come, there is no market. Because the supply will be there plenty, given the growth happening in India and China in particular. Even if you look at the Kyoto Protocol, 2015, to go back, China had almost 50% of the supply of carbon credits. India was a distant second with almost 13-14% of supply of carbon credits. There was enough supply, huge supply. So the demand side factors need to be taken care of. There are some stringent measures being put in Europe, which are being seriously considered and impacting, therefore, the supply of, let's say, stainless steel from India or other commodities from India and other markets. Demand has to grow up. At the same point of time, the second learning from global markets is also that the pricing and the predictability of pricing has to be more in sync, which will ensure that we minimize volatility in carbon credits being $100,000 per ton versus $100 per ton if purely left to the market, versus having some levels of ceilings and breaks and allowing for banking of carbon credits to ensure that this actually works as a market versus just allowing it on its own. This doesn't mean that we regulate the market, but this means that there is enough fair play to allow the market to sustain. So these learnings have come from the past that we've gone through.
Right. Wonderful. So I think what you're saying is that demand is very key. We still are going to see materiality, and when that happens, it will be that Kodak moment when the switch will have happened, and that the pricing still needs to have a certain. The volatility that we see in some other markets, if it happens here, will not be productive, right, to the development of this carbon market. Great. So we've gotten 4 questions from the audience. That's great. Yeah, go ahead.
Just, I would like to comment on that word scary, why it is scary for thermal sector. So, you see, Professor Dr. Kirit Parikh also said that thing about the transition. So once we think of transition, we must think of the investments. How many $1 trillion we have invested in coal mines, thermal power plants? How many people are employed? We have not yet peaked to our power requirement. We are still going on investing. So if a Kodak moment happens, that is really going to hit hard. Not only coal mine sector, not only power sector, but also the railway sector, as Dr. Parikh said, isn't it? So that is what. But still we want transition. We want this thing. But means in view of uncertainty, we keep on investing on these sectors. Plus, we are diversifying also. We are doing other things. Another thing is that we are having a carbon market, but still not only India. There are many countries, and see, they are still dependent on coal. But the coal is totally untouchable in carbon market. No matter how good or what good you do, nobody is going to finance, isn't it? So somebody talked about advanced ultra supercritical technology. It should be developed. Could be a thing of future. But again, anything you do, in fact, we keep on getting board memorandas, policies from different international banks. They are not financing anything related to coal, even if it is related to pollution control, isn't it? So what happens? Something which is so essential for the survival till the new technology comes, we have to have different balance to it. So these 2 things I just wanted to
Right. No, I think the breaks are definitely coming, and they come from the world of sustainable finance because there are taxonomies being developed which are going to be very prescriptive in some sense. But to one of the audience questions, I thought it's a little more specific about NTPC, so I'll probably direct it to you. That how can NTPC benefit from carbon market and trading by co-firing biomass pellets up to 20%?
Oh, actually, carbon market, that notification which has come, it is only a concept paper sort of things. It has not identified the obligated entities, like who has to reduce it and what are the obligations. And as far as my information goes, it's unofficial. In the first round, there will be 4 industries, excluding power sector. This my information goes. Secondly, what happens? Any company, whether it's NTPC or DVC or any company, if it is brought under the purview of this carbon market and given some targets to reduce, so first I have to meet my own targets. So whether through renewable, hydro, or biomass, and I can only trade if I generate something extra, isn't it? It's like meeting our NDC targets first before going to the international market, isn't it? So biomass is definitely a very good option to generate carbon credits, provided we can trade, provided we exceed our reduction targets under the.
I think maybe Vinod, you could take this. Why only carbon trading? Can there be NOx, SOx trading also? And what about the 9 planetary boundaries?
So the NOx, SOx trading, of course, can take place. That is independent of carbon. Already, I think there is a kind of a trial market in Surat that is already being set up. Trading is being started. So, hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
So, yeah. So the SOx NOx market actually independent of carbon can be set up and should be set up because they also impose cost on such emissions. So I think clearly, but carbon market is going to be independent as it is worldwide. And this what is the next?
The 9 planetary boundaries.
I am not sure what this concept is, so I'm sorry I can't answer.
Okay, so I think anybody else wants to question. We'll probably take it offline during lunch with.
Could you repeat that, Tom?
The 9 planetary boundaries. So I think.
Could you explain that if anybody who has asked this question wants to explain? Because
I think the idea of the 9 planetary boundaries are that there are 9 planetary systems, including food system.
Okay, from that perspective.
Like different systems. There's the energy system, the food system, the water system. How do we incorporate all of those planetary boundaries?
Well, they're part of actually. If you look at the comprehensive sustainability KPIs or the systems that are being set up, then all these aspects are actually part of the KPIs that are set up. So, ESG journey of a corporate, most of the issues that, if that is the meaning, is already part of the cohesive thinking, where there is an interaction also. So there are some projects that you undertake will also impact, for example, air or water or biodiversity or other aspects of sustainability. So from that perspective, I think a comprehensive sustainability target setting and monitoring and measurement would possibly, take care of all the issues.
And I think would you like to comment? Yeah.
And just to add to what Vinod said, again, one of the international example on, looking at beyond just the carbon markets is in Indonesia, where they're actually also considering whether a percentage of the carbon credits in terms of the value is pulled out as investments for ESG in terms of social and other aspects and being put up to the seller so that they are not just focusing on energy efficiency, but also spending, let's say 1%, 2% of that on the broader area or the vicinity that they are operating that project in. So that is one example. A different example is where another global market, what they're evaluating is to put some kind of a fee on each trade, not from administrative perspective, but to use that consolidated fees to fund how medium-sized companies can also be brought on board into the voluntary part of the market. And they don't have to go through all the administrative hassle, but there are third-party agencies funded through these fees who are facilitating their involvement into the market.
Right.
Some of those mechanisms could help inclusiveness and going beyond.
Into the
Actually, just from that perspective, the carbon markets, the compliance markets also are, when there is a fee charged, a part of that fee, that means in percentage of carbon credit terms, will actually go for adaptation activities, which are actually all relating to, environment and social other aspects.
Perfect.
And similarly, there is a green credit market that is being evolved in India, which is different from carbon credit market scheme. And these green credit schemes will actually attack, for example, air pollution or waste or other areas, including sometimes that are overlapping with carbon, but in most of the cases, they will not be overlapping with carbon, but more developmental goals. So yes, that way, a lot of other innovative thinking is going on in terms of markets and how they can support other activities.
Good afternoon. Just supplement in just a couple of sentences. Actually, this emission trading, this is called classical emission trading scheme. It was already there in USA and UK for SO2 and and that has helped a lot in controlling of pollution. As sir has very rightly said, many such activities are covered in the green credit scheme. So anything which somebody has access can trade with others. So whether we have traded energy efficiency or energy saved, can also trade this thing. Yeah.
Great. I think that we have time for one more question, and I'll keep it again to a technology-oriented question, because I think the linkage with technology, being the Green Energy Technology Summit, is important. And maybe, Gaurav, I can ask you to share your views on this. How do you see the implementation of CCUS? Because I think it is a technology, there's a lot of question mark. Is it hydrogen really? Can CCUS happen? So how do you see the implementation of CCUS by companies to decarbonize, and how big do you think will CCUS be in the next 5 years?
So the key question that our clients are asking inside the boardroom on this is that this is not commercially viable. Why should we even do it? We can play lip service, but why anything beyond that? So I think the key answer for that has to be established either through regulatory mechanisms or by ensuring relevant carbon intensity targets are set up for the right players to make that happen. Because if that doesn't happen, I mean, CCUS on a standalone basis, if it's not commercially viable, then it won't really pick up beyond a point. The second aspect is having created a demand for it, how do we actually make it happen? In terms of making it happen, there are 3 parts to making it happen, which is the how. Part 1 is companies which are, let's say, in upstream sector in India, or companies which have the fissures or the assets where carbon can be pushed through the ground. Are they starting to identify and move forward in terms of where this can be done? Because this cannot be done everywhere. More often than not, if it's not done properly, the carbon escapes into the atmosphere and it's a complete waste. You're not just doing it for a one-time basis, you're doing it for a lifetime basis. So identification of the right places is important. Second is the technology to make it happen. Second is the technology to make it happen, which is making it commercially viable for things to move. And typically in a CCUS environment, it's not as much about moving carbon from where the emission is happening to the fissure. The cost is incurred in just compacting the carbon. And that equipment, those equipments today in compacting the carbon at the time of emission are very, very prohibitively expensive. And they're not expensive because they are expensive, because they cost a lot. They're expensive because the demand is very limited. It's like in green hydrogen, we're looking at the cost of electrolyzers being huge. but that's because not enough electrolyzer manufacturing companies are there, not enough demand was there. If CCUS becomes commercially viable, there will be a huge demand for compacting carbon, and therefore the equipments will become cheaper. But that technology has to move much further.
Right.
The third aspect is the funding for this. Now, the funding of this, of course, private entities would do it. But I think the start, I believe, may have to be somewhere at a more government level to get this up and running. And not just, let's say, one government, but 2 or 3 governments where the demand is coming from and where the supply can happen.
Great.
So,
Okay, I think
you want to add?
Sure.
I think to me, it is the most promising solution. CCU, please delete S. We are not going into stages. So if we can do it in our power projects and recycle carbon without transporting it anywhere else, this is the most viable solution. As far as the cost it goes, any technology when it is introduced, it is always costly. So we used to pay 16 rupees per minute as incoming call charges once upon a time. See the cost of solar power, how we started and where.
Yeah.
So once the technology is proven, it is popular, definitely it will come. And in fact, that would be one of the solutions, the long-term solutions beyond 2030.
I agree with that. Utilization is a far better option than storage.
Yes.
And I think a good carbon price, upwards of $35 actually can make it viable even today. So it will start to becoming, and as you scale up, the cost will fall. So the prices actually should fall.
So I think that last piece on just the CCU and CCUS technology just shows the importance of that carbon price, which gets conveyed through a carbon market, and how several players, the producers, the consumers, the investors have to come together in this market mechanism to really make it happen, to make it visible. And I think the panel here did a great job in giving some amazing frameworks like the triangle, the $1.4 trillion moving, how we can operationalize these technologies like you shared even for biomass and CCU. So I think this panel just before lunch has given us a lot of food for thought. So as you have your food, please do continue these conversations. But thank you so much. And let's give a round of applause to our panelists here.
I would like to thank all our panelists.
Seated, sir, just a few minutes. We'd like to felicitate you.
I would like to thank all our panelists and moderator ma'am for their active participation. Your insights and expertise brought a wealth of knowledge to our audience and enriched the discussions. Your thoughtful responses to the questions and your unique perspective greatly contributed to the success of the panel discussion. I would especially like to thank Madam Gauri Johar for conducting the whole session so smoothly. Your skillful guidance and thoughtful facilitation played a pivotal role in making the session both engaging and informative.
So I would like to request Gauri Madam to kindly felicitate our panelists. So first I would like to request Gauri Madam to kindly felicitate Sri Vinod Kala sir. Next, I would like to request Gauri Madam to felicitate Gaurav Moda sir. And finally, to Vijay Prakash sir. Now I'll request Prem Prakash sir to kindly come up on stage and felicitate Madam Gauri. Prem Prakash sir is RED NTPC. Please give a round of applause to him. This session has been developed and just 1 second, sir, and organized by our session coordinators. I'll request NSP Singh sir and Dipankar Haldar sir to kindly come up on stage and collect your reward for the effort you have made. This was a very fruitful event. A lot of effort is going to bring all the dignitaries on the dais and conducting in a coordinated manner. So thank you to NSP Singh sir and Dipankar Haldar sir. Thank you everyone. Yeah, just 1 second, madam. We can have a group photo here. You can- Thank you all the panelists and madam. So before we break for lunch, we have the sessions post lunch. There are 2 sessions, one in the Saraswati Hall and other in Aurobindo. So the upcoming session will be thermal power flexibility in the Saraswati Hall and digitization and automation, including cyber security and reliability in Aurobindo. So I'll kindly request everyone to attend this sessions. We'll have a half-an-hour lunch break. So we are already late, a little bit late. So I will request to kindly assemble back in half an hour. So we'll assemble in 2:30 here and Aurobindo Hall. Thank you.
अच्छा आप मुझे बताइए कौन है क्या नहीं आप पहले मुझे स्टेज का
Good afternoon to all participants.
Hello, check. इनको बंद कर दें। Hello, check. Hello. Hello. Hello, hello, check, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Sir. Hello, hello, hello.
ये सब भी ऐसे लेके ठीक है उनको सबको नोट करने के लिए बोल दिया ये अच्छी था
ले गया क्या? बस बताया सबको।
नीचे बुक्स है पेन उठा लीजिए सारे YouTube पेंसिल को थोड़ा रख जैसे 6 5 है ना और एक 4 5 है तो ये तो ये ऑनलाइन लेवल पे टेस्ट कर सकते हैं एक प्रेजेंटेशन ऑनलाइन है वो तो ऑलरेडी इन्वाइटेड है ना वो तो न्यूज़ में तो बोलते हैं एक बार यहाँ पे डिस्प्ले हो जाएगा इसमें शिपमेंट है जरा उसको करवाओ 300 ज्वाइन करेंगे ठीक वो चेंज कर दिया सर अपडेट कर दिया उसने देखेंगे कर दिया तो इसी के लिए बताया अभी इसी के लिए बताया निकल दिया उधर देख अच्छा सुनो जमीन में कहाँ गई ये वो वहां से कनेक्ट करेंगे वो ये कनेक्ट सही है सही करवाना पड़ेगा ना 4 उधर करवा के 2 इधर करवाना पड़ेगा या 2 उधर करके Yes, you're, yeah, it's saying, and we are able to log in. Okay, okay, beautiful. You are able to see the, in 1 second, you are able to see, you can see the panel. There is, yes, you are able to see there is a panel display. Acha, chaliye. Then whatever is it, hello.
Yeah, hello. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Hello.
Hello. I can hear you perfectly.
Yeah, I am also able to hear you perfectly.
Okay, great.
Ma'am, would you just switch on the camera so that we can see?
So it's on.
Yeah, perfect. And would you be sharing your presentation from your side, or should we present?
I can share it from my side. So shall we just try to?
Yeah, sure.
So is my screen visible?
Yeah, yeah. You'll just have to change it to, I mean, the second option, no, at the top. Yeah, just make it the display. No.
No, it's gone, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's gone.
Okay.
Could you run it again, please? And share it.
So is it visible now?
Yeah, it's perfectly. It's visible in the full screen. Yes.
Okay. All right. So then it seems to work.
Yes. And ma'am, we would start, say, in another 15 minutes. I think you can keep on in the join mode, right?
Okay.
Say, another 10-15 minutes. I think we should have all the members on the stage. Now you would be seeing the stage is empty as of now.
Yes. Okay. So I will switch off my camera, my mic, and then I will be back once I see there is some movement on the stage.
Sure.
Okay. And I will also stop sharing the slides now, or shall I leave it?
You can stop sharing, yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Then enjoy the tea break.
It's lunchtime here today.
Ah, lunchtime. Okay. So then enjoy the lunch. Okay. See you soon.
See you.
Hello, Ved. Hello. Hello, check. Hello. आवाज कम. Hello, check.
सही है सर.
माइक कैसे बंद था आईटी तो काम एक बार भी देखना बस मुझे आप एक बार जिद देते पर मुझे 3 बार नहीं अभी डिफॉल्ट है मैं तो 2 बार दी तो अभी एक आदमी को दो मैच अभी डिफॉल्ट के बाद तो सुबह सुबह को नेक्स्ट के साथ बात उसके साथ से एक आदमी को 3 थोड़ी दिया इतना लिमिटेड है इतना रेशियो कर लीजिए ये हमारी समझ पूरा देखिए ना स्पेसिफिक स्टेट देखिए हाँ एक बार अनाउंस कर दिया मैंने बात से किसी भी ऐसे जाके बस
हेलो चेक थोड़ा सा बड़ा हेलो हेलो चेक हेलो 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 चेक हेलो 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 चेक हेलो
हेलो हेलो
कॉर्डलेस चेक कर लीजिए कॉर्डलेस हेलो हेलो चेक हेलो 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 चेक हेलो हेलो पे रहेगा ये दोनों इसका बढ़ाओ इसका हल्का सा हेलो 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 ठीक है हेलो चेक एक है एक हेलो हेलो चेक हेलो Good afternoon, sir. Definitely the lunch is very good, sir, but we can call the close ones so that we can start the session soon, sir. Computer चलाने के लिए बोल रहा हूँ। Yes. पहले वीडियो चलाते हैं। सर बोल दिया सर ऑलरेडी हाँ बोल दिया एक दो बार और बोल दे रहे हैं सर अभी ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है। So good afternoon, sir. Respected seniors and esteemed participants. So now the lot of technical discussions we had in the morning after the formal opening of this GETS event 2023. So now the topic is thermal power flexibility, efficiency imperatives and challenges for grid stability. So starting the session, we'll be playing a video showing our theme in totality. So first we'll play the video. After that, we'll start the session, sir.
Good afternoon to all participants of the NTPC GETS 2023 Session 1A. The theme of the session is Thermal Power Flexibility, Efficiency Imperatives, and Challenges for the Grid Stability. Aspirational India is taking an inspirational leap towards achieving net zero by 2070. This unprecedented energy transition story requires electricity sources to shift from fossil to non-fossil-based generation capacity. Non-fossil-based generation capacity is expected to comprise almost 64% of total generation capacity by March 2030. Most of this non-fossil capacity will come from variable renewables like solar and wind. The variability, uncertainty, geographic concentration, and low inertia of the RE significantly impact thermal power stations and the grid. The thermal power plants will see increased load cycling and require lower minimum loads, higher ramp rates, higher maintenance interventions, and increased unit heat rate and O&M costs. The grid would require augmentation in transmission requirements and load frequency control challenges due to low inertia. Being mindful of the challenges of the future, NTPC has led India's endeavor towards increased flexibilization of thermal power plants. NTPC follows its time-tested technology intervention strategy that includes channeling the best practice with a strong focus on technology customization towards the domestic operating paradigm. NTPC has partnered with leading organizations from the US, Europe, and Japan to evaluate the impacts of the increasing degree of flexibility and the identification of interventions towards flexibilization of its units. Some of the critical interventions implemented or are under implementation by NTPC include advanced process control in NTPC Simhadri on a proof-of-concept basis, in-house auto-loop tuning, fine-tuning of existing CMC logic through OEMs, replacement of on-off type BFP-RC valve with modulating control valve, retrofitting of flexible control system in Daedra Unit 6 aimed at reducing TM load to 40%, and installation of cyclic loading impact assessment tool. An in-house mill schedule, Transform, has been developed by NTPC and implemented in Unit Number 11 of NTPC Vindhya Chail. This aims to minimize operator intervention by enabling auto startup, shutdown of mills, and operation of only the optimum number of mills. As we advance, we will see the intensification of these efforts by implementing optimal customized flexibilization solutions to support the ever-increasing proportion of variable renewable energy in the grid.
Thank you, Ravindra.
Good afternoon to all participants of the NTPC GETS 2023.
Thank you, Ravindra, for playing this video. I am Vivek Upadhyay along with Kunjan Tandon. We welcome you all in this post-lunch session. India has set for itself for ambitious target of achieving net zero by 2070. Rapid deployments of renewable generation is a key component to achieve this target. 500 megawatt renewable power generation capacity is targeted by 2030. Considering their variability, it would call be flexible operation from the thermal power plants fleet, which are largely coal-based in the Indian context. CEA has also notified the Central Electricity Authority flexible operation of coal-based thermal power generation units, regulations 2023 in January 2023, calling from reduction in minimum power level to 40% from the present 55%.
Further, large-scale renewable create stability challenges, as these are inverter-based resources, in addition to the grid augmentation requirements for power evacuation. This session has been organized around the salient aspects related to thermal power plant flexibility and grid stability, with increased renewable penetration in the grid. We have in this session an ensemble of presenters from OEMs, grid operators, and technical groups to delve into the challenge and technology solutions toward mitigating some of them.
In view of that, I'll be requesting our session chair, Shri Praveen Gupta sir, Member Thermal Central Electricity Authority. Shri Praveen Gupta sir is presently holding the post of Member Thermal and ex officio Additional Secretary to the Government of India, CEA. He belongs to the Central Power Engineering Services 1989 batch. He joined CEA in the year 1990 as an assistant director. Prior to this, he was holding the post of Chief Engineer, Integrated Resource Planning IRP Division of CEA, where he was handling the work of preparation of National Electricity Plan and long-term, short-term power sector planning. He has immensely contributed to the field of energy conservation, energy efficiency of coal-based power stations, formulation of the PAT scheme, CO2 emission database for the Indian power sector, National Electricity Plan, fuel management, rationalization of coal linkage, etc. He was instrumental in the publication of path-breaking report on optimal generation mix for the year 2930. So thank you and welcome, please, with a big round of applause, sir.
Session co-chair for this session is Shri Shanmuga Sundaram, Executive Director to CMD, NTPC Limited. Shri Sundaram has had over 35 illustrious years of service in NTPC. Having joined NTPC as an executive trainee, he has rich experience in O&M domain and has worked in the C&I department in NTPC Badarpur, Talcher Kanya and Sipat stations, corporate operations services and fuel management department at NTPC Dalipalli plant. He has been the business unit head of NTPC Baroni and NTPC Talcher Kanya before his appointment as executive director to CMD NTPC. We welcome you, sir.
And now we'll be calling upon the presenters. So first presenter is online and she is connected from Germany. Dr. Claudia Weiser works as a project director of international affairs at VGBE Energy EV, the International Technical Association for the Energy Plant Operators based in Germany. She is responsible for the international project ranging from technical consultancy to bilateral energy cooperation projects. For more than 10 years, she has been collaborating with the Indian partners, especially under the auspices of the Indo-German Energy Forum. In 1999, Claudia started her professional career at Siemens as a project engineer in the field of modernization of coal-fired power plants. Since then, she has been working in the energy sector. Claudia holds a diploma and doctorate in the process engineering. So she is online and we'll be seeing her soon.
Our next presenter is Mr. Hirotoma Hirahara. Mr. Hirahara is a boiler performance engineer with a 15 years experience. He joined Mitsubishi Heavy Industries in April 2008 and belonged to boiler design section Nagasaki work. After carrying out combustion tests and performance tests for overseas projects in China, Vietnam and Saudi Arabia, he shifted to basic engineering section. In 2016, he shifted to boiler development and digital promotion section and developed the boiler combustion tuning AI for several units. In 2023, he came to work in India and works for LMB as a senior consultant. We welcome you, sir.
And now the presenter 3, Shri Ajay Rawat sir, USAID SAREP New Delhi. Shri Ajay Rawat sir leads the intervention under the SAREP's objective for the modernization of utilities. His focus area under SAREP include smart metering implementation and data analytics, deployment of AI, ML and blockchain technology to improve O&M efficiencies of utilities, strengthening planning and operations capacity of the transmission utilities, LDCs, developing centers of excellence on advanced technologies and smart grid. Capacity building of the utilities. Shri Ajay Rawat is an electrical engineer and master's in energy management. He has more than 15 years of qualitative experience in the consulting, research and project management. We welcome you, sir.
Our next presenter is Shri Anthony Harrison, MC. Shri Anthony is a metallurgical engineer working in the area of remaining life assessment and entity of thermal power plant components at Metallurgy Materials and Composites Group BHEL, Hyderabad. He has successfully completed R&D project for development of non-destructive testing methods for products of BHEL and generation of material data for design of AUSC power plant. Currently leading the implementation of online life estimation software for boiler component as a part of solution for flexible operation by BHEL. We welcome you, sir.
And now the last presenter, Shri G. Sudhakar, Manager Grid Controller of India Limited. Shri G. Sudhakar is an experienced professional from Grid India, which ensures integrated operation of the Indian power system to facilitate transfer of electric power within the country and also to neighboring countries. His domain is SCADA database modeling, visualization, EMS, WAMS, PMU, and PDC integrations. He is a graduate from JNTU, Kakinada, and Masters in Electrical Engineering from IISc Bangalore. We welcome you, sir.
Before proceeding further, I would like to define the session rules. Each presenter will be given maximum of 10 minutes, and at the end of 10 minutes, the buzzer will ring. And Q&A session will be taken at the end of the session. And participants can share their questions on the slips to the usherers, which will be taken up later in the session. So for further session, we'll like to hand over the session to our session chair and co-chair. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, all. Energy transition is rapidly taking place in the country and the entire world. And as we come across terms called flexibilization, battery storage, grid management, etc. In this, how to remodel this power plant to meet this flexibilization initiative, we have a paper on this by VGBE. Then, how do I go for flexibilization? Can I go blind into it, or should I have some tools with me? What kind of parameters I should monitor? What kind of control tuning I have, so that the operation people can go safely, reducing the load. To address this, we have a paper from L&T MHI. And what happens to my mechanical equipments at the end of flexibilization? Suppose I do flexibilization for a period of 1 year, then I shut my machine into maintenance. What kind of failures can take place? What kind of precautions can be taken? This has been addressed by another paper from BHEL. Then, of course, coming to the ultimate customer, we need to have certain amount of storage. What are the possible storage options? PSB has been thought of. Here we have another option, synchronous generators by SARAP. Last but not the least, Mr. Sudhakar from our grid controller, who is the end customer. He has been using this PSP, effect of PSP on the grid. So we have a variety of papers covering all the topics. As already told by the session rules, the question answer will be held at the end of the complete session. Now over to Chair.
Awake the whole session because the topic is very relevant as of now. I'll just give you a brief introduction why we need flexibilization and what are the policies which government is taking to enable flexibilization of coal-based power plant. As of now, we have 423 gigawatts of installed capacity in the country, and out of that, most of it, almost 50% is from coal. 212 gigawatt is from coal. Solar is coming up very fast, and we have around 71,000 megawatt of solar installations. Plus wind, we have around 45 gigawatts. But the studies which have been carried out by CEA, Central Electricity Authority, and which has come out in a form of National Electricity Plan, which has already been notified recently, our installed capacity in 2030 will become 777 gigawatt. Although the coal will be playing a major role with having installed capacity of 252 gigawatts. But our installed capacity from solar and wind will be around, you can say, 400 gigawatts. Solar will be 292 and wind will be around 99 gigawatts. Apart from that, we have hydro and nuclear, which will be taking part in that. So with this enormous amount of RE coming in the system, flexibilization requirement is the need of the hour. And the studies have shown that as the gas is not available in the country as of now, we may have to, because they are the best suited for flexibilization operation. Plus hydro is also limited. The onus will come on coal-based power plants for flexing operation. As you know that when we increase solar, the requirement in the afternoon hours, when the peak demand is also not that high, when the demand is also not that high, we need to bring our coal-based power plants to a lower level. Right now it is 55%. A notification in this regard has already been issued by CEA in January 23, wherein all the coal-based power plants are supposed to get to achieve 55% of minimum technical level in 1 year time. That is by January 24, and by 40% in a phased manner, which will be notified by the Central Electricity Authority. And for your information, that phasing plan has been already finalized based on the discussions with all the stakeholders, and it will be in 5 phases. Wherein we will define all the units which can come in that particular time period. It will be up to 2930. The thing is that we are taking the units which are more likely to be facing this flexibilization in the initial phases. And the pithead plants, which are generally not flexed so much because of their lower ECR, will be taken up at later date. So in this regard, already we are going to notify the phasing plan. And as per that phasing plan, we will be carrying out the modifications. Parallelly, we have also recommended some compensation mechanism. As you know that the flexibilization of coal-based power plant will incur efficiency loss, your fuel oil consumption will increase. You may have to add some capex to show this 40% flexibility operation. Plus, you will have some increased force outages. You will have more O&M costs. So all these things have been taken care in that compensation mechanism, which has been, I think, put up for public comments by CRC, and a final decision will be taken based on that. Although we in the mechanism, we have certainly assumed some figures of ADCAP, because as of now, we have not much experience how much it will cost to bring down our units to 40%. But a methodology has been devised, and as we progress, we may modify that. Pilot studies have also been taken at 8 number of thermal power stations, and with the collaboration of IJF, Indo-German Energy Forum, and Danish Energy Agency, and other agencies. And we are trying to see how much ADCAP and what is the implications of flexible operation on a coal-based power plant. So with these words, I'll request co-chair to kindly invite the presenters. Thank you.
Dr. Claudia, you can go ahead with the presentation.
Thank you. Namaskar to all participants, and also warm welcome from my side from Germany. Distinguished colleagues from the dais, I'm happy to share with you today some experiences which we gained within the Indo-German Energy Partnership. Mr. Praveen Gupta just shortly referred to our activities, and I would like to highlight on some of the results, and I would also like to give you some insights what's going on in Germany with respect to thermal power plants. So I just need to switch the slide. So, okay. I'm coming from VGB Energy. So we are an international technical association of energy plant operators, and we have been active in the Indo-German Energy Cooperation for quite a while. And as such, we have been part of the task force flexibility under the auspices of the Indo-German Energy Forum. And this task force, which is headed by Director Operations of NTPC, has conducted several technical studies to showcase the feasibility of flexible operation of Indian coal-fired power plants. And here in this slide, you see a compilation of the activities. So in the essence, we have conducted test runs at 3 power plants. All are 500 megawatt units. So we did test runs at the NTPC Dadri power plant, where we achieved 40% minimum load and up to 3% ramp rate. We did a test run at the Maiton power plant operated by Tata Power. This was done during the COVID pandemic, so that is why the German team was connected to the plant online. In this test run, we achieved 36% minimum load and 1.5% ramp rate. And last year, we conducted test runs at DVC's Andal power plant. And at this time, we had exceptionally good coal, so we could achieve even 30% load and a ramp rate of 2%. So we conducted these test runs together with our partners. So I would like to mention here Siemens and also the Excellence Enhancement Center, which was a key enabler for this activity. The results and findings of these test runs have been assessed also by the CEA, and it's incorporated in these notifications, which were mentioned already in the introductory remarks. And also in the video, we heard some measures which have been proven to be successful to run plants flexibly. So mainly referring to the optimization of the INC system. So that is all something which we could prove during our test runs and as well. So our activities were part of the process to compile these set of measures. And as we have finished now the technical investigations, we now focus on training aspects of flexibilization. So together with the partners, we are currently working on setting up simulator trainings for upskilling the operators in the future. And we are very much looking forward to design such an flexibility simulator under the auspices of the Indo-German Energy Forum. So NTPC, an NTPC plant will serve as a reference for it, and this is a project which is now our key focus. And maybe to mention, in the course of this project, we will welcome next week a delegation of NTPC operators in Germany for a study tour and training tour. So I'm looking forward to this interaction, which is the first step towards this training activity. In the second part of my input, I would like to reflect a little bit on the German perspective of the topic and to bring you some input from this end. So just to give you an idea about our electricity mix as it is as of today, or at least for last year. So you see that the share of renewables is almost the half of the electricity is coming from them, and wind is our main source of electricity. However, we still have a portion of of thermal power plants. So we have lignite plants with indigenous lignite, we have hard coal plants and gas plants. We have phased out nuclear power plant this year. So this portion is to be substituted, and in this year, so the latest figures show that the share of renewables have reached figures of up to 58% in October. And you see also on the right part the installed capacity which we have. And very important to mention is that in Germany we have decided on a coal phase out in 2038. And it's even the political target to do this 8 years earlier. So at this time, all coal-based power plants need to be shut down. So you see that's a huge challenge given the current electricity mix. So this is what drives the situation here in Germany and in Europe as well, that there's a huge drive towards the transformation of the coal power plants into other forms of dispatchable generation, which is mainly gas-based. And in this regard, I would like to just show you the drivers in thermal power plant technology development here in Europe. So since I think around 5 to 10 years now, the flexibility has been the main driver of the development in the field of coal or gas-based power plants. So we have done a lot of exercises to make our plants flexibly, and we even started to hybridize these plants as by integrating storage and renewable energies at the sites to go towards decarbonization. And now we are on the stage that we talk about repurposing of the sites. So to have a plan for the after use once the coal is phased out, the after use of the coal plants. And this slide just provides you an overview about the benefits of doing so, starting from a well-developed infrastructure, which you have with a grid connection and water access and many other aspects. And also with the fact that you have a lot of skilled personnel at sites, so that these are all arguments to repurpose existing coal plant sites. And the main options which are currently envisaged by our operators are compiled at this slide. So the integration of renewable energies at the area of the plant is one option. Fuel blending or fuel switch is also an option that is not under such heavy discussion in Germany, but it was in other countries in Europe. For instance, Denmark has switched to biomass almost all of their coal plants. Here in Germany, we will see a switch to gas mainly. We also see activities by integrating storage systems into the plant, mainly battery storage, but also ideas about integrating thermal or mechanical storage are under investigation. And last but not least, very important is to use the existing sites for so-called sector coupling technologies, where you produce products such as hydrogen or biofuels at the existing site, which can help to decarbonize other sectors. And you integrate this along with a provision of heat and steam for nearby industries. So these four options are currently assessed by our operators. And I would like to conclude my input with two examples of operators active in Germany. So the first one is here, ELBW, which is a key operator here. So here you see three examples where this company is transferring existing coal sites into gas-based plants, which are hydrogen ready. So you will see that they will come into operation in the next 2 to 3 years. So there's a huge investment currently ongoing to change from coal to gas, which is hydrogen ready. And another example is from a lignite power plant, 3,000 megawatt installed capacity, which is also supposed to be converted in a H2 ready combined cycle power plant. It will include thermal energy storage, a production facility of hydrogen, which then will be supplied to the nearby industry. And with this example, I'm at the end of my presentation, and I'm looking forward to the next speakers and to our discussions later on.
Thank you, Dr. Claudia. You have talked of repositioning the power plant with the various add-on possibilities, right from fuel switch, storage, CCU, biomass, hydrogen mobility. Thank you. Now I request Mr. Hirotoma from L&T MHI to proceed. Oh, thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Hirahara from LMB. I would like to explain the flexible operation retrofits for combustor and boiler systems and digital solutions. With the increase in the amount of renewable energy being introduced, steam power plants should decrease the load or stop during the daytime. That is the 1 week load profile in Japanese 1000 megawatt units in April. As you can see, every day at daytime, the unit should decrease the load up to 15% load or 30% load. And in India, as already spoken, the 40% load is required and 3% per minute is required. But currently, the present minimum load is 55% load. And present run rate is 1% per minute. So this gap should be solved by the modification. This is the modification menu for flexible operation. Firstly, I would like to explain the minimum load reduction to 40% load. Yes, so we have technology partners for flexibilization. First, MHI Japan. We are cooperating for burner modification, combustion modification, mill modification, pressure path improvement, boiler AI combustion tuning. And second is ADEX Spain. We are cooperating for self-tuning additive expert control. And they have the experience of 150 process optimized internationally. Next is the burner modification. We have two kinds of burner. One is the APM and second is the MPM. They have the good low NOx characteristic and good flame stability. This is the MPM ignition image at test furnace coal exclusive firing. The burner load is 100%, 50%, and 20%. and it is equivalent to boiler load 8%. In Japan, 15% load exclusive coal firing is achieved as commercial operation with MPM burner. This is the load profile and the frame image at 15% load. And in India, LMB has demonstrated 40% exclusive coal firing in all projects during the performance guarantee test. This is the summary for the minimum load reduction. So in case of conventional burner, the minimum load is 50% load. And we need to check the capability at less than 50%. But with APM and MPM burners, we can achieve the 30% load or 50% load. But we need to check the MPM capability with Indian coal. And also, for the minimum load operation, we need to check the frame scanner capability for various coal type and mill combination. For the combustion tuning by AI, various parameter combinations are input into digital twin model that predict the process value for each input. Predictions are screened by knowledge base and know-how built into the system to eliminate unsuitable operation. Then the optimizer quantifies and ranks each prediction. And the AI server system built on cloud-based platform wherein operation data of actual boiler is acquired and analyzed to feed back the best setting to DCS. Next, I would like to explain the ramp rate improvement. When we increase or decrease the load, we need to start or stop the mill. It takes time 30 minutes or 1 hour. So we want to reduce this start and shutdown time. By increasing the mill capacity and decreasing the mill minimum load, we can achieve this. VVVF inverter was applied to the mill motor, and the mill grinding table speed can be changed from the constant speed, 26 RPM, to variable speed. At the mill low load, the table speed can be changed up to 13 RPM. By applying this mill inverter, we can decrease the mill minimum load. As I explained, when we increase the load, we need to use the several mill patterns. But when we increase the mill capacity and decrease the mill minimum load, we can cover the all load with only one mill combination. Next, pressure path improvement will be explained. The thermal power plants were operated with increased frequency of start and stop in Japan in 1980s. This graph shows the number of trouble caused by fatigue. In 1980s, the number of troubles increased, and we measured the actual temperature and the stresses of each part, and we found out the causes. And we improved the structure. Then in 1990s, the number of trouble decreased. The fatigue damage is related to the temperature difference between the parts. The temperature difference in the high ramp rate is not larger than the temperature difference for start and stop operation. This table shows the measurement result of temperature difference between furnace wall and passage side wall. Upper side is the in case of high ramp rate, and downside is the start and stop operation. The temperature difference in case of high lamp rate is around 30 degree, but start and stop operation is 100 degree. So the life consumption rate is higher than the high lamp rate case. And these are the fatigue mechanism and improvements which we established. And I will skip this detailed explanation, but this technology is already included, applied to LMB boilers. This is the creep fatigue online monitoring system we developed, and this has the real-time calculation and error handling and alarm signal feature they have. And we can check the total fatigue damage and total creep damage together for all parts. Next is the example of the proper tuning. By proper tuning, we achieved the 5% per minute. Left hand is the lamp up case and the right hand is the lamp down case. We achieved 5% minute with steam temperature variation small. And this is the advanced main steam temperature control logic explanation, but I skip this. And next is I would like to explain the ADX, but this one also I don't have much time, so I will show the results of ADX technologies. With the ADX technology, the steam temperature variation could be small, and we can improve the heat rate. Especially at partial load, heat rate can be improved. And NOx deviation also decreased, and NOx reduction can be achieved. Yes, this is the summary of my presentation. So for the 40% load, burner modification is recommended, and lamp rate improvement, modified logic, proper tuning, and mill band expansion is recommended. For the creep fatigue, should be monitored on real time for flexible operation. Pressure pass stress reduction measures should be applied. As digital solution, boiler AI combustion tuning and ADX adaptive self-tuning AI control are recommended. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Mr. Hirotoma. It was all about the tools required for flexibilization. Some of them may need some ad cap expenditure, which our chair was really talking about. Now I request Mr. Ajay Rawat from SARAP to take over.
So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ajay Rawat, and I represent USAID's South Asia Regional Energy Partnership. I am joined by Mr. D.K. Chaturvedi, who is our author, co-author on the paper that we have presented to NTPC for this summit. And so, moving on to the presentation, as SARAP, we feel that, synchronous condensers, basically, which is basically a machine, a thermal machine on a test bed, and is one of the key, machines which could be looked at, key solutions which could be looked at for providing, grid flexibility and reliability to the overall grid. To begin with, I will introduce you about SARAP. So basically, SARAP is USAID's and Ministry of Power and MNRE's program, which focuses on these four verticals which are there on the left. You can see. So developing high-performance modern utilities, increasing deployment of advanced energy solution systems, enhancing private sector investment in the power sector and increasing the cooperation between the cooperation between the entities for the regional energy trade. We, as SAREP, we work with multiple central stakeholders, which includes CEA, Grid India, CTU, and multiple state stakeholders, which include energy departments and transmission distribution utilities in the state. So as a SAREP program, we are delivering multiple, objectives, and this is the program strategy that we have. So we are, enabling partnership and alliance through multiple forums such as SASEP, South Asia Clean Energy Forum, and we also, work on providing technical assistance to the stakeholders in developing new business models and improving access to the finance and accelerating private sector investments. We also have a grant mechanism wherein we, promote new technologies for innovative solutions on power sector. We also have cross-learning platform and outreach programs through capacity building measures. These are some of the key stakeholders and the initiative that we have started with, different stakeholders at the center and the state in India. As we understand that when we have large RE into the system, then of course, because a lot of RE is coming, so a lot of DC power is there, and we have very less options. Of course, flexibility of thermal generation is one option, but syncons we are looking at as one of the key technology which can, support in terms of providing, system inertia, providing reactive power support, as well as, providing short circuit currents for some critical grid points. So with that, I would introduce Mr. D.K. Chaturvedi, who would be taking you through the presentation further on the technical part of it. Mr. Chaturvedi is a senior fellow with CIGRE and is retired from NTPC as a general manager. He has a lot of expertise on synchronous condenser, its deployment. So he will take you through the key specification of syncons, its comparison with certain technologies, and later he will also show you some deployments if the time permits. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Ajay. So basically, synchronous condenser is a topic being discussed world over. And recently, I got an opportunity to take a presentation at CIGRE Paris. After that, IPRI USA, and then recently in Kyoto, Japan, CIGRE session on the subject. So we all know that transition of energy is being taking place, and we are switching over from the machine-based generation, where these turbine generators are used, to a new type of generation called IBR, inverter-based resources, where the power from solar farms and wind farms and solar park is fed through inverter to the grid, and the system is getting deprived of machines, and the performance requirement for power system stability. There's a requirement of short circuit power and inertia. These two things are required for having system stability, power system stability. So that I'm going to explain in a short. So we all know that it is utmost important to understand various needs of power system which emerge due to this transition. And basically, we talk about various technologies, battery energy storage system. Also, we are talking STATCOMs are also being used in India for power system stability. And here we are going to see how the synchronous condenser will help Indian grid. And we'll see the performance of synchronous condenser, what's the timeline of response, and what's the quantum of support from synchronous condenser as compared to different technologies. So it will be useful to have a stable, reliable, and quality power in the near future in India. So when we talk of power system stability, there is a two type of stability. voltage stability, frequency stability. And voltage stability is very much related to the fault. In case of a line fault, when we require a large support to feed the fault, that support comes from the machines. The machine, what is already there in the system, they give a very high short circuit power, almost 4 to 5 times of its rating at the point of connection. So it feeds, and so basically it gives a very high fault level so that protection system operate and lines of fault are cleared. In case of inverter-based resources, where we are having a network-rich, renewable-rich network, where solar and wind is very high, contribution is there. So then this system short circuit power is reduced. System inertia, because inverter, when fault is taking place, inverter will give you only support to its rating. So it will give 100% or 120%. Where from the machine we get support of 400 to 500%. So we'll talk about short circuit support, and then we'll talk about inertia. Inertia, when we talk about inertia, so during a large generation trip, when a large generator trip in a regional network, the rate of change of frequency has to be limited. But when we see that a lot of renewal is coming to the network, there is no inertia. It is all static devices. There is no rotating equipment connected to the grid. So, and the best thing is that the machine give you both parameter instantaneously. The support comes instantaneously. So here we will discuss synchronous condenser in this presentation, and we'll tell you that how synchronous condenser will be helpful in near future to support the grid, to provide you stable, reliable, and quality power when we have a RE-rich network. So synchronous condenser is neither a motor, because it does not convert the electrical energy into mechanical energy. It is not a generator. It does not convert mechanical energy of turbine into electrical energy. And so it is a third category of equipment. Synchronous condenser is a machine, a generator, at test bed, like a generator when you test at BHL Haridwar test bed and connect that generator to the grid, run at 3000 RPM, connect to the grid. So it works like a synchronous condenser. So it does not basically give active power to the system, and all other parameter performance support what a generator was giving in our conventional, from the conventional machine, same thing will be given from the synchronous condenser. And the two things very important for that what is the time of support and what is the magnitude of the support from different devices, that is to be seen. So I have explained that two things, that transient, when fault is there, it is called a transient voltage stability. From the machine we get very high short circuit power, means when fault take place at the machine terminal, you get 8 to 9 times of its rating, means from a 300 MVA machine you get 2700 MVA support at the machine terminal, and at the fault point you get almost 1500, 4 to 5 times support at the. So you get very high support, whereas from static devices which are being used in India, you get only 100 or 120% of the support. So, and also synchronous condenser gives you instantaneous support. Similarly, in case of a frequency event, the support is instantaneous because machine is already coupled to the system and running at 3000 RPM. So here I'm sharing a parameter of a Chinese machine where a subtransient reactance shown is 11.1. So this machine of 300 MVA can give you 9 times of its support at point of connection, very high. So basically synchronous condenser increase the fault level of the system and thus allow the protection to operate, isolate the faulty line. which is not possible in a renewable rich environment where only IBR is there. So if I compare performance of synchronous condenser with a STATCOM and BESS, all static devices, we see that inertia is not there in the static devices, and we get a very good inertia. And if we want to increase the inertia of the system, we can use flywheels with the machine. So flywheel can be coupled to the machine, and we can reduce the rate of change of frequency, rock off. And it is very important that we should manage basically support within a very short time. Like in a recent grid failure where we lose 7 gigawatt near Fatehgarh in RE rich network, that such events can be avoided with synchronous condenser, because synchronous condenser can give a very fast response. Here I am comparing the Syncon performance with BESS, battery energy storage system. Basically, if we see the timeline of response, synchronous condenser response instantaneous, where BESS response, there is a time lapse involved. And you see the entire activity of grid collapse takes place within 100 to 200 milliseconds. So any support like BESS or any other support which is available after 300 milliseconds, it will be on no use. So now I will share with you some synchronous condenser installations. World over, we have many installation, and this is in Texas, USA. There are 2 machines of 175 MVA has been used. This is for a wind farm of 2000 MVA, sorry, 2000 megawatt. And this is Panhandle wind farm in Texas. Then in Australia, to augment the fault level, you see the pink, which is the fault level of system before putting synchronous condenser. And blue, you see the fault level after installing synchronous condenser. So synchronous condenser basically increase the fault level of the system. It is also used as HVDC terminals. Here in Terna, Italy, it has been used for HVDC terminals and also to augment the inertia of the system. So inertia, basically enhancing inertia means lowering the rate of change of frequency, and you get a timeline. Thus, protection system get a time to respond and isolate the means to act. Then we have a installation in Denmark. It is used for to support the short circuit power. There is a long list of in China. There is a 8 gigawatt connection from west to east, and for that they use 27 number of 300 MVA Syncon machines. And there is a list where world over we have lot of few hundred machines being used for synchronous condenser for grid stability. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chaturvedi and Mr. Ajay, for a presentation on synchronous condenser as a short circuit power support for the line as well as the grid. Now you request Mr. Anthony of BHL to take over.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Anthony Harrison. I'm from BHL Corporate R&D. I'm with the Metallurgy and Materials Group. So as you know, BHL has been doing this fluctuation studies as well as installations in the past 5 to 6 years. The latest being the Adani REGL project, where we could achieve the 3% RAM rate. And this is one of the earlier studies at corporate R&D what we did. And I specifically taken this example just to show, it's not a normal study what we do, but this is one of the intriguing results we got. So that I wanted to share with you guys. And already in the morning session, we have seen how the CEA guidelines have come in this year and how it is pushing forward the flexibility in the Indian grid. And the main thing, from the metallurgy point of view, there are 2 mechanisms. One is the creep damage and the fatigue damage. So the creep, as far as high temperature is there, you cannot avoid creep. The longer you operate, the more life it gets consumed due to creep. And the fatigue, which is now coming into picture, especially because of this flexible operation. In the metallurgy, we say that suppose the metals are nothing but crystalline, crystals. There's an arrangement of atoms. So there's something called dislocations. When you have a fault in the crystals, the dislocation is there. And as fatigue is there, the dislocation pileup happens. So that is something you cannot see in the structure. Only at atomic level we can see that. You cannot find it during RLA studies. So that is the reason we need to keep track of it. So the studies what we do, basically you take the operational data, and that data will help you to predict the amount of fatigue consumed. So this is basically a study did for one MS outlet header, as per the EN 12952 standard, the part 3 and part 4. It's a very old standard. If you see to the 1999 published, 24 years almost, but it is still very relevant, especially for the case of this fatigue studies for this flexible operation. So this is the method what we have followed. We got the site data, and we have taken that analysis for the stresses we could calculate for the hoop as well as thermal stress, and the extreme detection and the cycle counting. I will go into the details. So basically it's a technical presentation, and I will try to cover it fast. So this is the data what we got. So 2 ramping they have done, 3% and 1%. And the time also you can see from a 275 megawatt up to 490 megawatt. And this is from the plant DCS. This is the data what we get, the pressure data and the temperature, which is actually VT. The rate of change also we calculate. Using that only we could get the delta T. So here the problem is there is no actual temperature measurement in the component. Like we only get the fluid temperature. So I think with NTPC sites, we have seen there are sensors in the 70%, 90% depth, which is very helpful for getting the delta T values. But in many power plants in India, it is not available. So there is this is the one method where we have to calculate using the diffusivity and the VT parameter. We have to calculate the delta T. So that also will add some kind of conservation in the method. So here you can see the variation of pressure as well as temperature. So when it comes to 3% ramping, you can see there's a sudden drop in temperature, like from almost 550 to 500. It's a very large gap. And in the case of 1%, it's a step-by-step drop, but that's also almost similar. So this is the corresponding stresses what we could calculate. And for the 3%, you can see the highest stresses for the 3% ramping. But for the 1%, the number of cycles are higher. Even though the stress value is much lower, the number of events are higher. And once we have the stress values, we can go for the cycle detection. So basically nothing but we need to reduce the data points to calculate the fatigue. So we get the extreme values. Only the extreme values are taken for the cycle counting. So here we follow rainflow counting. So that is one method where even the remaining sequence of extremes also counted. So that is the most conservative method. If you go by that standard, this is the nothing is missed in that. So rainflow counting is used in our software also, Bosman. So once we do rainflow counting, we get the number of cycles, and this is the the classes what we use. So this class will give idea for the corresponding stress value and temperature, what is the number of cycles allowed. So for each range, we can calculate by dividing that number of cycles with the actual what we get the cycles operated, we can get the damage, the life fraction consumed. The total will give you the total life for the fatigue life consumed. So in the study, what we noticed, this is the typical for the ferritic steels, what we use the fatigue data. So what we observed in the study was the life consumption value was higher for the 1%. So why? Because you would have noticed the number of events were higher. The fluctuation was high. That is the reason the ramping, that usage factor was coming higher for the 1% ramping, even though the highest stress was reported for the 3% ramping time. And here the contribution of creep is very negligible, because you can see it's only a matter of hours, up to 90 minutes, 1.5 hours only the test was done. So there is almost negligible creep damage in this case. So the basic intention is to, why we should go for that advanced controls. So this plant was using the normal control systems, where that PID based controls. So by using this advanced controls, where the temperatures can be minimized within, that fluctuation can be within a gap of 10 degrees. So this is the reason why we recommend for going such advanced controls, where we can control the fatigue damage. And as well as this damage values are very conservative. Basically, these are used for scheduling the inspections, to not to have any unscheduled outages. So once it reaches 100%, you are recommended to go for RLA studies and go for any detection of fatigue cracks or creep cavities. So with that, I want to conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anthony. It was all about the effect on the components. Now I request Mr. Sudhagar to take over.
Thank you. My name is Sudhakar. I'm working at Grid Controller of India Limited. Today, I'd like to explain operational experience of the pumped storage plants. Let's see first our Indian scenario. We have we met the peak demand up to 240 gigawatt and recently in September 1st, and we have installed capacity of 420 gigawatt, and we are meeting the energy met during the day 4.7 terawatt hour, and we have a circuit kilometer of 468,000 circuit kilometers, and we have a renewable of 167 gigawatt, and we have also 14 HVDCs with one HVDC of with Bangladesh also, Bermara, and we have international capacity of 120 gigawatt, and we have international exchanges of 4.5 gigawatt, and we have 3 power exchanges, and we are also meeting the 1.4 billion people energy. And this is the scenario of the change in load from the 2010 to 2023 of a typical day. Earlier, it is in 2010, if you see the peak demand is almost equal to the average demand, the load factor is almost 90%. Now the scenario is changed. If you see the January 2023, the evening and morning ramps are changed. So the load factor is also changed for up to 83.4%. So by seeing this curve, we notice that the flexibility we required in the evening and as well as the morning. Next. This is the diurnal curve, it's a seasonal from the April to financial year. In the summer season, we can observe that evening ramping is more crucial. If you see in the winter season, the morning ramping is very crucial. And the night load is almost constant in all the seasons. And this is the hourly variation from 2008 to 2023. The hourly variation in the all India demand, the hourly variation is almost met by the thermal plants. And you can see the from this plot, and from this hydro, it's almost constant. Why? Because the energy in the hydro plants are the same. Thanks. And while this is changing in RE, so if you see the all India demand and versus the net demand, so net demand is nothing but the subtraction of the RE generation with the total demand. So if you observe this here, red dotted is showing that the technical minimum of the thermal power plants, and the green is the DC, and this is the thermal generation showing between this DC and the technical minimum. In the during the day, due to RE, we have to reduce the thermal generation up to 1,13,000. So after that, we have to increase the generation to meet the demand. So the duck curve belly is more crucial. Why? Because we have to ramping like a 26 gigawatt in the to meet the evening period. And this is the RE penetration during a typical day. We observed 32% in the 22nd May 2022. This is the RE penetration during the day. Next. And this is the expected installed capacity increase, showing 817 gigawatt and up to 2030. And this is a typical pattern of the solar as well as the wind. In the cloudy season, the solar will be like it's a dotted one, black dotted one, and wind pattern also maybe intermittent due to weather conditions or low demand. So we can't predict this wind and solar. It's difficult to forecast due to this intermittency. That's why we need the flexibility. We have these options in the flexibility: coal-based power plants, hydro pumped, and gas power plants, and demand side management also. We have some flexibility. Next, and these are the pumped storage plants in all over India. Right now, 5 plants are in operational: Nagar, Sagar, Srisailam, Kadampara, and Gatgari, and Purulia is now in operational. And we have almost 4.7 gigawatt of installed capacity. And by the end of this year, 30,000 megawatt will come. And Penapuram, it's a 1.2 gigawatt is under construction. It is a integrated renewable pumped storage plant. It comes with a wind, solar, and as well as the pumped storage plant. Next, this is a whole the year from April to February, April to March of an Nagarjuna Sagar power plant. The green one is showing the generation, and red one is the pumping, and it is the reservoir is the upper side of the dam. That's why during the rainy season that the reservoir is full, so there is no scope to pump the pump and store the reservoir. So that's why we are not able to see during the rainy period. So there is no pumping. This is only generation. And this is a Purulia pumping station. So the reservoir is at a tile race. So we have to pump to the dam, so we can get the generation and pumping throughout the year. Next. This is Kadamparai. Next. Next. Gatgar. Next. This is a typical day phenomena of a Nagarjuna Sagar power plant. So it is in summer period. It has some pumping and as well as the generation. In rainy season, it is only generating. The blue one is the pricing. As per pricing, also the generation and pumping will change. Next. This is Purulia pumped storage plant. Here it is also the red one is the pumping and green one is the generation. It is also indicates that like if the price is high, the market price at that time it is generating to meet the local West Bengal demand, and the price is low, then it is doing pumping. And this is the Purulia substation, the typical operation of the pumped storage plant to meet the demand. So at the night the demand is low, so at that time the pumped storage plant is doing pumping, and the next to meet the evening period, so it is generating. It is a Gatgar power plant. For the morning ramping also, from pumping to generation, it is changing its pattern, and at the evening period also from ramping down, it's changing its direction from generating to pumping. And this is a Kadamparai power plant to in winter season and this hydro season to meet the morning and evening periods. This pumping is and generating is balancing like this. Next. And we have a event at April 5th and 2020. Or Modi ji said that we have to show the unity in Indians. So you have to switch off the lights at 9 p.m. and light the candle. So at that time, we observed that the demand is at 120 gigawatt roughly, and it ramped down up to 85 gigawatt, almost 30 gigawatt change we observed. This 30 gigawatt we met by the hydro, and as well as the wind generation also. And next. and the pumped storage plants and some other hydro plants also here, how they are behaving with the frequency. In the pumped storage plant, if you observe here at Kadamparai, it is pumping of 1 unit, and at 9 o'clock it changed to another unit also. And this price signals also pumping and generation. Earlier, up to 2020, the day price is less than the night price. Now, after 2020, due to RE, the price pattern changed. From the day price is less compared to the night price. So this price also indicates the when the pumped storage plant will do the pumping and when it will be the um, generation. So it is beneficial for the pumping in the daytime. Next. So these are the recommendations. We have to create the product that allows the flexible resource to provide the service during the key needs, and for pumping also have to level the policy fair playing fields for the with other storage technologies like battery storage technologies, and we improve the integration of central and state agencies into the early stage of license process for pump storage plants. Thank you for giving this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Sudhakar, for highlighting the importance of the storage. Now over to the respected chair for handling the Q&A.
I'd just like to add few points on PSP. In NEP, if you see, we have projected a capacity addition of all capacity from PSP of 19,000 by 2030. But government has recently pushing the PSPs because battery costs are very high as of now. And we are promoting PSP so that less burden comes on coal-based power plants for flexible operation. By 2030, we are now projecting around 47 gigawatt requirement from PSP, and around right now 2,700 megawatt is under construction. Why we are giving importance on PSP? Because now off-grid, off-river PSPs are in fashion, where we have already one reservoir available, natural reservoir is available. So the construction time is less and the cost is also less. Otherwise, the cost of PSP is also high. I just wanted to add that. We have received several questions from the audience. Dr. Claudia, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, she's there. Yeah, Dr. Claudia, you have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Are you able to hear us?
Yes, I'm able to hear you.
Yeah. Okay. The question is regarding hydrogen ready of gas turbine, which you mentioned. The question is that is it 100% you will fire hydrogen in that, or you will be blending it in gas turbines?
Actually, it is assumed that there will be a phased way towards 100% hydrogen. So it will not be a switch from 0% to 100%. It depends on the availability of green hydrogen. So it is the plants are conceptualized to burn 100% hydrogen, but taking into account that there will be a transfer period where you have a blending between natural gas and hydrogen. And maybe for those who are interested, we have also compiled a technical paper on the hydrogen readiness of gas plants, which is publicly available on the VGBE website. So that also shows some background information on the topic.
Okay, so I will request the person who has asked this question, because he has asked two more questions in this regard: the type of burners and any performance data which can be shared with us. So I think in that paper you may be having this information, or okay.
Yes, yes.
Okay. So I'll request the person who has asked to kindly refer to the paper which Dr. Claudia is mentioning. Or do you want to add something?
I just want to add that I will put the link into the chat of this Teams meeting, and then the organizers maybe can communicate accordingly.
Okay, thank you, thank you. We have few questions for.
Yes.
Would like to read the question, or should I read?
Could I reply now? Okay. Yes. So first question is whether burner modification has been done on the let's say India high ash coals. So they're asking the India high ash coal experience. So for the APM burner, we have experience because we already applied the APM burner to LMB boilers, but for the MPM burner, we don't have. So we want to introduce and check the capability. And next question is how flame failure trips are avoided at lower boiler loads. Yes, so in case of flame failure, usually we check in the commissioning the flame stability, and we will recommend to customer what percent load can be okay or what percent load is dangerous. But yes, that is the first thing for burner side, and for the mill side, we check the minimum load, and we recommend the mill capability, mill stable operation range. And usually in Japan, we use 2 mill operations, but if it is not acceptable in India, we can operate with 3 mills also at lower load. And the third question is, what are the changes in flame scanners for operating plant at lower loads? So this is basically the at lower load flame scanner is almost we don't need to change. Only we need to check, and if necessary, we will change. And the final question is, what can be the lowest BMCR percent with modified burners? So as I explained, so 15% TMCR load can be achieved. Yes.
Taken care of all the questions. You would like to respond offline?
Yeah, offline. Yes, I would like to respond.
Just a minute. So I'll request all those who have given some questions to him to interact offline, please. The question is, what is the impact of O&M post modification in LMB boilers? My question to you is, while carrying out such modification, what criteria to be seen? That is the age of the plant, type of the coal listed in the plant. What is the impact of on-plant reliability? And the last question is, please explain the relationship between vehicle speed, pulverizer, and fineness, mill fineness. So I'll request all the three to kindly interact with him offline. Somebody has asked questions to me also. It is regarding whether NTPC will get compensation for flexible operational. $35 to $40, it is 20%. So based on that, we will be giving, we have just recommended these initial figures. So I think this will answer your question. The next is that why are we saying that we should go for old power plant, also should go for flexibilization? See, that is the thing which we have considered while making the phasing plan. based on the requirement of the grid, we will be carrying out these activities in phased manner. And because the period is around 7 to 8 years, so based on the situation, we will. But if the planned capacity addition from RE comes, then I think all the units have to be flexible. But we have the priority list with us, so the priority of old plants will be, I think, much lower. Then, although he has suggested to discuss this question offline, but for the benefit of the audience, I'll just like to share that when we are recommending the compensation, right now what we were doing is that if the unit is running 50% of the time on 100% and other is 0, then the average comes down. But in the average will come around 50%. So that we will be taking care. You have written that it should be blockwise. We are trying to come out with some methodology wherein this discrepancy can be resolved. But you will also appreciate that calculating compensation every 15 minutes for so many units will be a complex task for anybody who is calculating this. So we are trying to finalize. We are in discussion with the power plant operators and other agencies how best we can. We are aware of this problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Anand. Over to you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. It was a very informative session. Now I request our session chair, Shri Praveen Gupta ji, to kindly felicitate our presenters. Mr. Hirotomo Hirahara, L&T MHI. Shri Ajay Rawat, South Asia Regional Energy Partnership. Shri Anthony Harrison, BHEL. Shri G. Sudhakar, Grid Controller of India. Now I request sir to kindly facilitate our session co-chair, Shri Shanmuga Sundaram, ET to CMD NTPC. Thank you, sir.
Now I'll request our co-chair, session co-chair, Shamukh Sundaran sir, to please facilitate. So Shri Praveen Gupta sir. Now I'll request Shri Sundaram sir to facilitate our session developers team, Shri S.K. Nagesh sir, AGM PE Station Engineering, and Anubhav Daya sir, AGM PE Mechanical.
Request our session chair and co-chair and presenters for a group photograph, please. Yeah, session developers may please join. We also thank Madam Claudia Wies. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
And in the last, I thank Dr. Claudia also from joining from Germany, and we'll be hoping seeing you soon. And thank you, chair, co-chair, and presenter for the session, sir. Thank you all. We'll be having the next session for the nuclear power. So please be here, sir.
We're taking next session within 5 minutes. So I request audience to please stay. We are starting with the next session in 5 minutes only. Meanwhile, the arrangements on the stage are being made. We request all the audience to kindly stay. High tea will be post this session.
Hello, check. Hello, check. I'll just have a count of my speakers, and once everyone is here, so I can see. Yes. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this session on nuclear power as a solution to energy security and sustainable development. We are extremely delighted to welcome you all here.
We've been listening all about nuclear and its role in so many conferences these days as a carbon-free baseload supplement for India. Even with renewables at full capacity across the country, it will generate around 4 to 5,000 terawatt hours per year, as per estimates from various agencies. And on the contrary, the requirement will be around 20,000 terawatt hours per year to somewhere around 40,000 terawatt hours per year, based on the assumptions of business as usual scenario or an aggressive scenario based on a GDP forecast and population increment. And in India, the share of nuclear is still as low as 4%, whereas in some of the developed countries, Mr. Thomas is here from France, the share of nuclear is as high as 65 to 70%. So we at NTPC believe that it is the opportune time and a natural transition for us to shift to nuclear power. The question then that remains is of the optimal mix of nuclear technologies, as there are more than a few technologies available which are fully developed and some are under development. There is also parallelly the 3-stage program, wherein PHWR in the first stage, you have the PHWRs to the fast breeder reactors in the second stage, and then the thorium-based reactors in the third stage. And additionally, India is also adopting a horde of PWR technologies. You have the PWR VVR reactors from Rosetta, which are fully developed and operational in India. Then you have a fleet of technologies from EDF and Westinghouse, which are under discussion. Then there is the new kid in town, the SMR, which is probably the next big thing, or to say the small thing, the small modular reactor. So our expectation out of this session will be a discussion on all these aspects and possibly suggest a roadmap for NTPC, that how should we go forward. And even our founding chairman, Dr. D.V. Kapoor, mentioned yesterday that shifting to nuclear power comes as a natural step to NTPC and a natural pivot. So with this brief introduction, I'll just share a video which we have prepared to set the context for this session, and that after that we shall immediately start the session. Can we have the video, please?
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, experts, and friends, welcome to this pivotal session on nuclear power, a solution for energy security and sustainable development. Energy security and sustainability are paramount, shaping not only nations but our entire world. Our energy choices today have far-reaching consequences. Energy security rests on 4 key pillars: availability, reliability, affordability, and sustainability. Sustainability encompassing social, economic, and environmental dimensions. Fossil fuels constitute 55% of total capacity, renewables 23%, hydroelectric 15%, and nuclear 5%. Yet, nuclear generates 10% of the world's electricity. As we look ahead to India's energy future, various projections indicate substantial growth in our installed capacity. By 2030, it is estimated that India's total installed capacity will rise to approximately 750 gigawatts. Accordingly, the nuclear sector is set to play an increasingly significant role. With an anticipated rise from 7.5 gigawatts to 17 gigawatts by 2030, nuclear power is poised to make a substantial contribution to our energy generation, further diversifying our energy mix and reducing our carbon footprint. Clearly, as demonstrated by the chart, the power sector, particularly coal-fired, takes the lead as India's primary source of carbon dioxide emissions. This scenario mirrors the global perspective, where the power sector also ranks as the largest contributor to carbon dioxide emissions. These findings emphasize the immediate need for cleaner, more sustainable alternatives in both local and global contexts. India's climate commitments, led by Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, include 50% non-fossil fuel power capacity by 2030, 45% emission intensity reduction by 2030, net zero emissions by 2070, demonstrating unwavering dedication to a sustainable, clean energy future. To achieve our commitments and forge a sustainable energy mix, India's net zero strategy encompasses cutting-edge technologies and practices, massive renewable expansion plan, carbon capture technology, energy storage, green hydrogen, pump storage, and fleet mode nuclear capacity addition. This holistic blueprint paves the way for a cleaner, sustainable future. Examining the graph of energy sources, nuclear power impressively shows very low lifetime carbon intensity, even surpassing solar and wind. Renewables are crucial. They can't provide round-the-clock power. We need a reliable source. Nuclear power can contribute substantially to decarbonization of energy sector. In this session, let us engage in discussions that not only highlight the potential of nuclear power as energy security but also underscore the challenges, opportunities, and sustainability it presents. Thanks for your kind attention, and let's move forward and delve into these crucial aspects during our session.
Thank you. So just to begin with the session, I would like to invite first our chair for this session, Dr. S.C. Chetal, ex-director IGCAR. Shri Chetal, a graduate in mechanical engineering from Delhi College of Engineering, has a long career of over 41 years at Indira Gandhi Center for Atomic Research, from where he superannuated as director. He has made immense contributions to the indigenous fast reactor nuclear technology. He has made significant contribution to the design and manufacturing for zirconium and titanium sponge plant retorts and indigenous manufacturing of world's largest stainless steel crash straight for International Fusion ITER project. He was mission director of Advanced Ultra Supercritical R&D project of 800 megawatt. He is recipient of several honors and awards and is a fellow of Indian National Academy of Engineering. He is currently senior advisor R&D to BHEL. We heartily welcome you, sir. Our session co-chair for this session is Shri Ranjay Sharan. Shri Sharan is a mechanical engineering graduate and joined NPCIL in 1988. He has been promoted to outstanding scientist grade of TAE in 2018. He has been project director of KAPP 3 and 4, a first of its kind 2 into 700 megawatt mega nuclear power plant constructed at Kakrapara in India. Shri Sharan is recipient of INS Medal Award given by Prime Minister of India. We heartily welcome you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. We are extremely delighted to have both of you gentlemen. The next person is Mr. Thomas Misse. He has 23 years of experience in the field of nuclear energy, and he holds a master degree in fluid mechanics and hydraulics. Mr. Thomas Misse has worked across the globe. So he's currently working as the nuclear counselor at the French Embassy in India. He has worked in South Africa. He has worked in European countries. So I can say he has been across the globe. Thank you so much, Mr. Thomas Misse. Well, our next presenter is Dr. Alexander Volgan. He is a nuclear engineer and doctor in physics with broad international experience. He's more than 14 years of experience, nuclear experience with engineering and R&D projects, and he is currently the Deputy General Director in Southeast and South Asia region. Welcome, Dr. Alexander. Our next delegate author is Mr. Praveen Bhatt, the Vice President, Nuclear Equipment and Systems. He joined L&T Heavy Engineering as a postgraduate in 1995 and is currently holding the position of Head of Nuclear Product Business at L&T Heavy Engineering. He has previously served as the head of Hazira Shipyard until 2016 and has gained experience across various business sectors of L&T Heavy Engineering, including defense and aerospace. Welcome, sir.
Our next presenter is Mr. Yatindra Mohan, General Manager, Power Sector, Nuclear Business Group, BHEL. As Head of Marketing, Mr. Yatindra is involved in marketing of BHEL products for nuclear power project strategies for future businesses, identification of new products, business, managing deliveries of product and processes. We welcome you, sir. Along with Mr. Yatindra, Mr. Muttit Dayal, Senior Manager, BHEL, will also be presenting the session. We welcome you both, sir. Further, our next presenter is Dr. S. Saha from Rosatom. Dr. S. Saha has contributed significantly in preparation of AERB safety codes, guides such as design of light water reactor-based nuclear power plants, published in January 2015, site evaluation of nuclear facilities, published in July 2014, consenting process for nuclear power plants and research reactors, standard format and contents of safety analysis report for nuclear power plants, etc. He has authored and co-authored in more than 50 reports, international journals related to design and safety of nuclear power plant. We welcome you, sir. So with this esteemed and dignified panel on the dais, we would like to hand over the session to our session chair and co-chair. But before that, I would like to repeat the rules of the session, that each presenter will be given 10 minutes for their presentation. And buzzer will ring when 10 minutes will be completed. And question answer sessions will be taken after all the presentations are over. Thank you.
And before Dr. Cheetal and Mr. Sharan takes over, I just have a small request, sir. If you can have the first presentation from Mr. Praveen Bhatt. He has a flight to catch at 7 p.m. So he can, if he can be the first presenter. Thank you so much.
Questions may be passed to ushers. We'll be taking and sending it to session chair and co-chair. Thank you.
First say that I am very happy, very pleased that NPC will be joining hands with NPCL to accelerate the nuclear power business in the country. So I wish the joint venture between NTPC and NPCL to really make a headway. And I'm very sure the strong management of NTPC, along with the technology available at NPCL, joining together, we will see a faster pace of nuclear power growth in this country. Other aspect I would like to touch that in this country, we have both the routes available for the nuclear power stations. We believe in the indigenous technology base, as well as we welcome acceleration of nuclear power through the import of the nuclear reactors. We have the benefit of the Russian reactors coming here, and we have the indigenous 700 megawatt reactors coming up. We have always believed that the technology in the Indian should be the one which we can do in the country. I will just take 2 minutes that we had all the options to take PWR technology in 60s, and we have also to thought of whether we should go for PHWR. Manufacturing the reactor vessel, having an enriched fuel were the two impediments that why India did not go for the PWR technology. So I must say that in this nuclear sector, we always keep that the Indian flag should always be there. And to accelerate, we welcome the reactors coming up. So we wish that in the next few years, we will have the reactors from other countries also coming up in this country. Thank you very much, and we can start the session.
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm Praveen Bhatt from L&T. So I'll be covering 3 things in my presentation. One is that nuclear energy scenario and why nuclear and challenges associated with this. Then in Indian context, what are the technology, what are the options available, and what are the scenario in the Indian nuclear program? And finally, how L&T is contributing in helping Indian nuclear program to become more sustainable and viable. So for last 30 years, nuclear is almost stagnant. It's hovering on 400 gigawatt, but it is expected to grow with the current energy transition and energy crisis. It's expected to grow. Someone saying 2 times, 3 times, but certainly there is a lot of talk about nuclear, and mainly it's happening on developing country. China is taking big lead. India is pushing hard, and all other developing countries are going for nuclear. Presently, 436 reactor operational and 59 under construction, mainly being built in China, India, Turkey, and some of the new now European countries, they are going for nuclear reactor. So why nuclear energy? One is though it's always said that it's not safe and that is the perception, but actually nuclear is the most safest. If you see that per terawatt hour death rate is the lowest, 0.03, close to solar. It's like lowest death rate per terawatt power generation. Similarly, this is the cleanest way of generating nuclear energy. Only 3 tons per gigawatt hour. So that is the real advantage of nuclear. It's a carbon-free energy, low land footprint in comparison to wind is a 360 times less. Low requirement of critical minerals. Resource efficiency is like 60 years. Minimum cycle, minimum lifetime is 60 years, and it is extendable to 80 years. Reliable, maximum capacity 92.5% capacity running, and very, very safe. 3 other uses of nuclear desalination, clean hydrogen production, and process heating. Other than energy generation, these are the other 3 applications. What is the main challenge? Main challenge with nuclear power plant is the construction time. It's because of long construction time, it's becoming like commercially, there's a question mark on commercial viability. If you see that India average cycle time is close to 10 years. We have done some power plant in 5 years, but average is 8 to 10 years. And it's not unique to India. It's common to all country. Most of the plant are being built in 8 to 10 years. Some of the plant in UAE, Korean, they built in 5 years. China is building in less than 5 years, but most of the power plant are delayed. So this is the major challenge the nuclear industry facing. And second is that cost overrun. If you see that Vogtle, 4,000 per kilowatt was the plant estimate, and to be completed in 5 years, now is going up to more than $9,000 per kilowatt. Fremavilla, all are because of delay overrun. So these are the 2 major challenges. First is the overrun in terms of timeline, and then cost overrun. Technology-wise, what are the options? There are 2 technology, fusion and fission. Fusion is still we are 10 to 15 years away because before it becomes commercially viable. Big project is going on in ITER, France, where scientists are working to generate first plasma in 2030, but still it's 10 to 15 years away. All commercial reactor are operated with the fission reactor technology. And predominantly, these are the 3 technology, PWR, BWR, PSWR. Most of the plant worldwide is based upon PWR. India mainly dominate all plant are PSWR except 2 BWR, which is the first one by GE, and 2 LWR by Rosatom. All other plant are based upon. So these are the 3 options. But we have developed our own technology of PSWR. Parallelly, we are exploring PWR, LWR technology also. In LWR, it's dominated by 3 people, Westinghouse with AP1000, EDF with EPR 1600, and VBR 1200 by Rosatom. India is already connected to VBR plant, and 4 are under construction, and we are in NPCL in touch with Westinghouse EDF, and L&T is also collaborating with these 2 technology providers to make it commercially viable, make it economical. Major challenge they are facing right now, competitiveness of the power produced by this technology in India in comparison to PSWR. New technology which is emerging is SMR. It is a small, less than 300 megawatt, modular, which can be built in the plant. And there are various technology. Why people are going for SMR is economical, modularized, flexible application. It can be used for various applications, for off-grid application, for industry, smaller footprint, and it can replace aging fossil fire plant, and potential for hybrid energy system. As I said, it can be used for on-grid power, heavy industry, remote communities. So there are various technology presently being worked upon for SMR. More than 35 technology at conceptual stage. Some are at basic and detailed design stage. Some are under construction. And Russia is already having some of the plants. So very few plants are under running. Most of the plants are under either detailed design stage or basic concept stage. various technology, and some of the technology which are predominantly being talked about is NewScale, Westinghouse, EDF, NUARD. So these are the technology which is India also exploring. And L&T is participating with all these people to find out the possible collaboration. L&T got a capability to accept fueling for manufacturing and delivering these plants at our own. So we are in touch with Westinghouse, EDF, USNC, BRC, NPCL for developing this small modular reactor. And along with NTPC also we are collaborating how we can jointly work on this SMR and fast-paced this program. Coming to Indian context, we know that our commitment to net zero by 2070 and 50% from renewable by 2030. We know. So mainly only 2% of installed capacity is nuclear and 3% in terms of generation. And we are saying at least we should go to 22 gigawatt by 2032 and at least 25% from nuclear by 2050. Presently, 23 nuclear power plants are operational, 9 nuclear plants are under construction, and 10 indigenous power plants already declared where procurement action has started. And out of that, 4 NTPC will be also participating as a talk is going on, I think, as a EPC. And so there is ambitious program NPCL is having to make more nuclear power plant. India got 3-stage program. Pressurized heavy water reactor stage 1, which is already matured. Second stage fast breeder reactor. This is for independency in fuel. Right now we are using natural uranium and we know it's depleting. So we need thorium-based reactor. And that's how 3-stage program. First and third is advanced reactor. First, I already said, already matured and running. PFBR is under commissioning. Sodium is already filled up and we are expecting in 1 year time it should go critical. This will be a major boost to Indian program. And third is still under development. Once all 3 stages will be there, then there will be no dependency on uranium and we can use our abundant thorium for our nuclear power plant. Coming back to L&T contribution, how we are helping to become nuclear as a viable solution and commercially economical and viable. We got a end-to-end solution for a nuclear power plant from pre-project development to project execution. 6 plant we had done whole construction, and out of 22 plant, 12 plant, lot of equipment we have supplied. First 700 megawatt where L&T contributed. This is now commercially connected to grid, and most of the equipment are supplied by L&T as well as construction was done by L&T. We got various vertical. We can supply from steel to critical equipment to final construction of the power plant. We got a history of from 70s. We are building these nuclear power plant. Presently, all nuclear island equipment we are manufacturing in our shop. And we have made, this is the serious contribution L&T is making in a nuclear energy. We are making new benchmark in manufacturing of critical equipment, which used to become one time critical for the construction time of the nuclear power plant. Steam generator, most critical component in 36 months. And seal and those equipment we are delivering ahead of the schedule. How we are delivering? Because we have developed a capability of strong nuclear culture. We have invested in a skilled manpower. We have invested in digital. This is the most important part for any nuclear industry. People who want to participate in nuclear, they should develop this nuclear culture. This is different. Certainly is different than other energies requirement. We got best facility, world-class facility at Hazira, from steel development to reactor manufacturing at one place. Engineering capabilities. A lot of investment in technology. Industry 4.0 implemented at Hazira. More than 200 connected machine smart station IoT is developed for nuclear manufacturing. Use of digital metrology. These all to reduce the cycle time so that nuclear can become a viable solution. Document is the most important part of nuclear power plant. So online documentation. We also participated in a fusion program. And we have supplied international program also, USNRC, cask and canister. So I'll conclude that achieving net zero globally will be harder without nuclear. It's a must. For base load, if you are phasing out coal, nuclear is a must. Advanced economies have lost market leadership. Now it's a developing economy. India and other countries who are taking the lead. Policy landscape is changing. It can be used for hydrogen and heat. Nuclear has to up its game in order to play its part. There is a crisis, but people will not wait for nuclear. We have to gear up and deliver. Otherwise, there will be options like wind, solar, they'll be taking and they'll be going ahead. Momentum behind small modular reactor. A lot of talk is going on, but it still has to be materialized. And finally, government involvement will be needed for finance new investment. If you are going for big technology, foreign technology, funding is one of the thing, and it has to come from government. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Before I make observation, may I request Mr. Sarin to share his thoughts on this presentation.
Construction time. You mentioned that nuclear power plants are generally delayed, but I would like to just mention that once the design is frozen, we have seen that nuclear power plant can be constructed in time. For example, at Tarapur 3 and 4, 540 megawatt units, where design was frozen, it was constructed in 4 years, 11 months, 26 days, with a saving of 10% of the total cost. Similarly, RAP 5 and 6, Rajasthan 5 and 6 unit, and Kaiga 3 and 4 unit, that was also constructed in less than 5 years' time. So the theme is that if design is frozen and then we take up the construction, then we save a lot of time. And worldwide also, we have found that post-Fukushima, many improvements were driven. And at those places also, when the design was not fully completed, they took up the construction, and that's why major delays took place. So way out is that we should freeze the design, and then only we should construct. And since we are joined hand with NTPC, it is a suggestion to NTPC also that they have to see that design is frozen, and then we should launch the project. And this thing, Mahi Basara project and Chutka project is 7 cities where design is getting frozen, so such problem will not. Thank you very much.
Let me personally convey my appreciation for L&T for immense contribution to the Indian nuclear power program. L&T has made immense contribution to the phase 1. Phase 2, I think the number of components for the phase 2 have come from L&T. And I must like to convey here that the world's largest stainless steel vessel for the ITER project has been manufactured by L&T. It has been done in extremely well satisfactory manner to the ITER people. I myself was chairing the committee on behalf of the IPR, and I would like to use this forum to convey my appreciation to L&T for having taken that challenging job and brought great fame to this country. Once again,
thank you, sir.
I will take liberty now, since I am no more in the atomic energy. I think we still have a long way to construct our nuclear power stations the way we have done Tarapur. We must be targeting that we must be constructing the plant 5 years. Our designs are frozen. The design is frozen. Sometimes we do get unusual difficulties at site, which possibly we have not anticipated. But I think all of us know very well that the real construction time had been longer for whatever reasons are there. But I think thanks to the NTPC joining and NPCL having learned, we need a radical change to construct our units in time, because the construction time impact has a large role on the power tariff. And I'm very sure that lessons we are learning will definitely help to accelerate the fleet. And the Indian industries also have a large role to play in getting the projects constructed in time. Both BHEL, L&T, and many other Indian units have a role to play. I think each one of them has to introspect what best way they can contribute to the acceleration of the construction period. One thing we can feel very proud, I would say that performance of the nuclear power stations in India is extremely good. In spite of the delays, our tariff of the electricity from nuclear power station or the capital cost is the lowest in the world. So I think we need to maintain this targets of the lowest cost in the world as well as tariff acceptable. And we look forward that maybe in the next 10 to 15 years, apart from the power generation, we hope that we will also generate hydrogen from a different type of reactors because it needs high temperature. And we hope that this country in BRC and other units will also take the nuclear power in this country on a different horizon. Thank you. Go to the next speaker now. Okay, go. Okay, do the message.
Our next speaker will be Dr. Saha.
Okay.
Good afternoon. I'm S. Saha. Presently, I'm working in Rosatom company. I'm stationed in Moscow now. It is my pleasure to address the audience. Basically, I'll try to talk very general way the evolution of PWR and why PWR. It is, I think, from the beginning, we have seen that there are around 400 plus reactors. Out of 400 plus reactors, which is working all over the world, the 3/4, almost 75% of the reactors, they are pressurized water reactors. What it means is that during the evolution process, which started from 50s, 60s, the PWR has matured today quite enough. I mean, it gives us a lot of confidence that the technology is now very well proven, and we can really go in different, the countries are ready to adopt those technologies. Basically, if you look at this, there are today we'll be talking about, I'll be talking about up to 3 generation of reactors, PWRs. Now, my objective is actually to give a general feeling to general audience, not to people who are from nuclear fraternity, they know very well, but I made it a more general way so that, especially our colleague who is now trying to venture into nuclear sector, I think it really is a good time for NTPC to have one more item in the portfolio. One of the important thing, which actually is very easy for L&T, one I feel is that the land acquisition process, which usually we feel in NPCL or even any projects, it is very time consuming and it's very difficult process. So you have those lands available with you. So whatever is small, big, that is obviously it has to be taken care by the NTPC. And I see clearly the SMR is one of the candidate, small reactor of the candidate, the aging thermal power plants, which is really, there is a need for you to get sort of transition from to make it more sort of decarbonize the energy sector. So there is a lot of incentive for NTPC to today to have seriously take the board. So I'll give you a flavor of evolution of PWR, and basically it started after First World War, and basic concentration was for naval application. And from there the countries which really led in PWR, these are mostly the 2 countries, which is US and obviously we have our Westinghouse friends here. The Westinghouse is one of the leader in PWR in the West, whereas in the eastern part of the world, that is the earlier Soviet Union. And these two technologies, which I call as one is Western technology or the Eastern technology. And those technology has really moved forward and contributed 10% of the power generation, which today we have. So today's world is actually the nuclear technology energy is providing 10% of total power energy. If you take is a carbon-free energy, then it is basically 25%. There are around 31 countries which is basically generating more than 25% of their portfolio. 25%, there are 13 countries in the world. And obviously some of the countries which are like France, their backbone of their energy sector is the nuclear. And the Japan is obviously the country which is producing almost 30% of their power. Practically everywhere you go in the coastal side, there is nuclear power reactors. Now, again, if you look at the development process of the first generation of reactor is basically, it is a demonstration of the design, and it is actually, we call it the proof of concept, and there are few actually. But the main takeaway from that is that even the decision which is taken, design decision which is taken, basically a containment design which is become a universal part of further design. So the containment, which is basically to protect people, take care of radiation, and not to really get the exposure coming out of release coming out of the containment. So that is one of the takeaway, which is actually one of the factors which is carried forward for all the generations. Now this is very generic timeline of generation of various reactors. Now, if we look at generation 1 is, again, I'm saying there are no commercial. This is the proof of demonstration. Actual nuclear renaissance, if you talk about it, this is happened in 70s. So these 70s is the reactor which is basically the world was flooded with basically various 3 types of reactor mainly. The one is PWR, which actually today giving almost 80% of the power generation. Now, out of that, there are out of the total, say 70. I mentioned about 75%, but another 10% power is coming from PHWR, and from boiling water reactor 10%, and the other is miscellaneous reactors. So total 100% reactor, but predominantly the trend which is I'm trying to emphasize that you need not to think twice which type of technology you have to choose. Because now it is almost, it is very clear. Even when you move to SMR today, you see the maturity level. All water-based reactors are dominant players. And in fact, most of the concept which is coming forward, they are mostly the water-based reactors. So, and that is basically light water reactor. When I mean the light water reactors. So, if we look at the generation 2 reactors, these reactors are quite the predominant. Their lifetime was 40 years, even though the lifetime was 40 years, the design life. But actually, they have already completed almost 40 years life. Most of the US reactors, 104 reactors in US, they have gone for further 20 years life extension. And basically, one very startling factor that the countries which has led during that time generation 2 reactors, most of the countries are not today, they are not the forefront in the building of the reactors. Take example, US, only 1 reactor, generation 3 reactor they have built. Look at the France, they are trying to make level 3, 1. But there is a lot of enthusiasm from the other countries who are really venturing into nuclear. And the most reactor, including our neighbor Bangladesh, in fact, they are building now 2 VVR. And this 2 VVR will give them 10% of their total power generation. I mean, that is what sort of things. Egypt, country, Turkey, the countries which are basically never had been gone into so seriously thought about nuclear. Those countries are opting for this. Even Egypt, for example, they're building 3 VVR reactors. So then you can see even Saudi Arabia, the countries which is practically without any historical continuous nuclear sort of a business, they are diversifying their portfolios. So now this is what I already have told. But then in the second generation reactor, one of the very deciding moment was the US NRC general design criteria. It has become a universal, practically design criteria for PWR reactors. And practically all the countries have been following that. So they are, but after that, obviously, after GDC, the things, events, they are still valid. Whatever upgradation is doing based on event-based, they are being done. Now, I have here I have mentioned again for generation 2 reactor. Now, obviously we can see that most of the reactors which have been built, it's basically you can see that Westinghouse, Framatome, and Rosatom. They are the main world players. Obviously, now new players have come. China is one very important players who will be probably competing with the best in the world now. One of the very insight is with the China is that they have practically bought all the technologies available from West, whether it is a PWR, whether it is a VBR, whether it is a AP1000, whether it is a CANDU type reactors. So they have really made their platform to leap forward. So that is one of the things which is different from Indian context. While we are practically probably not paying so much attention in terms of technologies, bringing it to the country. And one more specific thing which occurs to me is that our manufacturing sector is practically our private sector. Unlike many of the countries, like I'm comparing with the Rosatom, practically it is everything under one umbrella, starting from A to Z, from fuel fabrication till decommissioning. So all are practically under one entity, one solid umbrella. So obviously our country is diverse, our power requirements are also very huge, and surely public sector is going to play a big role in our country along with the private sector in addition to the public sector. Our power generation is 1.6% today. In fact, if you say why we have come down, earlier we had 3% power generation, nuclear contribution, but it has become now 1.6%. The reason is only because that the push the other sector has got, especially thermal, the push they have got, the way they have been brought to the market, the support, policy support they have got, it has played a very important role. So therefore, I hope that similar type of policy support when NTPC is going forward with SMR. I'm keeping in mind that my colleague will be talking about that. Probably it will also help. It will also help to bring the SMR, maybe small reactors or whatever form reactors to India in a big way. And our capability, as just my colleague Mr. Praveen has mentioned about this, about LNT capability. Obviously, I've seen that we have the largest number, 5th largest number of reactors in India, CANDU reactors. Now coming back, from how we move from generation 2 to generation 3 is basically two defining moment. One is TMI accident, which is happened in US. The second one is Chernobyl. I think two reactors, basically generation 2 reactors, we already basically considered about the large LOCA. Large LOCA means we try to see if the LOCA occurs, loss of coolant accident, then how to take care of the LOCA scenarios in the reactor so that the consequences are kept minimum safety system, take care of fully that. But after especially after Chernobyl accident, the severe accident measures are being put into regulation, and IAEA also had INSAC 5, INSAC 7. They have also put forward a lot of requirement in terms of probabilistic point of view. So those probabilistic targets also have been put, and then for severe accident management, that to retain in case of hypothetical case of reactor core melt, to retain within the reactor pressure vessel, or we should have an external device for collection of the core and keeping the containment intact so that the releases are not coming out of the containment. So some of the improvements which has taken place generation reactor, there is a spell technology in manufacturing technology in material, then modularization, thermal efficiency and all. So these are basically, you can see not only in the safety, but in the engineering also a lot of improvement has taken place. The next coming to the generation 3 reactors, I will categorize them in the 3 ways. One way is the evolutionary reactor with the active safety system, which is typically the EPR, which is now in generation 3 reactor. Second one is evolutionary reactor, but it's a combination of safety system, which is now active and then fully backed up by the passive system. So this is one approach. And the third one is fully passive, which is Westinghouse is come out with the design AP1000. So there are 3 type of grossly the reactor, evolutionary reactors in generation 3 and 3 plus. Basically, when I say 3 and plus, there is a finite distinction between 3 and 3 plus. So that I also to mention about it. I think I have touched upon it. Here I can see one of the few things with the generation 3 reactors. You see higher availability and longer life, 60 years. Now 60 years life has come, obviously the improvement. Then we have got double containment. Most of the things are practically today we have got most of them are with the double containment. Then we have also features like for air crash protection design. Then load following capabilities. And then the mitigation system for longer, you can say, the plant autonomy, so that it can survive in case of any accident without any intervention from the operator. So these are the few characteristics of the generation 3 plus reactor. And in fact, the Fukushima, which is my previous speaker also has mentioned about it, the Fukushima is the last, I think, the event which has reshaped the nuclear safety guidelines. Today, any reactors, if anybody wants to say, their first question would be, say, if you are totally cut off power supply, if you totally cut off the water supply, cooling, if you stop from external cooling, whether the reactor can survive. If any reactor say that, yes, I can survive it, you can go for this. Thank you very much.
Participant, let me indicate, unlike the other sectors, any event in anywhere in the world on nuclear power station has the adverse effect on the entire nuclear scene in the world. We had 2 unfortunate events in the nuclear sector, the Chernobyl and then Fukushima. History is very clear why that events occurred. Fukushima would not have occurred had the utility implemented the measures they have done on the adjoining unit. What has happened because of the events, the design gets more and more complicated by what is known as passive means, which are very challenging to demonstrate during the design. And one more complication has come. Earlier, many of the design events were classified as beyond design basis event. In events which need not be taken in the design, you only have to show the consequences. In light of the 2 major accidents, I would say, we have International Nuclear Event Scale, where all the events are classified 0 to 7. Chernobyl and Fukushima came on the highest scale. Now we have number of beyond design events being classified as design extension measures, which are quite complicated. What is beyond design and what is design extension? But one must keep in mind that the safety of the nuclear power stations has definitely enhanced in terms of time. And we are very fortunate that the licensing system in this country is very strong. Sometimes it is a painful also, having been myself faced the regulatory body. Of course, now I am on the licensing side. It's slightly easier than that. So all said and done, we can be very satisfied that after every major event, there had been an in-depth study of the implication of that, and all the nuclear power stations have got additional features after both the events. After Fukushima, first time in the Indian context, the tsunami became a design basis also. Earlier, the safety guide in India on the flood was that tsunamis will not be experienced because cyclones decide. But after the Fukushima event, which was a tsunami-based event, all the coastal sites had undergone a change to see that in case of a high tide, the nuclear power stations are safe. At Kalpakam, we have to raise the height of all the structures by 1.5 meters because of this law. So rest be assured that the nuclear power is very safe in this country. Now we go to the next speaker. May I request Mr. Thomas to kindly share his thoughts.
Esteemed representative from NTPC, from the Department of Atomic Energy, and from NPCIL, dear representative from foreign and Indian company, good afternoon. It is a real honor for me as representative from the Embassy of France in India to be invited to speak during this event. My presentation, first, I will give some insight about how nuclear energy can be a key solution to enable energy transition in all countries, including India. I will talk about and give some example about the French expertise in nuclear energy, and I will give some information about the Indo-French cooperation on civilian nuclear energy. Just a few information about the situation in France. As we speak, around between 70 to 75% of electricity is produced by the fleet of 56 nuclear power reactors. The installed capacity is around 61 gigawatts. And thanks to this fleet, France has a very low carbon electricity for now several decades. And another key issue, the electricity produced in France, the cost of the electricity is one of the lowest among all European countries. And it ensures as well also security of energy supply, because France is self-reliant for all aspects, from the manufacturing of fuel to the decommissioning of the plant on nuclear energy. We are talking about the future. A few years ago, the French government asked to the company called RTE, which can be compared in India to the CEA, to draft and to study some scenarios about energy transition in the coming years and how to reach carbon neutrality by 2050. This report has been issued 2 years ago. You have the link on the slide about the conclusion of this report. This report studies several scenarios about what could be the energy mix in the coming years and in 2050 in France. So you have a scenario with 100% renewable energy. You have scenarios with different percentage of nuclear energy in the mix. The main conclusion of this study, first, you cannot achieve carbon neutrality without a significant share of nuclear energy. I think all the people of this panel, we are convinced of that. But another very important conclusion, that it's about the cost of nuclear energy. You often listen to people who said nuclear energy is far more expensive than renewable energy. This comprehensive study concludes that it is relevant from an economic point of view to build new nuclear reactors, and that's what is going to be done in France in the coming years. Again, in each scenario, a massive increase of the share of renewable energy is expected. Again, it is not a fight between renewable energy and nuclear energy. The both are needed to ensure an efficient energy transition. In France, it has been decided to build 6 new EPR. We have already 1 EPR under construction. And there are advanced discussion to build another 8 EPR in the coming years. We have also decided to confirm that we are going to extend the operating life of the current fleet of reactors. So at least it will go to 30 or 50 years of operating life. And some people hope that we can reach 60 years of operating life. Another key issue is that the decision of the government is to increase the support on SMR, the small modular reactor, and advanced modular reactors. So regarding that issue at SMR and AMR, in France, we currently implement what we call the France 2030, which is an investment plan dedicated to various strategic areas of the economy, from health, transport, of energy. Within this budget, 10,000 crore are allocated to the development of SMR and AMR. A part is allocated to the new word SMR, which is a French SMR, which is based on which is a pressurized water reactor. But we have also a significant amount of money allocated to new technology or innovative reactors projects. So we have already 2 projects selected, one with a lead cool fast reactors and another for a micro reactor based on sodium cool micro reactors. A few words about the French expertise. The whole fleet of nuclear reactor in France is operated by EDF, which is a main utility, which can be compared to NTPC in terms of importance for their respective country. EDF is one of the biggest operator of nuclear reactor in the world, because if you take into account the 56 reactor in operation in France, plus reactor in operation in United Kingdom and China, it has the more reactor in operation at the world level. And keep in mind that EDF managed the entire cycle of operating life of nuclear power reactors, from the design to the building, the operation, and the decommissioning of the plants. About the technology provided, as we speak, the key reactor that can be provided by EDF is the EPR, which is a pressurized water reactor of a power of 1,600 megawatts. As we speak, 3 of these reactors are under operation, 2 in China and 1 in Finland. 3 are under construction, 1 in France and 2 in United Kingdom, and 2 more. There are advanced discussion between with the UK government to build 2 more EPR in the coming years. I've already talked about the project to build new EPR in France. And of course, we have exclusive discussion between NPCIL and EDF to build 6 EPR in India in the state of Maharashtra. And last, we have also EDF is also participating to several tenders in Europe for the supply of nuclear reactors, including Czech Republic, Poland, and also in Saudi Arabia. So this is a portfolio of technology provided by EDF, the French utility, from the large reactor, the EPR of 1,600 megawatts, to the SMR, and we have also the middle-sized reactors of 1,200 megawatts, which may be more suitable for some countries. A few words about the Jaitapur nuclear project. So, as I said, there are exclusive discussion between NPCIL and EDF about this project. It will be the biggest nuclear power plant in the world, with a 10 gigawatt of capacity, of installed capacity. And in full compliance with Indian initiative, there will be a significant part of industrial localization for all the projects. So this is a few features about the EPR. Keep in mind that it is a proven design. As I said, it is under operation in several countries around the world or under construction. It is also a reference for safety because it meets and exceeds the safety requirements of the EIA, but also of all other European of international organizations. And it has already been licensed in 4 different countries, so France, China, United Kingdom, and Finland. The second reactors that can be provided by EDF is a new one reactor. It is a SMR, a small modular reactor, with a total installed capacity of 340 megawatts. It is designed for export. That means the goal is it could be adapted to various markets and different countries without any difficulty. And it will be built in France by 2030. The construction will start by 2030. I will go back. A key issue about the SMR, it has been, keep in mind, it is the issue of licensing and how to respect or to meet the requirements of various countries regarding safety issues. In France, there is already some work done by the regulatory body of France, and there is also work carried out at the European level between the regulatory bodies for different countries in order to do early joint assessment of the reactor. That means it will be easier after to license the reactor in each of these countries. Another point that's regarding the SMR is that Neward, which is the French company, has set up an advisory board which gather representatives of various countries, including Dr. Nayak from the Department of Atomic Energy, and thank you for his service, and other representatives from various countries to have their inputs about what should be the best SMR for the market. So this organization is in operation for now a few years. We'll pass that. As a conclusion, we'd like to say a few words about the ongoing civilian cooperation between India and France on nuclear energy. There is an intergovernmental agreement signed in 2008. All the cooperation carried out between both countries in nuclear energy is done within this framework, including the cooperation between the Department of Atomic Energy and the French Atomic Energy Commission, the CEA. A key point I would like to stress: there is a big issue regarding the training, skills developments that all nuclear programs will face in the coming years. We'd like to mention that we have a strong cooperation between the HBNI, Institute for the Department of Atomic Energy, and INSTN, an organization of French organization, to jointly develop and deliver a training session in both countries. We have already done several of these courses, and we are already working on the next training session. That could include also training session about SMR on how to operate a nuclear power reactor. There are also some discussion with GCNEP, which is an organization linked to the Department of Atomic Energy, also on the cooperation and training issue. Last, just to talk about the French Atomic Energy Commission, which can be compared to the Department of Atomic Energy. We have some priorities on R&D program, and these here are the main priorities. First, it's the development of SMR and IMR, as I've already said. Also, the development of hybrid solution for decarbonizing energy systems. We are talking about how to produce low carbon hydrogen, how can produce heat for the city or energy for industrial application. We also carried out a lot of economical assessments to ensure that each technological solution provided or proposed is suitable or is competitive from the economic point of view. And last, again, we have a strong offer for training session in the nuclear field. We'll pass that. And last, just to mention that in 2 weeks from now, there will be the largest civil nuclear trade show in France. It is organized by the French Association of all the nuclear industries, the French nuclear industries. You are invited to participate, and I'm very happy to say that some representative from NTPC will get there and will participate to that event. Thank you so much. I am at your disposal if you have further questions, and I will end by saying Diad se sune kelye danivad.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Your presentation was quite good, and this carbon neutrality by 2050 is really a good endeavor from your side. Actually, in your slide, you have presented Jaitapur site, its requirements. So my suggestion would be that first, as I explained earlier, first design should be frozen. And then one more suggestion based on my experience in the project, that you should go for one reactor on cost plus basis. If we try to define the cost, a lot of risk is involved, and risk is also associated with cost. So the cost of the first reactor itself will be so high that launching of the project will be very difficult. So it's always better to launch first project on cost plus basis and try to maximize the manufacturing process in India itself, wherever it is possible. Then you can multiply further reactors. This is my suggestion. Thank you.
Let me add some few words on the Indo-French cooperation. Indo-French cooperation in the nuclear sector back to 1970s, where India has built the first fast reactor technology at Kalpakam with the help of the French CA on their reactor Rhapsody. And continuously we have a good regular interaction with the French Atomic Energy on the sodium-cooled fast reactor safety. As Mr. Saran mentioned, that all of us are looking forward that EPR construction starts one fine day in India. And as Mr. Saran rightly said, this is the concern of a common Indian citizen. That will the EPR be economically competitive? Because unlike the Western world, the power tariff in India is a political subject. You raise the power tariff by 10%, the political party loses the election next year actually. So you have a different type of responsibility, that the cost is a very delicate issue for the EPR. Otherwise, the construction should have started as an outsider, I would say that. I also look forward that on your SMR of your new word 117-2, we wish that India and France work together in one way or the another, so that jointly we develop this new concept of that small is also beautiful and large is also beautiful. This is a very rare case where a 1640 megawatt reactor and 170 megawatt will come in the same country. I wish to happen soon in your country, this SMR, and I think it will make a beginning, because French have been pioneers in the atomic energy. All of us know very well that they have no oil, no gas, no option. That's why they are nuclear, let me tell you also. So I wish that the Indo-French cooperation will go more and more strong, and look forward to have a number of nuclear facilities coming up in this country. We go to the next one. May I request Dr. Vologin to kindly share his thoughts?
Dear colleagues, honorable members, good to see you all here. It's a pleasure to speak this conference, and happy Diwali as well. So it will be hard to add something new about the context, recognizing India's expanding economy, growing population, energy needs, and industrialization. India will need a whole host of technologies to fulfill the needs of the future populations, and as well to reach the goals that have been set by the government. So the only solution, in combination with other sources of energy, is the provision of this energy by the nuclear. And nuclear power is a clean, safe, and sustainable source. Within this context, we have seen that large projects are now in India, which are developing and providing good, clean energy of large capacity. But unfortunately, the graphics and the construction times are long, and as well as investments needed for such huge projects are enormous as well. So an interesting solution and alternative could be an SMRs. With their compact design, reduced construction time, they can supply energy for the remote areas, islands, and other places. As well, they can supply energy not only in terms of electricity, but combined with other applications as hydrogen generation, desalination, and other purposes as a captive plants. So typically, the technological concepts, there are more than 80 different designs of SMR under development on the different stages, starting from conceptual design till the first commercial operating units. Typically, we can class them as water-cooled reactors, high-temperature reactors, different fast neutron spectrum reactors, and molten salt reactors. Currently, light water reactors are the most promising ones to be developed in the closest future. SMR being proposed by Rosatom fits the first category of pressurized water reactors. What we are proposing is a nuclear power plant equipped with 2 reactors of 55 megawatts electrical, with a long refueling cycle up to 6 years, with a design lifetime of 60 years and availability factor of 90%. So we expect for this project the construction time of 3 to 4 years, and the pilot plant will be built in Russia and shall be put in operation by 2028. Currently, the licensing package shall be submitted to the regulatory body, and we are waiting for the authorization to start the construction by the May of the next year. So what is this, the SMR that we are proposing? It's based on the large experience gained during the years on the reactors used on the icebreakers. Typically, this is an integrated reactor with 4 steam generators integrated within a vessel, and the pumps which are situated outside of the, I cannot show it unfortunately, on the right side, which will facilitate the maintenance. The core, which is composed of 199 fuel assemblies with enrichment of up to 20%, is composed of high enrichment. It's quite small. It's about 1.6 meters height, and with a capacity of 1.1% per second of power change. So this SMR is capable of working in a base load as well as in the load following modes. Daily load follows includes variations from 100% to 20%. So you can adjust the consumption and the production of electricity to each other. So typically, what about the maturity? The final design of the Witten 200 reactor started its history within the 50s with the first OK 150 reactor, which was placed on the icebreakers. Then, gaining some experience, KLT 40 reactor has been developed, and Witten 200 reproduces the evolutionary developments of these reactors with a total operating experience of more than 50 years. So typically here we have a picture of this reactor. So what about the scalability of such SMRs? So typically there are 2 major aspects. The first one is about the construction and the site itself, the global design. So there will be a common part of auxiliary building, which will be shared by all the modules, and we will add the modules one by one, which will use the same auxiliary buildings. It's the first part of modularization. The second one is the construction itself. As all the components may be prefabricated and built and provided on site just for bringing them and assembling as a Lego. So the last part, probably the most interesting one, how much it will cost. This is a difficult question because it should be assessed for all the countries, and different parameters will influence final cost. It's not only the cost of the design itself and the construction, it's the cost of the labor. It's a cost of other parameters as a construction and localization. It should be carefully assessed and adjusted to make it really interesting for the market. So we have checked the current electricity tariffs, and we are quite matching these numbers. For your information, there is a link to a new US report, which compares the cost of electricity that you may consult, and which really, in an interesting way, compares different costs on the different levels, as a project management, the engagement of the governments on the quantity of the SMRs to be built, etc., and all other parameters. So finally, what will be the next step and what is necessary to go forward? First of all, it's the collaborative work between the governments, developers, and investors to make their confidence in the new concepts of SMRs. It's an engagement on a long-term cooperation which will allow to reduce the costs of the N of the kinds SMRs, and at least the development of the local supply chain to make these projects profitable. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let me share that NPCL and the Rosatom have a very strong tie-up. We have 6 reactors coming up at Tamil Nadu with the help of Rosatom. 2 are in operation and 4 are under construction. We wish that Rosatom, one of the largest utility on the nuclear sector and very powerful and successful, I would say, in all respects, will show the way for the SMR also to be successful in this world. A lot of question marks are there in the minds of some people. Whether the economy of scale, which was the initial feature of the reactors, as large as possible, will be cheaper. And now we are saying small reactors also will be economical. We will have this benefit of the mass scale production like we made the cars, the PV cells or the wind. We need to demonstrate. I wish Rosatom will show the way for the world. That's it. And let me wish all success to Rosatom and indirectly to all nations who are interested in SMR, including me. Thank you very much. Now we go to the last presentation from my BHL, Mr. Jitendra Mohan.
Good afternoon. Being last in the session is a bit little difficult task because many people have already told, experts have already told what you want to speak. And the second part is that the next session, people are already there. So they will be waiting for their session to start. So before, because we have limited our presentation, we started to challenges in manufacturing of nuclear components in Indian industry. So before we start our presentation, I would just like to brief something about our company. Many of you know, but many of you don't know what BHL is. BHL is having 5 decades old relationship with NPCIL, Nuclear Power Corporation, and a similar association with NTPC right from the beginning. So if you come to nuclear power, out of 19 PHWRs, 13 PSW are operating currently. 13 PSW are equipped with BHL supplied turbine and generators, which produces more than 75% of the Indian electricity generated from PSWRs. We have supplied around 45 steam generators, one of the highest in India, manufactured and supplied to NPCIL. We have been a big player as far as nuclear power is concerned, supplying, supporting NPCIL in design of nuclear components also, and manufacturing also. Not only in the first stage of PSWR, second stage FBR also, and third stage SWR turbine sets we have already developed. We are already doing, the Kakrapar unit has been synchronized by us. We have been working very closely with Saran Sahab when he was project director there. Now it is commerce, COD has been declared for that. Another 3 sets we are doing, and next 6 sets at Gorakhpur and Kaga, we have got the order and we are doing it along with our technology partner, General Electric. Before coming to the presentation, I will call upon my colleague Mudit Dayal, who has been working with me on this subject. So I will just start a little. Yeah. We have heard a lot about nuclear. So this is what nuclear is. It is going to be very, very important as far as achieving net zero emissions is considered. not only with respect to net zero, just see the amount of land it requires. Just compare all the renewable energies, how much less is required, area is required for this. Now, just see, morning time when I think it was told that it creates a lot of going for a lot of renewable. If the coal is not getting transferred, it will be a kind of revenue loss for railways, lot of employment losses and all those. So something will happen because you will 1 ton of coal, you will just install platinum, this uranium cell will do the same work. And we are having a lot of thought going on how the nuclear waste will you manage. So just see, 1 football ground kind of area can take care of the complete US spent energy fuel, which is one of the highest generator of nuclear energy, nuclear power in world. So it is going to be one of the key component as when we want to achieve net zero in 2070. This is already presented by my friend in L&T, so I will not spend much time here. But if you compare everything, nuclear seems to be one of the very good solution. Let's see the Panchamrit which is told. So these, whatever Prime Minister Modi has envisioned by 2030 and 2070, nuclear has to be part. Then share of electricity generation. In India, we are normally struggling between 2 to 3%. Whereas Japan, if you look at Japan and Germany, 2 countries which are told we will not go for nuclear much, they are at 6%. So now I will just end it here about nuclear power and energy security and give the forum to my Mudit Dayal, and he will continue after this.
Good evening, everyone. So there were 2 aspects of this presentation, or rather the topic that was given to us. And one of the aspects that Yatendra sir has already covered is the sustainability portion of nuclear. And the next portion comes, which is very, very important, is energy security. So energy security can be evaluated on affordability, acceptability, dependence on foreign technology, access to this technology. So these are the various parameters on which energy security of a country can be evaluated. I believe this is what our founding fathers had in mind when this 3-stage nuclear power program was designed, was to reduce our dependence on uranium, which is not abundant in India, and to maximize the utilization of thorium, which we have in abundance. It's a closed cycle program, which will enable India to use its thorium reserves. The current status of the nuclear power program stands as such. We are at 7.48 gigawatt, with roughly 9.4 gigawatt in construction. And if Gorakhpur 3 and 4 also comes, then we are expected to reach around 18.28 gigawatt by 2031. So this 18.28 includes major components, which is the Indian PSWR program. Then you'll have 6 units of 1000 megawatt VVRs and 2 BWRs, which have been installed earlier by India. The major workhorse remaining, the PSWRs that have been installed, 14 units of 220 megawatt and 10 units of 700 megawatt. So technology which is being developed by India, available in India, and not dependent on any other technology partner. Then comes the additionalities, and the additionality in terms of the large NPPs, for which we already have a cooperation with the Rosatom for VVRs, and we are exploring cooperation with EDF for Jaitapur. Then comes the small modular reactors, which is the flavor of the industry right now, and 2 of the live SMRs that have been set up already are the Russian KLT-40S and 1 SMR at HTR PM in China. But However, this SMR we'll have another session for this SMR. I think next session is for SMR only. But as a substitute to SMRs, which is somewhat 8 or 9 years away still, or maybe 5 or 6 years away, 220 megawatts seems to be a very good option that is available with the Indian industry to fulfill the needs of maybe process industry and for the captive industry as well. So talking about the existing manufacturing capabilities in the country, BAE fraternity has handholded the Indian industry to develop its capability on the primary side components, and virtually all the components on the primary side today for the PHWRs is readily manufactured in the country by the industry. So this is a statistic that is for the industry and not for BHEL only. So a lot of key manufacturing and testing facilities have been developed in the country for manufacture of steam generators. So you will have handling facilities, you will have forging facilities, and testing facilities also, NABL accredited labs. So a lot of facilities have been developed by the industry. Now, a lot of people have already talked about a lot of challenges, and Dr. Saha made a very good point that what is the model on which the foreign capability, the foreign collaboration plants will come to India? What will be the localization content, and whether India will go the way China has gone in terms of setting up of its own power plants, where the transfer technology has already been done to China and the IPR is held by the country for further development. So this is something that depends and a lot of things will also depend whether the major components for these power plants will come from the foreign suppliers themselves or whether they will be manufactured in India. This also remains to be seen. And this major challenge, I suppose, with the industry is to understand the model that they have to operate on, the capabilities that require to be built in the country itself. Because if we have to go from the existing capability to the level that the industry also wants and the government also expects, we'll have to start doing investment right now. And this is something that needs a lot of clarity to the industry. So the way forward, and as Chital sir said, that 700 megawatt, we already have a collaboration now between NPCIL and NTPC to move forward. Foreign collaboration-based projects, another option. Small modular reactors, apart from the 2 options available in the market right now, others are still yet to be, some 5-6 years is still there. And then the implementation of our own 3-stage internuclear power program, which is a proven technology resting with India. Thank you very much.
Let me state here that the PHWR technology is a unique. We can run the plant continuously for many years. Only because of regulations, we need to do in-service inspection. We need to shut down the plant. India has made the world record of continuous operation of many of the PHWRs. It's a matter of great pride. And the equipment is being made in India by BHEL on many cases. I would like to say, unlike the thermal plants, I have been dealing with thermal plants in recent years. We manufacture everything in India for the nuclear power stations. Unfortunately, we still buy the tubes in case of boilers from outside. And we make the advanced tubes of Li-800 in this country. I must take the liberty to request all the participants here that this nation has got all the capabilities to make many components. We need to give an opportunity to the industry that we can do that. We definitely need to have things coming from outside. But whatever infrastructure we have, we must see, and I must say with my conviction that we produce things at much lower rate than we will get from outside. With these few words, let me also conclude this session by saying that India has no option than to go for nuclear to have a clean power, economical power, safe power, and sustainable. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. We are extremely honored to have all of you with us today. And a particular thanks to our Mr. Thomas and Dr. Volgin and Dr. Saha, who just flew in today morning, I believe, and just to respond and be here on one call. Thank you so much. And now for the felicitation, can I kindly request Dr. Cheetal to present a token to our presenters as here, starting with Dr. Sharan, the co-chair. Can we have the tokens? Just a small memento, sir. To Dr. Saha. Thank you so much, sir. To Sharan, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for giving us so much time. Thank you. Sir, you can give it to co-chair first. Next to Mr. Thomas Misse. To Dr. Volgin from Rosatom. Thank you, Dr. Volgin. And to Mr. Yatin Mohan. Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Now I request our session co-chair, Shri Ranjay Sharanji, to facilitate our session chair, Dr. Chetal. I further request Sharan sir to facilitate our session developer team, Shri NK Das, DGM P Nuclear, and Shri Iskan Tyagi, Senior Manager P Nuclear. Thank you, sir. Now I request our session chair, co-chair, and presenters for a group photograph.
And I will also request Head of Nuclear NTPC, Mr. AP Samal, to please join for the group photo.
Thank you, everyone. Now I'll be heading towards our next session, and for that I will be handing over the mic to Shri Vivek and Pushpanjali.
Good evening once again, everyone. So we are ready with our next session. I'll request everyone to be kindly seated on the seats. So our next session is technologies of enabling green hydrogen.
Green hydrogen is set to play a critical role in India's energy transition. Apart from fulfilling national goals around reducing emissions and enhancing domestic manufacturing, hydrogen paves a way for India to become a global powerhouse of zero carbon embedded export products. However, significant challenges are there and they need to be addressed to enable this hydrogen transition.
With proactive collaboration among innovators, entrepreneurs, and government, green hydrogen has the potential to drastically reduce CO2 emissions. fight climate changes, and put India on path towards net zero energy imports. It will also help India export high-value green products, making it one of the first major economies to industrialize without the need to carbonize and pave way for Atmanirbhar Bharat. On this note, let us see a small clip for the session's theme, which is technologies for enabling green hydrogen economy.
The greatest challenge that humanity faces in the 21st century is the climate change. There is also a need to address challenges of rising fossil fuel prices and energy security. Energy transition is the solution for sustainable, affordable, reliable, and clean energy. For energy transition, countries have pledged actions for sustainable and low-carbon pathway. India has also pledged to achieve net zero emissions by 2070. NTPC, one of the biggest power utilities in the world, is spearheading the energy transition for powering New India. NTPC is working on all fronts for energy transition, such as renewable energy, carbon capture, energy storage, nuclear power, and green hydrogen. Green hydrogen is set to play a big role in India's transition to low-carbon ecosystem. There are still some barriers to hydrogen economy, such as high hydrogen costs, storage and transportation issues, infrastructure requirements, regulations, safety issues, supply chain development, etc. For addressing these challenges, NTPC is pioneering various initiatives in green hydrogen and is looking to play a key role in green hydrogen economy. NTPC plans to use 5 gigawatt RE by 2032 for green hydrogen and is presently implementing various pilots. Pilots are being carried out for hydrogen generation, application areas, storage, and production of green chemicals. Initiatives by NTPC include pilot AEM, methanol plant, blending with PNG, hydrogen from STP, mobility, hydrogen hubs, electrolyzer tie-ups, microgrids, etc. MOUs have been signed for study of co-firing and gas turbines, development of green ammonia, methanol plants, and microgrids. Hydrogen is rarely found in nature in its chemical form and has to be extracted from hydrogen compounds. Effectiveness of hydrogen in decarbonization depends on how green the production method is. Green hydrogen is produced by electrolysis of water from renewable energy. In electrolyzers, alkaline, PEM, solid oxide, and anion exchange membrane are the available technologies. Each technology has its own advantages and disadvantages. NTPC has experience of alkaline, PEM, and SOEC. Pilot for AEM has been recently installed by NTPC. Pilot AEM plant installed by NTPC has a capacity of 42 kg per day and has been set up for gaining experience of all electrolyzer technologies. Various new initiatives have been taken by NTPC in pilot AEM plant. Sewage treated water for electrolysis. Extracting fuel cell exhaust water for reuse in electrolysis. Digital initiatives for performance assessment. Green hydrogen cost depends mostly on electrolyzer and electricity cost. With low-cost RE power in India, techno-economic electrolyzer solution is important for achieving the cost targets. India has a unique opportunity to become a global leader in hydrogen energy ecosystem. With proper policy support and industry action, India can position itself as a low-cost, zero-carbon manufacturing hub, as well as fulfill the goal of economic development, job creation, and improved public health. The greatest.
Thank you so much for lending your kind ears. The video very well explains the subject theme for the session, and to make the session vibrant with the presence, now it's time to invite our session chair, Shri Ajay Yadav, to the stage. Shri Ajay Yadav, Joint Secretary, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. Shri Ajay Yadav is an IAS officer of 2005 batch of Bihar cadre. He has worked in revenue administration, urban administration, agriculture, horticulture. He has worked in government offices of various ministries such as Ministry of External Affairs, Ministry of Food and Public Distribution, Ministry of Civil Aviation. Presently, he is working as a Joint Secretary in Ministry of New and Renewable Energy and is handling the National Green Hydrogen Mission and regulatory affairs of the ministry. A big round of applause for Shri Ajay Yadav, please. We welcome you, sir, to this edition of GITS.
Thank you so much. I now request session co-chair Shri Saraswatam CGM Netra NTPC to the stage. Shri Saraswatam is head of Netra, the R&D center of NTPC. He has worked for 34 years in various capacities in NTPC and prior to it with BARC and ISRO. He is member of the core committee of Niti Aayog on carbon capture, utilization and storage. He is also the chairman of CCUS Task Force of Ministry of Steel. He is member of Research Advisory Council for different CSIR laboratories, example CGCRI Kolkata, Durgapur, etc. Under his leadership, NTPC is pursuing various clean energy transition pathways.
We welcome you, sir, on the dais. Next on the presenter list, we have Sri Bhushan Chaitale, Head of Green Hydrogen Strategy and Partnership, Thermax Limited, to the stage. Mr. Bhushan Chaitale is the Head Strategy and Partnership for Green Hydrogen Business in Thermax. He has vast experience in infrastructure and energy space, working across functions like business development, corporate strategy, marketing, and corporate planning. Mr. Bhushan leads formulation of business strategy, partnership finalization, and charting out the growth trajectory for Thermax green hydrogen business. Mr. Bhushan is a graduate mechanical engineering from NIT Rourkela and a PG diploma from IIM Lucknow. It's a great honor, sir, to have you here. Kindly welcome him with a great round of applause.
I would now like to introduce our next presenter, Dr. Ashish K. Lele. He is Director CSIR NCL. He has joined this session online. Dr. Ashish Lele is working as the Director of CSIR, National Chemical Laboratory, Pune. He is PhD in Chemical Engineering from the University of Delaware, USA. He joined CSIR NCL in '93 as a scientist and set up a research group on the rheology of complex fluids, polymer dynamics, and polymer processing.
Welcome, sir. Our next presenter, it is my pleasure to introduce our next presenter, Dr. Chitra Rajagopal, Director, Center of Excellence, IIT Delhi. She is distinguished scientist and former Director General DRDO and former Director Center of Fire, Explosive and Environment Safety. She has various research contributions like eco-friendly hydrogen and clean energy technologies, sustainable development and system analysis, environment explosives, process and chemical and fire safety, etc. She has 56 international and 15 national publications and several patents. She is the recipient of various accolades, including DRDO Scientist of the Year Award, Lifetime Achievement Award, etc. Please welcome Madam with a huge round of applause.
May I now introduce our next esteemed presenter of this session, Dr. Poulomi Roy, Principal Scientist, CSIR. She is a Fulbright Yellow under Fulbright Nehru Academic and Professional Excellence Award. Dr. Roy obtained her PhD on the topic of inorganic nanomaterials from IIT Kharagpur. Her research interests comprise of nanoscale materials and their applications in energy conversion and storage devices. She has published more than 60 research articles in various high-impact internationally reputed journals to her credit. It is a great honor, madam, to have you here. A great round of applause, please.
Our next presenter has also joined us online, Mr. Liran Dor. He's the Group CTO, CO, CEO, Boston Energy. Liran is an operative and manager with long experience in waste treatment and gasification industries, developing and providing performance of new technology. Liran was responsible for the development of plasma gasification melting technology. He built and managed demonstration plant in Israel as well as plants in Russia. Liran has published many papers on gasification plasma technology. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
May I now call upon our next presenter, Kumar Suhail Basha. Kumar Suhail Basha is the CTO and co-founder at Ossus Biorenewables, an energy startup based out of Bangalore. A mechanical engineer by background, Kumar Suhail Basha is also a One Young World Ambassador and a recipient of the Sir David Gosling Award 2020.
So kindly welcome all our presenters on stage and session chair and co-chair. Before I hand over the session to our session chair, I will just inform that the time limit for each presentation is 10 minutes, so kindly adhere to that. And now I request Shri Ajay Yadav, sir, our esteemed chair of the session, to further conduct the sessions. Thank you, sir.
Hello. Yeah, thank you. So, welcome all to this very exciting session. And as you all know, green hydrogen is the in thing now. With so many countries around the world, they have announced their strategies for green hydrogen, and with their international commitments for net zero by 2070. And other countries have their own targets for net zero, some timelines for net zero. So, according to me, there are two basic ways where you can go for two basic pathways to achieve net zero. One is electrification. You electrify whatever is available, whatever can be electrified, but there are certain processes which cannot be electrified. So for these processes, then the current global opinion is that hydrogen is the best replacement for the fossil fuels here. So either you electrify or you move towards hydrogen. So again, hydrogen can be used in a number of processes, number of applications. We can use hydrogen in refineries, in fertilizers, in transportation, in shipping, chemicals, cement, steel, aluminium. So there are a number of uses for hydrogen. And considering, and again, for electrification, if you electrify, then you cannot basically continue with the conventional source of fuel. You cannot do thermal and then you electrify, because then the emissions reduction will not be there. So again, for electrification, you will have to decarbonize the electricity, and we will have to move towards the renewable energy and various other sources, other modes like nuclear, like RE, or there are a number of others. So I'll not take much time. I think let's first move towards our first speaker. I'll request Mr. Bhushan Chitale from Thermex for his presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Dignitaries on the dais, my industry colleagues. A lot of talk has happened about green hydrogen, and I'm sure you're well aware of how the industry is progressing. What I'll try to do here is, to run you through a little bit of context, some global scenario on the market, and then we look at the technology pathways of what makes green hydrogen sustainable in the long term for the country and the world as a whole. So we first jump into need for hydrogen. So as the session chair had just spoken, that there are certain industries where decarbonization is not possible through electrification. Industries like fertilizer, refinery, chemical, cement. There are various processes that utilize hydrogen either as a feedstock or as part of their process to, conduct certain reactions. So in these cases, today hydrogen is produced through a SMR process using natural gas, but green hydrogen is a very good substitute for decarbonization for these industries. If you see, almost 30% of the industrial decarbonization can happen using green hydrogen, which is currently not possible through electrification. So hydrogen, with its flexibility, being as a energy carrier, lends itself to be utilized across these industries and acts as a good substitute. Now coming to a little bit of a global scenario, if you look at the momentum, the kind of projects that are getting announced, the kind of projects that are achieving FID, the kind of construction that is happening, it is really positive for decarbonization through green hydrogen. Today there are 795 projects that have been announced for full or partial commissioning by 2030. almost 38 MMTPA capacity has been announced, out of which 25 MMTPA is based on green hydrogen and 13 based on other low carbon technologies. And of $320 billion of investment that has been announced, almost 29 billion has already passed FID. So this momentum is only getting stronger. Every year we see growth rates that are in triple digit percentage, 100%, 150%. So this is expected to grow significantly, and we as a country have to be prepared to ride this momentum. If you look at the distribution of project announcements, today it is dominated by Australia, US, and Europe. India, while there have been announcements compared to global scale, it is at a much smaller scale right now. But we hope with government push, this also should gain traction. If you just look at the Indian market overall, we are talking about, we are at an early phase of market where we expect demand to be created through certain mandates or through certain export-driven projects, which will lead to creation of this ecosystem, investment in R&D, pilot projects, which will convert or kickstart the market and take it to a stage where significant capacities have been set up. And by 2028, 2030 is what we expect, that the cost parity begins to arrive, with carbon tax or carbon credit also coming into picture, as well as natural gas based gray hydrogen becoming slightly costlier. So we see by that around 28 or 2030 is where economy of scale and the price parity will start driving the market, which will lead to even new applications getting created. So today, while we are talking about refinery fertilizer sector, later on it can be green fuels, ethanol, methanol, ethylenes. So various possibilities exist for the green hydrogen offtake. So coming to sustainable pathways for green hydrogen production, if you look at how it is manufactured, there are 4 or 5 main ways. So you can look at electrolysis, you can look at biomass or biogas, which is also coming from biomass. You can look at natural gas and gasification. So traditionally, natural gas has been the largest source of hydrogen production for the industrial sector globally, followed by gasification of coal. So both of these processes lead to significant generation of CO2 and emission of CO2, while the processes on the left marked in green, whether it is through water, whether it is through biomass or biogas, are really the sustainable way of generation of green hydrogen. So we'll be focusing on these technologies and have a quick overview of them. Within water electrolysis, there are multiple technologies, so we'll try to touch upon them. In biomass also, we'll try to touch upon gasification as well as the microbial route. So just to summarize in brief, water electrolysis means splitting water molecule into oxygen and hydrogen through passing of electricity. Now, the byproduct are water vapor and oxygen. So this does not have any negative impact. So as long as you are using renewable power to carry out this reaction, the green hydrogen production through electrolysis is environmentally sustainable. You have to look at other aspects of sustainability, such as the materials used, water availability, how it is sourced. But overall, producing hydrogen through renewable electricity makes the process very much sustainable. So electrolysis, which is the dominant technology that we are betting on today, is expected to grow, is driven by electrolyzers, which are expected to go to 155 gigawatt by 2030. There is a breakup by technology, with alkaline and PEM expected to dominate with 55 and 25% market shares, and SOEC coming in third by 2030. So electrolyzer production today is at around, the capacity I would say is around 14 gigawatt, which is expected to go to 155 gigawatt. This is almost an 11-fold jump in 7 to 8 years. So that gives you an idea of scale of expansion that is expected. Indian market, which is at a very nascent stage today, is expected to have, by a very conservative estimate, around 10 gigawatt of electrolyzer capacity, while the government targets are much larger. We see that given the economics and given the way private sector investment may happen, at least 10 gigawatt capacity is what can be expected by 2030. Right. So coming to technology, the most prominent one, which is present and most established, is the alkaline water electrolysis. In alkaline water electrolysis, we use a alkaline solution, which is generated through KOH mixing with water, which generates hydrogen when we pass renewable current through it. So typically, alkaline water electrolyzers are, they have their background in the brine water electrolysis, and the technology has been there for 50 to 60 years. They have low current density, so 0.2 to 0.8 kind of current density, but they can be, there are large stack sizes available. So for industrial applications, which are expected to dominate in India and other markets initially, like the refinery and fertilizer, large stack sizes help reduce cost, help, give better industrial scale production. So alkaline technology has been dominating, and we see a lot of investment happening to make it even better. So today we are talking about stack size of around 5 megawatt, but we are aware, multiple OEMs are working on 10 megawatt and equivalent stack sizes. This technology does not use any noble metals. So there is no question of, import. It can be highly localized. More than 90% localization is possible today, and going 2 to 3 years down the line, we expect 100% localization once the separator or the membrane is localized. So that's about the alkaline technology. The next dominant technology is the proton exchange membrane, or the PEM technology. Proton exchange membrane is relatively newer, but still a commercial scale technology which has been commercialized by multiple OEMs. The stack sizes here are lower, close to 1 to 2.5 megawatt, but they enjoy high current density. So the high current density allows them to have very low footprint, and also helps them in using lower materials. The only flip side is PEM uses noble metals like iridium oxide and platinum, which today has an impact on cost. There is work going on internationally to reduce the usage of these noble metals, as well as try to replace them with others. So that is expected to happen over next few years, and maybe the costs are expected to come down to similar to alkaline levels by 2030. Another topic of discussion for PEM is the kind of membranes they use. So the perfluorous sulfonic acid membranes which are used are not that environmentally friendly. So while the electrolyzer is generating green hydrogen, the material that is going into it is needs to improve from a sustainability point of view. So there is research happening, and it is expected that these membranes can be developed further through elements that will not cause any environmental damage. Next come other developing technologies which were also showcased in the NTPC video which started this session, the AEM and the SOEC technology. There are already commercial OEMs. There are OEMs who are trying to develop these commercially. They are available at pilot scales, lower stack sizes, but they have their own promise. The AEM technology tries to combine alkaline and PEM solution, the best of both, to come up with a unique electrolyzer. Whereas SOEC utilizes high temperature to generate hydrogen, and it has a provision of utilizing waste heat, which makes it useful for applications where there is excess steam or excess heat available in exothermic reactions like steels or ammonia. Okay, so certain other futuristic technologies which are being talked about, seawater electrolysis, which eliminates the need to use treated water, whether it is DM or EDI. You don't need to do that at all. You can directly go ahead with seawater electrolysis. There is research happening in India. There are companies worldwide who are working on this. This is another leg forward, which will not only help the electrolysis technology, but also help, for a water scarce country like India. Then there is direct solar hydrogen, generating solar, taking the sunlight, converting it into electricity, and then to hydrogen in one step. It is a photoelectrochemical process. And finally, membrane-free electrolysis. A lot of problems of today's electrolyzers are with respect to the membranes, their conductivity, their life. So replacing the membrane with other kind of flow of electrolyte helps in, creating an electrolyzer that will be cheaper and much more efficient. I think the other technologies that I want to touch upon are biomass-based solutions. So India has abundant quantity of biomass available, and there are two basic pathways through which we can generate hydrogen. One is the gasification-based pathway. So this is suitable for more woody kind of biomass, such as bamboo or wood chips. In this, we generate syngas through biomass gasification, and then that syngas can be passed through a PSA kind of process where hydrogen is separated out. And since the biomass used is of biomass is already capturing the CO2 that is coming from environment, this is not resulting into any non-biogenic CO2 getting released into the environment. The second process is a microbial process where you take biomass, and through a novel consortium of microbes, this two-stage process can convert biomass first into hydrogen in the reactor 1. the slurry of reactor 1 goes into reactor 2 where methane is generated. This methane can again be converted into hydrogen. So typically 100 kg of biomass can result in a 3 kg hydrogen generation, all of it while maintaining sustainability and meeting the carbon neutrality principle. So these are the technologies that we feel will play a vital role going ahead. And for India to develop its own supply chain and to come out as a leader in this field, we need to provide all the support and all the market so that these technologies can progress well. Thank you.
So thank you, Mr. Bhushan. Wonderful presentation. So you gave a snapshot of all the electrolyzers, and more importantly, you also connected with the gasification route. So this route looks to be very, very interesting. Generally, all electrolyzers, they will consume around 55 units of electricity to produce 1 kg of hydrogen. But then this is the only green hydrogen route which will probably consume much less. Around our estimate is 15 to 20 kilowatt hour only to produce 1 kg of hydrogen. Very promising route. One more thing I would like to mention that Ministry of Power has a national mission on biomass utilization, that is agri-waste utilization. So that is being done presently. But then the next generation of usage of agri-waste and MSWRDF is to probably gasify and to connect it to next value quotient, and the highest value quotient is hydrogen. So I am delighted to see that you have covered this thing also. Other things also you have covered, which is at lower TRL level, that is a microbial route and the other things also. So fantastic presentation. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Bhushan. I think you will have to leave. You have a flight to catch. But 2 points that I'd like to mention was first is that, as he rightly said, the current production manufacturing capacity of electrolyzers worldwide is only around 15 gigawatt and is expected to grow 10 times by 2030. So it is expected that 150 gigawatt of electrolyzers will be manufactured by 2030. And second one was regarding the total amount of projects that have been announced. So the 38 MMTP of projects have been announced worldwide. So India's share was shown as 2%, but very recently there have been a number of announcements that have been made. So as per my figure, so it is around 6 million metric tons of hydrogen production that has been announced in the country. And in fact, I think Thermex will be one of the very key players moving forward in this space on hydrogen and electrolyzers. So thank you very much. So now I'll invite Dr. Ashish Lele. So he is one of the key figures in India's hydrogen ecosystem, and he's director NCL Pune. He's part of our advisory group that has been formed under the National Clean Hydrogen Mission, and he has played a very, very key role in formulation of the R&D strategy for green hydrogen. So I'll not take much of time. Over to you, Dr. Lele.
Thank you, Ajay-ji. Thank you so much for your very kind introduction. Dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, it's a real pleasure to be here today and present before you a little bit of my perspective on what the role of green hydrogen will be in India's ambition to become a self-reliant clean energy provider, not just to itself, but to the whole world. So I'm not going to get into details of the different technologies. I think Mr. Bhushan has very nicely summarized them. my perspective is a little zoomed out perspective at the national level. So let me get straight into this. Very quickly, a perspective on how India's energy transition might evolve. So clearly, we are an economy that's expected to go to $5 to $8 trillion very soon. And that means that our energy demand will double over the next 2 decades. But as of today, we import a very large amount of fossil carbon and convert it into the energy that we use today, all of which results into very large emitters. And we are infamously the world's 3rd largest or the 4th largest greenhouse gas emitters. Although the per capita emissions are low, in terms of absolute quantities, the emissions are still pretty high. And therefore, it is imperative for us to fuel our entire economic growth in the coming years with not just clean energy, but also to make sure that we are Atmanirbhar, we achieve end-to-end energy security. So there are a number of options available to us to do this. First and foremost, which we are very proud of having already adopted, is to improve the energy efficiency. And the way with which LED transformation has happened in this country is a role model for all others in the world. Beyond that, of course, we need to increase our non-fossil energy production almost by a factor of 5x. And this would involve also a lot of energy storage, because none of the non-fossil based are available 24/7. And the options available for energy storage are numerous, of which we are in this session very interested in the hydrogen as a option to store clean energy. We do have a lot of proven coal reserves in India, and we can't, of course, burn all of it to meet our energy demand. So the hope is that we will stick to a minimum base load that is required and convert the rest of the coal into chemicals through technologies like gasification. And it's very heartening to see that the government has been supporting the coal gasification technologies, particularly for the high ash Indian coal. So clearly, this is roughly how the energy transition will happen. And as our Honorable Prime Minister very nicely articulated, the 5 pillars, which is the Panchamrut, for how this energy transition should happen for India to be able to achieve net zero by 2070. On the pie chart, what it means is really quite massive and rather difficult to achieve. We are today more than 80% dependent on fossil energy. And in the next couple of decades, we need to get to 50% of the energy share to come from renewables. And as Ajay ji very nicely mentioned in the beginning remarks, not all the sectors which are responsible for large emissions today can be converted into green electricity. So power, light transportation, and agriculture are 3 sectors which are fairly large emitters, but with some amount of confidence can be converted into cleaner forms with using renewable electricity. However, the 2 big sectors which are difficult to convert by just renewable electricity are the industry sector and heavy transportation. And for the simple reason that in industry, one needs molecules to achieve transformations. For example, chemical transformations or transformation of steel ore, iron ore into steel. These requires molecule. Although some of those transitions are possible theoretically by using renewable electricity, what is the most favored option is to use green molecules. And in this perspective, hydrogen for both industry as well as heavy transportation is a preferred option, which is what it is felt globally. And this is where hydrogen will clearly make its mark. And the reason hydrogen will do that is because it is what we all call a sector coupling energy vector. What it means is that it can take renewable electricity or electricity in any other form and convert that into hydrogen through a process called electrolysis, for example, as Mr. Bhushan talked about. The nice part about this is that the efficiency of this conversion of electrons into molecules is fairly high. The electrolyzers that one can buy off the shelf today are at least 70% efficient. And this technology is still evolving. and there are already interesting innovations that look at electrolyzers of even greater than 90% efficiency. So this is is a great, highly efficient transformation from electrons to molecules. This hydrogen, once produced, can then be used for a variety of different applications that we talked about. But if required, the hydrogen can also be reconverted back into electricity by either combusting it in internal combustion engines or by converting it electrochemically through devices called fuel cells. And the fuel cells in particular are very, very efficient. And again, the off-the-shelf fuel cells available today at a system level are at least 50% efficient. Compare that to a typical internal combustion engine using liquid fossil fuels, which are maybe 35–40% efficient. So even with this emerging technologies of fuel cells, we are already way above the efficiency that we are used to today. So the nice part about the hydrogen here is that it can not only be used for multiple applications, but importantly, both its conversion from electrons into hydrogen and reconverting back into electrons, both are extremely efficient processes. And the only byproducts that one will get out of here is water. And this is where the excitement for hydrogen comes about in the whole world. And as Mr. Bhushan also talked about, there are a large number of projects that have been announced worldwide, in particularly practically every component. He talked about $300 billion investments happening. And so there's a lot of excitement happening across the world. Although the transformation of this excitement into FIDs is still not there, but I think that picture is likely to change in the near future, even for India. As of today, the Indian scenario for hydrogen is the following. We produce 5 to 6 million tons per annum. All of that is grey hydrogen, and it's accompanied by at least 10 tons of CO2 per ton of hydrogen emissions. We have a lot of coal available, as I said earlier, and converting coal into hydrogen, and there's a lot of excitement around it today. Unfortunately, the emissions are very high. We are talking of 18 to 20 tons of CO2 per ton of hydrogen. So unless the CO2 is captured, this is really not the way to go forward. There is also a lot of hydrogen available today from the chloralkali industry. This is a byproduct. Almost all the hydrogen cylinders that we buy today, a lot of them come from the chloralkali plant. But the emissions associated with this are very high because most of the chloralkali produces electricity through a CPP, a power plant on campus, and also that emissions plus the emissions associated with the inefficiencies of the electrolyzer amount to much more than 20 tons per 10 tons of CO2 per ton of hydrogen. So this is not really the greenest form of hydrogen. In fact, it is probably the worst. Blue hydrogen is a case where the world is quite excited about, where you capture the CO2 and either store it, sequester it, or convert it into value-added chemicals. With the scale of CO2 emissions today, sequestrations in either an alkaline aquifer or in basalt strata is probably the way to go. However, in India, we have not created such facilities, and therefore in India, the blue option is not really a very realistic option as of today. Turquoise hydrogen is where natural gas is split, just like water splitting. And this is probably a very exciting option for India, particularly moving from biogas to hydrogen through the splitting process is probably a very exciting option. However, this problem is mainly of carbon and not of hydrogen. And I'm not going to talk about that much here, maybe in some other meeting. And so for India, really what we are going straight to is green hydrogen. And all of us are very excited about water electrolysis or biomass-based green hydrogen. The standard for green hydrogen has just come about, and anything less than 2 tons per ton of emissions is what we will like to call as green hydrogen. And why green hydrogen is important for India is based on 3 things. This is what we call the India advantages. We have abundance sunshine, we have abundance wind. We may be little scarce in water, but for the 5–6 million tons of hydrogen that is required initially, with the 7,500 kilometers of coastline available, that is, in my opinion, not really much of a problem. Green hydrogen offers us, therefore, a way to become self-reliant, and at scale, this should become affordable. I think India also has the cheapest data available, and with digitization today, convergence of digital technologies with renewable hydrogen technologies can be really and truly a game changer. Also, our mindset has to move from centralized hydrogen production to decentralized hydrogen production. I'll talk a little bit about that a little later. And these two Ds would help in India in a big way for decarbonizing our industry. We have enormous engineering talent available in this country. We have the ability with green hydrogen to become a net exporter of clean energy instead of a net importer today. And with these kinds of new technologies coming up, it will open up new jobs and therefore new economies. And these are therefore what I would call the India advantages going to green hydrogen. And on the basis of this, the MNRE, of course, has come up with a wonderful mission document, the National Green Hydrogen Mission. I'm sure all of us have read about it, so I'm not going to talk about it. But I think what is equally important is the enablers for making green hydrogen, whether it is the waiver of interstate transmission charges or state-wise incentives that are being provided today for making green hydrogen, open access being available, banking facilities available. I think these are great enablers, which when coupled with the mission document really provides India with a great platform to become one of the major players in the green hydrogen economy in the world. As we move ahead, there are the emerging drivers that have come about recently. The pandemic, of course, caused a lot of supply chain disruptions. The recent war in Europe has doubled the European demand for green hydrogen. And I think more importantly, with the COP27 and the COP28, which is going to come up in next 2 weeks' time, I think a lot of discussions are going to happen on carbon credits. It's not carbon tax, but carbon credits would still provide a significant incentive for the green hydrogen economy worldwide. So for India, in the near term, we are looking at 5 million tons of grey hydrogen being replaced by green hydrogen. I think this was the low-hanging fruit, especially utilizing it in refining and fertilizer sectors, but also a major part of it can be exported, and therefore creating the hydrogen hubs on our ports, creating facilities for bunkering hydrogen and so on is going to be an important strategy for India. Midterm, I think we'll have hopefully enough time to put up the infrastructure such as refueling stations and last mile transportation of green hydrogen. And with that infrastructure, we can accelerate almost doubling the demand for green hydrogen for sectors such as long distance transportations, especially on our significant road networks that are also coming up. And in the very long distance, I think we are looking at much larger amounts of green hydrogen, and this will be for the really difficult to decarbonize sectors such as steel, cement, and hopefully also for grid balancing in the future. Just to give you a perspective on the transportation, we today in this country have more than 8 million trucks, 1 million buses, and these numbers are still less. For example, we only have 1,400 buses per 1 million population, which is significantly less than what exists outside. And so these numbers are only going to grow. And to avoid the emissions on the road in these heavy duty transportation, there is no better energy vector or a fuel vector than green hydrogen. I think there are even more significant, very exciting opportunities for green hydrogen. I think we should all look at the national logistics policy that the government is beautifully articulating. It's an AI-based framework, as far as I have read, an AI-based framework on which, with the hub and spoke model, a lot of heavy-duty transport, freight carrying with heavy-duty transportation will happen. And this, if we couple the green hydrogen policies with the national logistics policy, it can be really a game changer, because that would mean that we require less number of hubs, less number of decentralized hydrogen production. And with these less numbers, we can still transport the same or larger amount of goods on our roads with much more efficiencies. Similarly, the large number of islands that we have, they can be decarbonized And some of them, particularly things like islands like the Great Nicobar, which we are looking at as strategic island, can be used as a port to supply green hydrogen, to make green hydrogen and supply green hydrogen to Far East, which is a big demand for hydrogen in any case. So these are very exciting emerging opportunities for India. With so much excitement happening and with the policies in place, almost every state has started introducing their own policies and incentives for making green hydrogen and utilization of green hydrogen. Also, a lot of pilots are already running in India, and I think these are all exciting times for India to experiment with green hydrogen. The same fervor is shown with the private sector. A lot of industries have already committed, and I think Ajay Yadavji talked about the committed hydrogen production already in India. So I think both government and private sector have a major role to play, and we can see this excitement on both sides as well. Last few slides on what it means and what are the challenges and opportunities to produce and use green hydrogen. So 5 million tons just by 2030 would mean that we would need at least 32 gigawatts of electrolyzer capacity, probably more, but I'm assuming higher efficiencies. We need more than 300 million liters per day of water. This may sound a very large number, but the entire Chennai city already has one large desalinator which produces today 100 million liters per day of water. So 300 is not such a very large number. But we are going to need more than 100 gigawatts of solar plus wind and more than 500 gigawatts hours of storage to make sure that electrolyzers run around the clock. We need about 0.1% of India's land for setting up solar parks, wind parks to supply that electricity. We need more than $150 billion of investment to make this green hydrogen. But if all of this can be done, and I think these are numbers at a country level very much achievable, we are looking at abating 30 to 40 million tons of CO2 per annum. And I think this is important from the Honorable Prime Minister's commitment to reducing 1 billion tons of CO2 by 2030. 30-40 million tons per annum with a great contribution. Plus, of course, we will save a lot of forex, about 60,000 crores, and create more than 600,000 new jobs for green hydrogen. So these are the challenges and opportunities around green hydrogen. The R&D plays a huge role in the emerging green hydrogen economy, and as the National Green Hydrogen Mission document says, we have mission mode programs, grand challenge projects, and blue sky projects. And all of these put together, the thinking process is that we not only make enough hydrogen for ourselves and for export, but also in the most affordable manner, and also make sure that the entire supply chain required to produce green hydrogen is actually made in India, right? So this is the whole thing is conceived so that we avoid what we did in the solar or the battery bus, where key components are still imported. Here, we want to make sure that every key component, every key technology is developed and manufactured in India. The R&D also contributes to making standards and codes, skill development, creating public awareness through pilot projects and many other intangible contributions. In my own labs in CSIR, we've been working on hydrogen technologies for almost 15 years. We have technologies we have showcased fuel cell cars, fuel cell buses, hydrogen plasma reactors, solid oxide electrolyzers, PEM electrolyzers, coal gasification to hydrogen, and so on and so forth. So a large amount of projects have been happening. This is India's first hydrogen bus. Everything here except the high pressure cylinder has been made in India. And going forward, these are CSIR's programs. You can see that we have projects in almost in every part of the hydrogen value chain, whether it is generation, storage, distribution, utilization, testing, skilling. We are very, very keen to participate and contribute to India's ambitions on green hydrogen. So in summary, I would say that, to unlock India's hydrogen potential, our growth story must be fueled with clean and self-reliant strategies. We are not going gray or brown. We are directly going to green hydrogen. Having access to low capital, and maybe a CO2 incentive, if not a tax, and good standards which are adopted quickly will only accelerate the green hydrogen production and utilization in this country. I think India offers scale and demand, and therefore the economies of scale will put in. We have enormous talent. We have talent in SME sector, in academia, and all of that together with digitalization will only catapult India in terms of putting us in the global green hydrogen map. I think a lot of pilots, hubs and valleys are going to come up. So all of us would have a lot to contribute in these areas. And I'm sure you will see many of these calls for proposals in the near future. So with that, I'm going to end on this positive note and maybe happy to take questions later. Thank you so much.
So thank you, Dr. Lele, for a fantastic presentation. What you said in the beginning is zoomed out presentation. So it really was. So starting from the hydrogen requirement at 5 million tons today and 12 million tons in year 2040, growing to 70 million tons in down the line. So how much hydrogen, then where that will be used? So in the process industry, in the automotive, in the stationary applications, and so practically you have covered everything. You connected also to the R&D needs and also to the standards and the codes also. So I will refrain from commenting any further. I will only mention that since a lot of work is being done in different quarters, including NCL being the leading laboratory, chemical laboratory of this country. So let us connect the high TRL level technologies to the industry so that it is put to use. You have already mentioned some hydrogen buses in the background. So let us leave at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ashish, for making such a wonderful presentation. You have covered all the aspects of the hydrogen and the green hydrogen mission. So three things that stand out is that why are we going directly for green and not for gray or brown hydrogen? So first one is that we import a lot of fossil fuels. So, and these fossil fuels are, for example, drain on our forex, as well as they lead to carbon emissions. So if we move to green hydrogen, so our emissions will come down and our forex reserve will be able to save on forex reserves. And maybe it's a form of energy. Hydrogen, green hydrogen is a form of energy. You convert renewable energy into hydrogen or ammonia. So, and if we export hydrogen, then maybe we can become a net earner of foreign exchange. Second thing was regarding the advantages that India have. So, huge RE market, a very well-established RE market. Our RE renewable energy costs are one of the lowest in the world. Digitization, we are very good at digitization, one of the world leaders, and we have a huge talent pool of engineers and other supporting staff. And another good advantage is our location. So we can, if we produce hydrogen, we have a long coastline, so we can export hydrogen to the east as well as to the west. So these are some of the things, and then he covered everything about R&D and the state policies. So thank you very much. Thank you. And now we move to Dr. Chitra Rajgopal is Director, Center of Excellence at IIT Delhi, and she will be presenting on various usages of hydrogen, transportation, distribution, utilization. She is part of our advisory group, and she is one of the leading experts on hydrogen and hydrogen safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Am I audible? So I think after the two excellent presentations which we just heard, I do not have to talk much about hydrogen or the way it's made or why it's important for the country. But I think I'll straight away go on to why hydrogen safety is important. It's not just desirable, it is an imperative.
This is because hydrogen by itself, of course, we've been handling fuels in the past, but hydrogen has certain unique properties which make it both a challenge, as course it offers opportunities as well. Because it's carbon dioxide emission free when we use it, it's non-toxic, and we can, it's odorless, tasteless, of course, and then invisible flame, and it's easily ignited. It's 14 times lighter than air. So all these properties make it very, very challenging to use. Of course, when it leaks, it just disperses out into the atmosphere. It just rises up. So that is, in a way, an advantage, as long as it's not being used in a congested space or within a room. But because it's easily ignited, any kind of small spark or flame or any kind of ignition source can ignite it. And the entire range of flammable concentration, 4 to 75%. This is much higher than petrol. So almost any leak will fall into this flammable concentration range. And its minimum ignition energy, of course, is very, very low, especially at stoichiometric concentrations. It is only 0.02 millijoules. And then it's prone to deflagration to detonation transition. It means that any fire which catches under confinement or under certain circumstances, it can go to detonation, which is a really serious scenario. So what if we do an analysis of past hydrogen accidents, this gives us a lot of learnings. We come to know what are the kind of percentages of accident which are related to different events, whether it is related to system design error, whether it's material manufacturing errors, safety management systems. You would be surprised to know that almost 50% of the accidents are due to safety management system errors, and then followed closely by manufacturing errors and system design errors, and then human errors, job factor errors. Again, explosions result in a large number of fatalities, followed by fires, hydrogen fires. So this gives also the sectors in which maximum accidents have taken place, that is the chemical petrochemical sector, followed by the hydrogen transport and distribution sector. This data has been collected by a worldwide study by the European Union and HIAD, that is HIAD, which is maintained by Norway. So this is the hydrogen safety principles which have been derived from there. We find that a common cause of most of these accidents are design of hydrogen system, or the selection of materials was not compatible with hydrogen services, and lack of training of operators, plant personnel, lack of understanding of hazards, lack of a system to report near misses and incidents. This is very, very important. In fact, in some of the European countries, it has gone to such an extreme that near misses are reported much more than accidents now. But in India, this is not the case. In fact, most of the accidents and near misses are never even reported, and we do not come to know. So minor events which occur could simultaneously could still result in very serious consequences. And therefore, it is very important to report them and learn from them. I'll also be telling you a little bit about ALARP, as low as reasonably practicable. That's a principle which we must adopt to ensure safety in hydrogen systems. So what do? We ensure inherently safe design, which means that we do not leave any leeway for human beings to commit error, even if so that the system fails in a safe condition. Perform a thorough quantitative risk assessment during the design phase and before we make any changes. And also, we embed human and organizational factors throughout, and we do a life cycle analysis. So this maybe many of you are aware of. This is quantitative risk assessment. It's very much an integral part of system safety analysis. And this is a toolkit we use. We use various tools like PHA, HAZOP, FTA, ETA, etc. And then we compare the risks which is so obtained by the risk acceptance criteria. Unfortunately, we do not have risk acceptance criteria in the country. And worldwide also, we do not have hydrogen risk acceptance criteria. But as of now, we compare it with other industries, and then we see whether we need to put in place preventive measures or that is probabilistic measures to bring down the probability, or deterministic measures which bring down the consequences, both of which will bring down the risk. And then we do 3D risk management. This is very important in the context of hydrogen, because in risk management, you'll come out with a risk value. But 3D risk management is important because now more and more hydrogen is going to get into urban areas. It is going to get into complex geometries where confinement is going to be there. So a 3D geometry becomes very important. CFD, computational fluid dynamics, becomes important for simulating various flow-related scenarios. And of course, QRA for scenario for frequency analysis. And finally, visualization techniques, so that we can communicate the risk to the concerned decision makers, the regulators, and so on, and to the public at large. So these are some of the benefits of using CFD models. I will not go into that. If anybody is interested, they can talk to me directly. The human factor design, again, very, very important. So we should recognize that there are pivotal events which can lead to accidents which are triggered by humans. And therefore, we need to consider our design. We need to build the project or facility around the humans rather than add-on measures later. And then using big data, data analytics tools for hydrogen safety analysis, using digital twins, IoT. This is all very, very important because we cannot afford to lose time doing learning by trial and error or doing costly experimental trials. So we do everything virtually, learn from there, and then do only some specific trials which are actually necessary. And then reliability, availability, maintainability is very important because reliability of individual components is going to contribute to the reliability of the entire hydrogen system. And this is going to reduce the cost of producing hydrogen. And it will reduce the maintenance cost, increase the time that the system is available, and also reduce failure rates. Another important concept which I would like to introduce to this audience is life cycle analysis. This becomes very important. For example, if there are various hydrogen production methods, which one is the most suitable? Life cycle analysis, the life cycle impact analysis will help us in showing that. And then e-laboratory, virtual calculation of risk associated with complex systems. I'm just introducing these topics to you because you can read up on them or go to the internet, or you can contact me. I'm leaving my email address also with you. But each of these has got a very big role to play worldwide and specifically for the country. So India needs an e-lab to calculate risk for complex systems virtually, which makes accident prevention flexible and interactive. Again, materials compatibility, of course, many people have talked about, but I am talking about it in the context of safety. So loss of integrity can happen if there is embrittlement and blistering or metal hydride formation. And this can lead to catastrophic rupture, fire, explosion, and so on. Again, adoption of best practices. So interaction, collaboration with international agencies, with other countries is important. There's an emerging need for a focused working group on hydrogen safety in India, which is in line with and which works with other global partnerships. There are already a number of frameworks. In fact, if you go to the net, there are frameworks, there are open database. You can go to them and learn from there. But we need to be formally a part of these partnerships and networks so that we learn about safety practices and we can put in place safety plans for each of our facilities. RCS, there's a lot of work which has been done in the country. MNRE has taken a leading role in setting up various working groups, and they've come out with gap analysis and what kind of regulations, code standards we need to come out with. We need to have the approach to RCS, which international associations are following, is an evidence-based technical input to standard development organizations. For example, ours is BIS. And then a risk-informed approach to hydrogen codes and standards. This both ISO TC 197 and at the country level NFPA 2 and NFPA 55 have followed the risk-based approach. This is a traceable technical basis for code development. And this is something which I would advocate very strongly for our country. And then a hazard assessment toolkit, which will translate all our fundamental scientific findings into practical formulas, which will contain risk metrics as well. So this is using QRA, how to consider separation distances for various hydrogen facilities, and how we can use QRA for risk-informed code development framework. So this requires quantification of consequences, requires definition of event frequencies, definition of acceptable risk levels, and finally evaluating the importance of various risk assumptions through sensitivity analysis. This is again something which NFPA performance-based design process exists. This again is something we should adopt for the country. It is an emerging field for unique applications that cannot comply with prescriptive code requirements. Very often they come out with that, okay, this should be the safety distance. This is the kind of requirement, but we cannot comply with that in a particular practical scenario. Then we look at performance-based design. And then we demonstrate the compliance by evaluating it with a prescriptive-based design. And then we have, these are various examples of how we can use it. And then capacity building, I think a number of people have talked about. We need to have a skilled manpower here. And for this, we can use CFD and VR visualization tools, both for training of first responders, employees, media, other stakeholders, and also for risk communication. So hydrogen safety resources, this is again very important. We need to have a database system. We need to manage this database. We need to have a resource, a complete resource inventorization of all the kind of test centers available in the country. Who are the people who are making it? What are the test facilities available? So we should have a complete database with us, and this can be linked to all international databases as well. We have the US CHS, that is the Center for Hydrogen Safety, which has an excellent database, HIAD, H2 tools from US, and OREDA. These are the various databases available. And then finally, we need to have COEs, Centers of Excellence, and then maybe in hydrogen safety as well, which will engage with national, international laboratories, research institutions, and develop comprehensive, reliable database for hydrogen safety systems. So this is a COE which exists in IIT Delhi, which looks at process safety and risk management. And the various stakeholders are industries, R&D centers, academia, and the areas of expertise are capacity building and consultancy services. This is some of the advanced training tools which are available. And we aim to create an ecosystem for hydrogen safety in India and the world, and we tie up with government regulatory bodies. We are part of international collaborations as well as industries, R&D centers, and academic institutions. This is our website. And thank you very much. And you're open to questions.
Thank you, Professor Rajagopal, for the fantastic presentation. Two things I will mention. See, traditionally, the hydrogen was made from the SMR route, but now more and more routes are being tried in electrolyzer. So many electrolyzer, alkaline, PEM, SOFC, and ion-based electrolyzer. Now people are trying to go for gasification and water gas shift. So a lot many new routes are also being explored, and many more will come in the coming times. So it will be very important that the codes, standards, regulations covers practically all domains. So this is the first point. Second point, till today or till yesterday, hydrogen was generally in a domain of chemical industries. But now more and more non-chemical industries are also coming, like NTPC. So we are also making a major foray. So typically we are not a chemical industry. Of course we learn, and other companies will also learn. But then the transition of these type of companies to the handling of hydrogen. So this will engage, this will require capacity building, lot of training. And a third point also I would like to mention, whether all these things are connected with the ISO 197 or this thing with the PSO. So whether all the links are tied up or whether we need to tie up. So all these things are very important, and I am very glad that this presentation, slight departure from the traditional ways of production and storage of hydrogen. So the need of the day, and I compliment you for this fantastic presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Chitra, for very well made out presentation. It covers almost all the aspects of hydrogen safety, and safety is one of the most critical elements of this whole hydrogen ecosystem. Thank you for such a wonderful presentation. So though hydrogen is one of the most abundant elements in universe, maybe more than 90% of the whole universe is made of hydrogen. But from the safety point of view, safety perspective, it's still a challenge. And in fact, we are now in process of setting up a dedicated national center for hydrogen safety, which will look after the safety aspects. Then the 3D risk management framework that has been spoken about is very, very critical with all the computational fluid dynamics and QRAs, so that are part of it. And with the working group on regulations, codes, and standards, it has already made out certain recommendations on hydrogen safety as well. And safety, in fact, is on Dr. Chitra's insistence. So safety is now a separate chapter in our green hydrogen R&D mission document. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, now I'll invite Dr. Paulmi Rai. So as you know, there are various pathways for production of hydrogen. So the electrolysis route will be the major one. And 1 kg of hydrogen would require around 10 to 11 liters of water. So seawater electrolysis is one of the very promising techniques where we can use seawater and we can electrolyze it to make hydrogen and oxygen. So over to you.
Thank you so much, sir. Good evening to everyone. So it's a great pleasure for me to be a part of this wonderful GETS 2023. And after listening wonderful talks by Mr. Bhushan, followed by Dr. Lele, and finally by Professor Rajagopal on hydrogen safety, I will be talking about seawater electrolysis, the necessity and the challenges. Because I think sir already mentioned that water consumption is another thing, what actually we also need to think about for the future prospect. So of course, we do know the different facts why we are choosing hydrogen and all. As I said, like theoretically, it is true that to produce 1 kg of hydrogen, 9 kg of water will be consumed. But in practical situation, it is basically more than 30 kg of water is getting consumed. And now it has been projected that the hydrogen demand in future is going to be like 2.3 gigaton per year. And simple mathematical calculation says that to meet this demand, the water requirements, it's going to be like over 20 billion meter cube minimum at least per year. So that is a huge amount of water consumption. So for sure, like to balance our energy need, we are going to imbalance our water system. So that's why it is, I think, very necessary to think about some alternative resource for water. So in this case, basically, we can think about seawater, whether we can utilize seawater as endless resource for green hydrogen. Of course, the good part is that like 96.5% water is there, but the concerning factor is that 3.5% salts are also there. And these 3.5% salts are major concerning. In this 3.5% of salts, the majority is basically the chloride, the presence of chloride, and that is 55%. Other than chlorides, there will be like sodium, magnesium, calcium, bromide, other stuffs will be anyway there. But why chloride is major concerning factor is that because they are very much competitive with water oxidation. So that's why it will make the system not so sustainable. So that's why seawater splitting directly, if we use seawater directly, if we just simply feed seawater into the electrolyzer, it will not be sustainable enough. Now, being an electrochemist, so let me tell you some technical facts. If we consider electrolyzer in acidic medium, for example, PEM electrolyzer, so there the water oxidation, it requires the theoretical potential of 1.23 volt, whereas the chloride transformation into chlorine, it will require the potential of 1.36. So you can see that the gap, the difference is very small, like very narrow. It is like around 100 millivolt only. And not only that, there is another aspect to see, that is that water oxidation involves 4 electron transfer, whereas chloride transformation requires, basically it involves 2 electrons. So that means chloride transformation is much more kinetically faster. So that means if we go around this potential, so definitely the CER, that is the chlorine evaluation reaction, will be more preferred over OER, that is the oxygen evaluation reaction. The same thing is also true for alkaline. However, there are some positive things. For example, in this case, in alkaline media, the water oxidation, it requires the potential, the theoretical potential of 0.4 volt. Whereas in case of chloride, to be transformed into hypochlorite in this case, the potential, the required potential is 0.89 volt. So here we can see that the gap, the difference is little wider. So to be precise, it is like 480 millivolts. So that's why seawater splitting is more preferred in alkaline electrolyzer rather than acidic electrolyzer. Apart from this, there are other impurities anywhere there. So with time, they may get deposited onto the electrode plates, and thereby they may block the active sites, and thereby what will happen is that the performance may be compromised with that time. So these are the challenges, main challenges. So how we can basically deal with these challenges? The first and foremost thing, whatever it will come in our mind, that is, why not just integrate desalination plant with the electrolyzer? Because it is a ready technology, so anytime we can integrate it. However, there are some disadvantages. For example, like it will anyway add on some extra cost, even though we forget about cost. So there will be another aspect, that is, there is a 50% recovery of desalinated water. That means the brine water will be produced. So if we just recall the need of water, the need of water to get consumed to meet the hydrogen demand, it was like in the billion of meter cube range. So if we just try to desalinate this much if we just try to get desalinated water, this much amount, so how much a huge quantity of brine water we will be generating. So then there will be another major concern, that how we can dispose of this much of huge brine water. So that's why the integration of desalination plant for future, this may not be the ultimate solution. So that's why the direct seawater splitting, whether it is feasible or not, we should think about it from now onwards. There was one survey which was done on Australia, the country Australia, because Australia is considered to be the second largest country who is having basically the large desalination plant. So here they in that cases also, if in 2050 the projected annual water consumption to meet this projected annual water consumption, their desalination plant capacity needs to be grown up to 4 times. That is also huge. Whether we can consider direct seawater splitting or not, whether it will be feasible or not, for that, being a electrochemist, we always first analyze this JV curve. J is the current density, V is the voltage. Now, when we consider seawater, so there will be the one critical voltage, that is 1.72. It is considered that beyond this 1.72 voltage, so it will be like corrosive zone. That means beyond this voltage, chlorine evaluation reaction will dominate. So of course, all the time we should remember that if we use seawater, we have to keep the voltage below this. But it is also known that in electrolyzer, the operating cell voltage is mostly in between 1.9 to 2.2. So that is basically in the corrosive zone. So how we can keep the potential within the safe zone, that is in the water oxidation zone. That means below 1.72 zone. So for that, there are some possibilities. So one thing is that we can do electrocatalyst engineering. In case of electrocatalyst engineering, so designing of electrocatalyst which will be very active, so that it can achieve the high current density at low voltage. So that is one thing. But apart from that, there is another possibility that if we can add some sacrificial agent into the electrolyte, which is having the lower oxidation potential compared to water. So if we add those sacrificial agents to seawater, so then the whole cell voltage can be shifted towards the lower potential, and even it can be far away from this chloride corrosion zone. So in that way, the seawater splitting, direct seawater splitting is possible, or it is feasible for future things. As I said, like the electrocatalyst engineering is one of the point. Apart from designing of the electrocatalyst, highly active electrocatalyst, people are also come up with some exciting result where they applied certain protective layer, which will deliberately repel chloride, but it will allow water oxidation. However, it is true that from the development of electrocatalyst, taking into the large scale and then implementing into the electrolyzer, it's a long journey. So what about if we do something, or if we play with electrolytes? That means electrolyte engineering, how we can do that. So first, one very interesting thing is that the use of corrosion inhibitor. So this corrosion inhibitor, so that is a kind of anionic, entity. If we just simply add a little amount of this corrosion inhibitor, what will happen is that since the anode electrode will be positively charged, so they will be accumulated at the surface of the anions, and thereby they will form a protective layer. And since they are negatively charged, so they will repel chlorides, but they will allow water to go inside through the hydrogen bonding. So this is one of the most interesting and feasible and easiest way to do seawater splitting sustainable. So recently in our CSR lab, so we have achieved and we have got a very excellent and innovative way to do that, and we got excellent result. So here, this red curve on the right hand side, so there, in absence of inhibitor in highly saline electrolyte, when we performed the electrolysis process, the electrode could not withstand even 2 hours. When we added a little amount of corrosion inhibitor, so it could sustain like over 100 hours or more. So having seen that, so we have also tested with alkaline seawater, and in that case also we got like over 500 hours of stability in lab scale. And so there we have also tested the chloride, whether chloride has been, or whether the hypochlorite has been formed or not. In absence of inhibitor, we can see that the yellowish coloration was there. So that actually indicates the hypochlorite formation. Whereas in absence of, in presence of inhibitor, there is no yellow coloration, and confirming the fact that there is no hypochlorite generation was there. So this is quite excellent, and I think this has a lot of potential, or this should be tried in the next scale. For implementing in the electrolyzer. So there are a lot of potential in this case. Another part, as I said, like the use of some sacrificial agent, which is having lower potential. So in that case also, in that way also, it can reduce the cell voltage up to many-fold. And in that way also, not only it will be corrosion-free seawater splitting, but also it will be considered to be the energy-saving strategy. I think the electrolyzer part already Mr. Bhushan has already explained. And here I just wanted to mention about the fact that this alkaline seawater electrolyzer, this could be a very good option for direct seawater splitting. And also the AEM electrolyzer also have a lot of potential to consider for the direct seawater splitting. And anyway, PEM electrolyzer may not be considered because in this case, the CER will be more competitive with water oxidation. Recently, people are also trying, they are also playing with, some membrane technologies. Recently in Nature, the authors have tried to accommodate with forward osmosis as well. And with this particular technology, so they have been able to achieve the stability over 3,000 hours. Although the current density they have measured, so that was like considerably low. So that was like 250 milliampere per centimeter square. So what are basically the takeaway messages? So the takeaway messages should be that the direct seawater splitting maybe we should consider for now onwards. And it is, yes, it is possible because there are a lot of, interesting results are coming up. People are, working hard to find out some easiest method or easiest way to make it possible as well as sustainable. So one possibility is, yes, electrocatalyst engineering. Another possibility is electrolyte engineering using some corrosion inhibitor or some EOR, that is the electrocatalytic oxidation reaction. So apart from that, the adaptation of some membrane technology may also be very fruitful in this case. So thank you so much for your attention. Thank you, sir.
So thank you very much. This need of this thing, seawater based and STP water based hydrogen production. So that is felt by everyone, including NITI Aayog. And NITI Aayog has started an initiative called Green Hydrogen from Low Grade Water. And it has two branches, one for the terrestrial applications, that is from the STP water, another for the coastal, that is from the seawater based. And what the approach is, one is direct approach, another is indirect approach. In your second last slide, you have already covered. In the indirect approach, two things are being discussed, and not only discussed, that are being implemented. One slide was mentioned called forward osmosis. So forward osmosis coupled with nanomembrane. So that is coming up. In fact, in NTPC itself, 240,000 liters per day plant that is about to be commissioned in one of the NTPC stations, that is Moda. Other one is a modified version of EDR, electrodialysis reversal. So these two technologies are suitable for the terrestrial applications. As far as for the coastal applications, something was mentioned called RO. So now nobody is looking at RO. So people are looking at technologies other than RO, that is thermal desalination or solar thermal desalination. But then the point is, so all these things are in the indirect way. In the direct method, once again, that is very much appreciated. And in fact, that is the need of the hour, whether we can directly electrolyze seawater. And almost 1.5 years back or 2 years back, one project was given to IEPE to develop seawater electrolyzer. They have developed a seawater electrolyzer of a very small size, 25 square centimeter. But then this is one area where a lot of initiative has to be taken by different institutes, and then only we can come to the industrial stage. So very project with very nice intent, and that will be required. So let us see. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for such an informative presentation. So our target is 5 million metric tons of hydrogen production per annum by 2030. And it would need quite a substantial amount of water because electrolysis route would be the major route, seeing from the industry's response. And basically most of the plants that have been announced are on the electrolysis route, and though biomass route is also there. So we have around 7,500 kilometers of coastline. So seawater can be one of the sources for using water for electrolysis. And in fact, when we were formulating this mission, so we thought how much amount of water would be needed per annum. And we got it evaluated from CA as well, Central Electricity Authority. So the figure that was given to us was that around whatever the amount of water that is needed for around 6,000 megawatt of thermal plant. So that is the amount of water that would be needed for the 5 million metric tons of hydrogen production. So thank you very much. So now I'll invite sorry. Mr. Liran Dor is Group CTO and co-CEO of Boson Energy. So he has a long experience in waste treatment and gasification industries. So welcome, Mr. Dor.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. I'm humbled and honored to be in such a nice panel. And I would like to take this opportunity as I reside in Israel to thank the India and Prime Minister Modi for the support in this challenging times we are facing here in Israel. I will present today about something that was touched by my previous people on the waste to hydrogen as a route for green molecules and electrification. Share my screen, sorry. So we all know that the world is facing electrification issues and climate change issues, but the world is also facing waste issues. We can't ignore that, especially when you're looking at the environmental and other hazard issues of the fact. There's more than 2 billion tons of waste are dumped today, and they present a global resource for energy, but also a global problem if it's not dealt with. So waste today, as well as renewable energy, is produced locally, but shipped and transported remotely for a central location. If it's incineration, a landfill, or something and the energy is brought from remotely, locally. This requires emission. This requires logistics issues. And that was discussed a bit by my predecessors. We would like to do a different approach. We would like to have a distributed solution, small scale, minimal emissions, and no logistics, so we can generate the energy where it is needed, when it is needed. And we do that by a distributed model. And this is an example here of if we take one plant or do a distributed plant, we could save 20 million truck kilometers over 20 years. This was done for the city of Delhi, by the way. The waste is always overlooked because it's kind of a NIMBY effect, right? And waste is a great potential for hydrogen. It was just said now that the India has a target of 5 million tons of hydrogen per year. There is the potential for 4 million tons in the urban waste of India today from what is landfilled. If you're looking at the future development of India, there's the potential for more than 15 to 20 million tons of hydrogen just from urban waste in India, not including the rural area, which is a whole different scenario. How is it done? We are a plasma-assisted gasification technology, where the waste is basically goes through all the processes in one go. It goes through drying, pyrolysis, gasification, and vitrification, ending up with a benign rock, which is a commodity. So we have zero waste, full circular economy. And by doing that, we have only 2% of the original volume. We are maximizing the yield, the potential yield of the hydrogen within the waste. You can never reach the complete yield because it requires too much energy, but you want to reach as close as you can. And by doing so, we can take untreated waste. Unsorted waste, we know the waste management issues in developing countries, and India is getting much better in that over the last years, but there's still issues. We do not need to go and invest in high-grade recycling plants, sorting plants, etc. This technology can take mixed waste, unsorted waste, and we, as opposed to other technologies, we decided to bring the technology to the waste and not modify the waste to the technology. I like this picture. This is a before and after shot of the waste and what is left over. We are not a plasma technology. We are a plasma-assisted technology. The plasma is only a heat source. So we are not exposed to the plasma, and therefore it's more efficient. We can do smaller torches. We can be more robust and more mixing. We have had several scale-ups over the years. Going from 80 kilos per hour way back when, all the way up to 1 ton per hour. and our next steps are going to be 2 ton per hour modules in multiple lines. How are we going to do that? So we're going to have 3 parallel lines so we can assure 100% availability, because one thing we know about waste, it never stops. No matter COVID, financial breaks, whatever, you will always have waste. So you have to have always availability to be able to treat the waste. So we have a redundancy in the system to be able to always get the waste treated. And of course, after the gasification, then we have a standard, it was mentioned here before, water gas shift, SMR, and with a PSA, we separate the hydrogen. In the India context, we would like to produce all the material outside of our box in India, and we have changed and charted the supply chain to meet that direction. So we will be able to do 70% of our supply chain in India by local India manufacturers. But what does this mean? When we're looking at the available energy, when we're looking at ash, when we're looking at carbon, eventually when we're looking at transportation, and eventually project returns, because we are financial benefits. So when you utilize the majority of the waste, you can cash in, on the different materials you have. As a case study, this is European context, but if we take 100 tons of waste, which is representative of 50 to 100,000 people, we could generate 5 tons of net hydrogen, 5 to 7 tons actually of net hydrogen for DC speed charging, hydrogen fueling stations. It doesn't really matter. We choose DC quick charging because it is market ready today. There was discussions here about hydrogen cars, hydrogen buses, it will lead eventually, and we are ready to go. We are flexible, but now we want to do stationary fuel cell to quick charging to enable the market. What does this mean? This will mean a reduction in diesel or avoided diesel, which will mean reduction in NOx particles, and a reduction in CO2, especially in the India context when we have a conversion for greenhouse gases with methane avoidance in methane. We will be able to reduce 700 tons per year. Our hydrogen, because we have multiple streams, we have a revenue from the CO2, from the hydrogen, etc. We will be able to come to a hydrogen negative project based on the conditions, and even with the municipalities of India, prepare the waste for us so we can allow for a better yield of the waste. As an example of the utilization, we like to give this example. If you have 1 megawatt of solar and you have 1 ton of waste in European context, you will be able to generate maximum 27 kilos of hydrogen. Give me that same 1 megawatt of solar and the 1 ton of waste, we will give 100 kilograms of hydrogen at half the price and more hydrogen availability. So we have our team is multinational. We have people from Luxembourg, Poland, Israel, of course, and India. We have our offices in Luxembourg. Israel is an R&D center. Poland is a sales center, and engineering is in Sweden. We're going to be opening very shortly our subsidiary also in India, and I'll quickly touch on the market basis now. We have multiple projects leading into. What's important for me here to show is the India project. We are part of the Clean Ganga initiative. We're very proud to be that. We're just reissuing now the statement. You can see here our Dita Sharma with Dr. Tare when we got our appointment. And in that context, we would like to treat 100 million tons of waste in the Ganga basin. What does that mean in terms? That could mean avoided of close to 300 million tons of CO2 per annum. That could mean also more than close to 10 billion in revenue for capex made in India. So we would like to bring a technology transfer. We would like to make in India, as we discussed, the life cycle, and of course, no ash and a future safe. Thank you very much.
Fantastic presentation. And this plasma-assisted gasification, we know that it holds quite some promise, both for MSW, RDF, that is refuse dry fuel, as well as for the agri-waste. So we are looking at it very closely, both for hydrogen production as well as for hydrocarbon production. So very apt. It was not mentioned in your presentation, but then what we believe that the energy intensity, that is the electricity intensity of this process, is also very low. And so in our estimate, it's for production of 1 kg of hydrogen, around 15 to 20 units of electricity will be required. But then let us see. Thank you very much. I once again congratulate you on your excellent presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Daw, for such an interesting presentation, and really a very different perspective with a decentralized approach to production of hydrogen. With the rapid pace at which India is urbanizing and the amount of municipal waste that is being generated, so this is really can be very beneficial. And as you said, that it would lead to savings of 20 million truck kilometers over 20 years. Again, and from the viewpoint of circular economy also, so it would be, in fact, we would look forward to meet you at some point of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. So, the last, I'd like to invite Mr. Kamar Suhail Basha. He's CTO and co-founder of Process Biorenewables. It's an energy startup and based out of Bangalore. He's a mechanical engineer by background. Welcome, Mr. Basha.
So I was just told to not take more than 10 minutes. Everybody's had a long day. Right. Good evening. Green hydrogen. What comes to mind? Ultra pure water, splitting of that wastewater. What if we flip the narrative around? What if we used wastewater? What if we were able to do that with extremely low power? And what if the very act of generating hydrogen from wastewater purifies that wastewater? Let me introduce to you Process Biorenewables, an energy startup based out of Bangalore that has developed bioreactors that use wastewater as a feedstock from industries to generate green hydrogen using a bioelectrochemical system. Wastewater from an equalization tank or a day tank is fed into the reactor array, where bioelectrodes are housing native microbes within them. The organic content in the wastewater is broken down at anode by the biocatalyst into acetate to generate electrons and H+ ions. These electrons and H+ ions then combine at the cathode to generate hydrogen. At the end of the whole cycle, hydrogen is extracted from the reactor, and the wastewater, which is now depleted of its organic waste, is returned back to the industries. All of this happens on site, eliminating the need for compression, liquefaction, transportation. There is no addition of heat, happens at low pressure, just 200 millibar over atmospheric pressure, and the footprint is extremely low. And to add to all of that, it is 100% automated, not requiring any operator on site. Going a little deeper into the process. Organic content, while being broken down into inorganic CO2 in the process, generates electrons. These electrons are transferred to the cathode for bioelectrochemical hydrogen production. The rate and quantum of hydrogen gas production is directly linked to the amount of electrons that can be generated from the organic content. Higher the organic content, greater the rate of hydrogen gas production. To put it simply, dirtier the wastewater, more the hydrogen it can produce. Within the system itself, within the system itself, the required energy input comes from the potential difference that's applied across the electrodes. The added delta G converts the short chain fatty acids to free electrons in the electrolyte. A special group of microorganisms known as exoelectrogens have the capacity to transfer these electrons to a conductive surface. Our company's special skill is to select for these microbes and embed them on the electrodes. And all of this is coming from within the wastewater itself. So I'm not going to go too deep into the equations. I know we have had a long day. So I'll just... Right, how do we compare to the most popular hydrogen production technology today? Electrolyzers. We do not use pure water. We use wastewater. We use less than 1 unit of electricity to produce a kg of hydrogen. And there is no use of any precious or rare earth metals like platinum, iridium. Every single material and component in the bioreactor is indigenously sourced, fabricated, and assembled. These factors not only make the technology easy to adapt and scale, but also help us keep our prices extremely low. These are some of our current and upcoming deployments across the nation. The per price kg of hydrogen hovering around $1 per kg. The constituents of this $1, 46% is coming from the consumable electrodes, 39% comes from the sensor, and 15% of the cost is linked to the need for data transmission, storage, and analytics. So are we green hydrogen? Yes. The latest notification by MNRE suggests less than 2 kg of CO2 per kg of hydrogen. In many cases, we have been able to do less than 1 kg of CO2 per kg of hydrogen. Our policy target of 5 million tons per year of green hydrogen can be met by indigenously developed bioreactors by using wastewater from just 35 sites. Does this work with any wastewater? Yes, we are sector agnostic. All that matters is the wastewater strength, volume, and energy requirement in that sector. We have been able to successfully deploy and demonstrate across 4 different sectors: steel, oil and gas, chemical, and food and beverage. And by the end of 2024, we aim to have at least 5 tons per day in each of these plants at the exist of production of hydrogen. And finally, it wouldn't be complete without acknowledging my colleagues in the audience, Dr. Rao, Swaroop, and Imran, whose contribution to the technology and the startup has been immense. Thank you, everybody.
So thank you for the excellent presentation. And I have a couple of questions myself, but then I will restrain. I will look for other questions. But then this is a fantastic approach. Directly synthesis of hydrogen from wastewater. I am sure that you are looking for more BOD content in the wastewater. More BOD, then happier you will be. And so thank you very much. I look for question and answers from the audience.
If anybody is willing to ask any question. I don't think that we have any
So,
question.
Dr. Basha, I can congratulate you on such a good presentation. And the most interesting part here is that you'll be using only 0.76 units of electricity per kg of hydrogen. While conventionally, means in electrolyzers and all, we require around 55 units of electricity. So that is really interesting. And you are also able to basically adhere to the National Green Hydrogen Standard of 2 kg CO2 per kg of hydrogen. So really nice presentation. Look forward to meeting. Thank you.
I'll thank you all the participants and moderators for this fruitful session. And it's already late in the evening, so I won't take much time. I'll just request Ajay Yadav sir to felicitate our all the participants as I call upon their name. First, I would like to call upon Madam Chitra Rajagopal. Madam Chitra Rajagopal, can you have a round of applause for her? Next, may I please request Madam Paulimi Roy to come up on the stage to collect her memento from NTPC side for participating in this event. I would now request Mr. Kamar Suhail Basha to please come up and collect his memento. Mr. Kamar Suhail Basha. Now I'll request Ajay Yadav sir to kindly felicitate our session co-chair, Sri Saraswatam sir, with a memento. I'll finally request Ravindra Kumar sir to kindly come up on stage and give away the award to our session chair, Sri Ajay Yadav sir, for conducting this session so smoothly. Sri Ravindra Kumar sir. Welcome, sir. Sir, I'll just request all the participants to kindly come forward for a group photograph. So one picture, sir. You also, sir. So it was a very informative session, and this has been organized by our two very talented session developers. Ajay sir, there are two more awards to be given for the people who have organized this session. So I'll request Dundeshwar and Suneet Mehta sir to kindly come up on stage and collect their memento. Ajay Yadav sir. And Mr. Dundeshwar. Okay. Can I request all the participants to kindly come forward? Our session developers will also join for this picture. Madam, kindly come forward, ma'am. So thank you, everyone. These were all the sessions for tonight, and tomorrow we have a line of many sessions which we'll be conducting throughout the day. And I hope all of you will be joining us tomorrow 9:30. We'll start the sessions, and tomorrow will be as informative as it was today. So thank you, everyone. We'll meet you tomorrow.